Chapter 605, Player's Paradise. After Shifeng confirmed his decision, the heavy stone doors slowly parted. Meanwhile, Shifeng's remaining time in the World Summit instantly decreased by 50 minutes. When he entered the shrine, he was greeted by a staircase that led to the top of the shrine. Engraved runes and pictures decorated the staircase's walls. Among them, there were even images of gods before the Great Destruction. Shifeng ascended the shrine's staircase, step by step. In the beginning, Shifeng had not felt anything out of the ordinary. However, by the time he was halfway to the top, he felt something off. Why has the gravity here increased? Shifeng's physical control was quite strong. As he took another step up, he felt the gravity increase by 10%. Although the gravity had only increased from 1 to 1 g, this small change would affect his skill completion rates, resulting in a decrease in his combat power. However, since Shifeng had already entered the shrine, he had no intentions of leaving. If he could not even overcome a single bronze shrine, obtaining the Bible of Darkness would be a pipe dream. Shifeng continued to ascend, step by step. However, he was no longer as fast as before, as with every 10 steps, the gravity increased. And with each change, Shifeng needed some time to adapt. By the time Shifeng reached the top of the shrine, the gravity had shifted to 2.4g. Exposed to such an intense shift, even Shifeng was significantly affected. The room at the top of the shrine was not large. It was roughly the size of a basketball court. Aside from a black stone coffin in the room's center, the area was empty. Shifeng approached the center of the room. When he was 10 yards away from the stone coffin, golden runes suddenly emerged on its black surface. A moment later, a golden magic array began to expand from the stone coffin, enveloping Shifeng with ita barrier. Shifeng glanced at his surroundings. Golden, translucent walls enclosed the area around him, trapping him with the stone coffin. Just as Shifeng considered his escape options, a semi-transparent figure materialized inside the barrier. This figure was actually Shifeng himself. Both the figure's appearance and apparel were exactly like his own shrine guard. Level 32. HP 20 000 20 000. Am I supposed to defeat him? Shifeng frowned at the shrine guard, his expression becoming somewhat solemn. Shifeng only required one critical hit to finish off the shrine guard's 20,000 HP. However, he did not dare to casually approach the shrine guard because, currently, his intuition warned him that, should he approach the guard, only death awaited him. Shifeng was a player that was capable of defeating a lord by himself, yet, against this shrine guard, who only had 20,000 HP, he was utterly helpless. Are you too scared to approach me? The shrine guard asked, laughing. Shifeng could not help his shock when he heard the shrine guard's human-like speech and behavior. In his memories, only high-tiered NPCs were capable of such performances. He had never heard of a common monster behaving like this. It was obvious that the shrine guard was an extraordinary existence. I don't have a death wish. Shifeng shook his head, growing more certain of his intuition's warning. Not bad. You have actually discerned the gap in strength between us. However, rest assured, since you have already made it here, there is no danger. On the contrary, I have a reward for you, the shrine guard said, laughing. Reward? What kind of reward? Shifeng did not think that an NPC would trick him, and there was no need to do so. This NPC was certainly far stronger than himself. The shrine guard could simply kill him if he wanted. Toy will help you become stronger. The shrine guard then explained, I can offer you guidance on one swordsman skill. How much you learn depends on you, of course. However, you don't have much time left. You only have 49 minutes remaining. Guidance on a swordsman's skill. Shifeng was surprised. When he thought back to the price required to enter the bronze shrine, he immediately understood. Hurriedly, he said, I would like you to give me pointers on chop. Shifeng had plenty of swordsman skills. However, there were some he used frequently and some he only used occasionally. Among them, he used chop most often. Although his magic weapon had allowed his skill completion rate to rise significantly, he was still far from achieving a 100% skill completion rate. UVE made a wise decision. Watch me carefully, then. The shrine guard nodded. He then began to flow through the motions of chop. The shrine guard's body leaned forward and swung the abyssal blade in his hand. The abyssal blade then began to blur. In the next moment, it was as if the space in front of the shrine guard broke as a faint spatial crack appeared. The shrine guard's chop was completely different than Shifeng's. How is this possible? Shifeng was at a loss for words. His skill completion rate with chop was over 95%, and he was extremely close to reaching perfection. However, whenever he used chop, it always appeared in the form of 3 sword lights resembling full moons that gathered at a single point. However, these 3 sword lights did not appear when the shrine guard used chop. From the beginning, there had only been a single sword light. Moreover, the shrine guard's swing had not been particularly fast, so Shifeng could see the skill being executed very clearly. However, the most frightening aspect was the power the shrine guard's chop had displayed. Shifeng could sense that the shrine guard's strength and constitution and his own were exactly the same. The only difference was that the shrine guard had slightly more HP. Yet, the shrine guard's chop could tear apart space itself. Although the spatial crack that had formed seemed very small, the might it contained was sufficient to kill him instantly. Despite the shrine guard's speed and power being ordinary, he was actually able to display such frightening power. Confused? The shrine guard asked, smiling at him. Shifeng nodded and admitted shamelessly no matter what was said or done, he was a top-tier expert in God's domain who had reached the flowing water realm. Although he still could not compete with those apex experts in the past, he was not that far away from reaching their level. Yet, the chop the shrine guard had executed shattered his conception of the skill known as chop. If you don't understand, I will display the skill a few more times. You can also experience it for yourself. Rest assured, while inside this barrier, you will not receive any damage. The shrine guard spoke like a teacher who guided his student carefully. Hearing this, Shifeng quickly sought the shrine guard's guidance. If one wished to improve on their techniques, the fastest way to do so was through actual combat. Previously, he had kept a distance between himself and the shrine guard, worried that the NPC would kill him. Now that he knew the NPC intended to help him improve his ability with the skill, he would not hold back. Immediately, he displayed his best chop and began battling the shrine guard. Since Shifeng attacked him, the shrine guard replied with a chop of his own. When the 2 swords collided, sparks flew into the air around them. Peng. In one moment, Shifeng sent a chop at the shrine guard, and in the next moment, his body left an imprint on the barrier's wall. There was even a faint spatial crack lingering in Shifeng's original position. Is this a super perfect skill? Shifeng stared at the shrine guard with a stupefied expression. His mind replayed the shrine guard's sword swing. Regarding speed, Shifeng was definitely the victor. Moreover, he had prepared to dodge the NPC's attack beforehand. However, before he had any chance to dodge, the shrine guard's sword had collided with his own. He instantly felt a tremendous power flow into his hand. In the next moment, he had been thrown backward. Shifeng was still badly shaken by the shrine guard's attack. Fortunately, this was only a lecture. Otherwise, the NPC's attack might have really killed him. He and the shrine guard were worlds apart from each other. Perfect. The shrine guard laughed. Nothing is perfect in this world. It is only because your vision is limited, and you are confined to your own world. Nothing is perfect. Shifeng thought about the skill completion rate's limit of 100%. Yet, the shrine guard had said that nothing was perfect. Could the skill completion rate possibly exceed 100%? The more Shifeng thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. Otherwise, why would his chop, which neared a 100% completion rate, be so inferior to the shrine guard's? Following which, Shifeng faced off against the shrine guard again and again. Although every exchange ended in Shifeng's utter defeat, the more Shifeng fought, the more his excitement grew. He felt as if he had caught onto something that he had never noticed before. He had placed too much importance on his body, trying too hard to replicate a skill's template motions that had been provided by the system. He had forgotten to think outside of the box. As Shifeng traded blows with the shrine guard, his skill completion rate continued to rise. 96%. 97%. 98%. It should feel like. Shifeng leaned forward. He no longer pursued ultimate speed as he swung his sword along the air's resistance. Suddenly, a spatial crack appeared before him. Chop's skill completion rate reached 101%. Chapter 606, Epic Shrine. This is a really wonderful feeling. When Shifeng looked at the black fissure before him, he could not help but recall the sensation he felt when he drew his sword before. Unfortunately, he had only achieved this super perfect completion rate accidentally. Trying to grasp this feeling was akin to trying to catch a dream. Just as Shifeng was about to commence another bout with the shrine guard, the sound of a system notification suddenly entered his ears. System, active duration of the shrine has ended. Player will be sent out of the shrine in 3 seconds. Time's up already? Shifeng could not help his surprise. He felt as if he had fought against the shrine guard for only a short while. He still had many questions he wished to gain answers to. Yet, before he realized it, 50 minutes had already elapsed. By the time Shifeng snapped out of his daze, he was already back outside the gates of the bronze shrine. This Shifeng still wanted to enter the shrine again. However, the system notified him that he had already opened this shrine once before and that he would have to wait another 7 days before he could open it again. Truly a pity. If I were to practice there for a few more hours, I might be able to grab a hold of that feeling, Shifeng silently lamented. In God's domain, whether it be a player's combat techniques or skill usage, both were learned through self-experimentation. There was no teacher to guide players on these topics. The system only provided a holographic video of the template motions of a skill. The rest was up to the players themselves to experiment and practice. Having someone specially teaching them how to use their skills was definitely a heaven-sent opportunity. After all, having a guide was far more efficient than groping for answers in the dark. The learning speed would definitely be more than 10 times faster. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many players who couldn't achieve a 100% skill completion rate. I wonder what kind of rewards the other shrines have. Expectations welled up inside Shifeng. Just a single bronze shrine had provided him with such a guidance reward. What would the mysterious iron, secret silver, fine gold, dark gold, and epic ranked shrines have in store for him? Thinking up to this point, Shifeng no longer wasted any more time. He immediately activated Windwalk and dashed towards the peak of the world summit. Shifeng could determine the rank of a shrine based on its location on the world summit. The higher the rank of a shrine, the closer to the pinnacle it lay. However, the world summit was simply too massive. It was many times larger than White River City. Despite continually alternating between Windwalk, Wind Rider, and Speed Scrolls, Shifeng had reached only the middle section of the world summit after running for 3 full hours. He still couldn't see the peak of the mountain from where he stood. On the other hand, the shrines at the foot of the mountain were no more than little dots in his eyes. Now I have managed to reach the area of the fine gold shrines only after 3 hours. That's 6 special elite kills gone. Even if an expert player were to come here, they would not be able to obtain the reward of the fine gold shrines. Shifeng had tried checking one of the fine gold shrines earlier, and it required him to spend 200 minutes just to open it. It should be known that the current elite players of God's domain were only capable of contending against an elite monster of the same level, while ordinary experts were capable of opposing up to a special elite of the same level. Only first-rate experts could fight a chieftain of the same level. As for top-tier experts, they were capable of contending against a lord of the same level. In order to arrive at this place and open the doors of a fine gold shrine, a player would need to defeat 2 chieftains and 8 special elites, obtaining 440 minutes, at the very least. In other words, an extremely powerful first-rate expert would barely be able to open the doors of a fine gold shrine and obtain the reward stored within it. I have only reached the middle section of the mountain. Just how long do I have to continue running to reach the epic rank section? Shifeng grew somewhat worried. Shifeng discovered that the distance between shrines also grew wider the further up he went. He had only reached the edge of the fine gold shrine area right now. He still had to traverse the dark gold area to arrive at the epic area. He also had to spend time searching for the right epic shrine. Moreover, he had obtained the epic shrine key by the skin of his teeth. He had no idea how much time was required to open the doors of an epic shrine. In the off chance that he did not have enough. This place really is damnable. I can't use the aura of space's spatial movement here. Only the aura of wind's speed increase and Wind Rider are of some help. The rules of the World Summit were thoroughly exasperating. If Shifeng could use spatial movement here, he could travel a distance of 400,000 yards in just 1 second, saving him hours in travel time. Time passed by quickly. After running for another 5 hours, Shifeng finally arrived before a shrine that was over 300 meters in height. The shrines around this area were completely different from the ones he had seen before. This is an epic shrine? Shifeng muttered as he looked at the mountain-like shrine. The shrines he encountered before were all inanimate objects. On the other hand, The epic shrines here had frightening auras. Shifeng even began to wonder whether terrifying monsters lived in these shrines. Done admiring the shrine before him, Shifeng walked up and touched its door system. Epic shrine key detected. You are qualified to open the doors of the epic shrine. Do you wish to spend 1,000 minutes to open them? 1,000 minutes? Shifeng breathed out a sigh of relief. I still have slightly more than 1,600 minutes right now. I will have plenty of time remaining even after I open an epic shrine. I should be able to locate the shrine storing the Bible of Darkness within 600 minutes. The World Summit had a large number of shrines, and the same held true even for epic shrines. Shifeng counted 9 epic shrines just within his range of vision. There were also plenty more up above. He guessed that the total number of epic shrines on the World Summit exceeded 100. These shrines were different from each other. There was a huge difference just in terms of the elemental mana surrounding these shrines. Some shrines released bright and dazzling elemental mana, and others released flaming elemental mana. Even shrines that released the same type of mana would have different images engraved on their doors, images of angels, demons, and many other races. Some shrine doors even depicted gods. Hence, Shifeng would not have difficulty looking for the shrine that contained the Bible of Darkness, so long as he had sufficient time. The Bible of Darkness is a treasure of the demon race. It should be stored in one of the demonic shrines of the darkness element. Although Shifeng had little understanding of the World Summit, he knew quite a lot regarding mana. A curse was categorized as a darkness skill. Since it was a great demon who had cursed him, the great demon knew how to cast darkness spells. This meant that the Bible of Darkness had to be related to a shrine of the darkness element. With a target in mind, Shifeng quickly began his search. Very easily, he had managed to locate 5 darkness shrines. Among them, only 2 belonged to the demon race. Meanwhile, of these 2 shrines, one belonged to the Lord of Destruction, while the other belonged to the Lord of Nightmares. The Bible of Darkness was a descriptive record of all demons written by the Lord of Destruction. Rumor had it that as long as one managed to control the Bible of Darkness, they would become the Lord of Demons, with all demons obedient to their commands without hesitation. Shifeng opened the Lord of Destruction's shrine. When the black stone doors parted, an ancient aura washed over him. Shifeng could feel the origin of destruction contained within this aura. The pressure he felt coming from within the shrine was far more powerful than what he had felt from the Tier 5 fallen angel he encountered before. Amazing. It is only a shrine. There is clearly no living being inside, yet it gives off such an overwhelming pressure. As expected of the Lord of Destruction's shrine, Shifeng exclaimed. Heavenly Dragon's power, activate. The immense pressure made even walking a difficult task for Shifeng. However, after activating Heavenly Dragon's power, the weight pressing down on him lessened significantly. He was then able to enter the shrine with relative ease. Chapter 607, Magic Device. The moment Shifeng stepped into the shrine, it was as if he had arrived in another world. He could hear the chirping of birds and smell the fragrance of flowers. Verdant trees and grass filled his vision. Instead of a shrine, this place looked more like a garden. Fallen angel. Inside the garden, Shifeng immediately discovered the fallen angel that had killed him previously. 3 pairs of pitch-black wings, a perfect, enchanting body, long and slender legs, as well as that jade-white skin and flawless face. Of all the women Shifeng knew, only the great divine official Charlene was a match for this fallen angel. Any other woman standing before her would simply pale in comparison. Human, you sure are fast, the Tier 5 fallen angel giggled as she looked at Shifeng with her aquamarine eyes. You adventurers are truly blessed by the heavens, being born with an immortal soul. Even we would find it difficult to thoroughly kill you adventurers. Even until now, Shifeng still got chills whenever he thought back to how the fallen angel had killed him instantly. Most likely, only a few players throughout the entire God's domain could rival that near-perfect combat technique. If he had not known that only rewards and no punishments awaited him inside these shrines, he would have long since fled this shrine. My name is Serena. Come over. You entered the World Summit normally this time, so I won't kill you. Serena laughed as she beckoned Shifeng with her hand. Since you've managed to make it to this place, it shows that you indeed possess some ability. I can give you 2 options. 2 options? Shifeng asked curiously. Though I say options, in reality, they are just 2 reward methods. Serena nodded lightly. The first option is obtaining the Bible of Darkness that is stored in this place directly. The second option is undertaking a small test. Through the second option, you will not only obtain the Bible of Darkness but also have a chance to win these items. Serena waved her hand lightly. Suddenly, 3 rainbow treasure chests appeared in midair. The first rainbow treasure chest contained a large number of soul crystals. A simple glance told Shifeng that there were over 100 crystals at the very minimum in the dark den. The soul crystal was the foundation of all development. A sudden infusion of more than 100 soul crystals would definitely increase a shelter's strength significantly. The second rainbow treasure chest contained a black stone tablet that looked similar to the Chapter of Darkness. However, the name displayed was Chapter of Shelter. It could be used to immediately promote a shelter by a single rank, up to a maximum of large shelter. There's such a good item available as well. Sure enough, the rewards of an epic shrine are astonishing. Shifeng grew very excited when he saw these 2 rewards. Promoting the shelters found inside the dark den was extremely difficult. Besides the astronomical number of soul crystals required, players also needed to complete a series of quests in order to promote a shelter. The manpower and resources necessary to do so were extremely daunting. Even the shelter at District 1 had yet to be promoted to a large shelter until now. One could just imagine how difficult a feat it was. Only a shelter supported by a large guild was capable of becoming a large shelter after amassing all the resources collected by the multiple shelters controlled by said guild. Once he obtained the Chapter of Shelter, he could immediately upgrade a medium shelter to a large shelter. This would be of immense help for District 1's shelter, which was under Zero Wing's control. However, when Serena opened the third rainbow treasure chest, Shifeng was thoroughly stupefied. Magic device forging design. Shifeng's eyes turned bloodshot as he looked at the dilapidated design inside the treasure chest. He could not help but wish he could snatch it up right away. Oh, I did not think that a human like you would know about this item. Since you know about magic devices, then you must know what a magic device forging design represents. Its value is only slightly lower than the Bible of Darknesses. You humans, however, would probably appraise the design more highly. The fallen angel Serena smiled in satisfaction upon seeing Shifeng's reaction. Say it, then. Which reward do you choose? At these words, Shifeng fell silent. A product of God's domain's magical civilization when it was at its peak, the magic device represented the pinnacle of alchemy, forging, and engineering combined, as well as the end of the era of the gods. Even the lowest ranked bronze magic device boosted a player's strength to a whole new level, not to mention a magic device forging design. Even the lowest ranked bronze magic device forging design could provoke a war between guilds. In the past, when a mysterious iron magic device forging design had appeared, over a dozen countries and more than 100 guilds had fought over it. Multiple super guilds had also participated. The death toll for that war was innumerable. A rough estimation had pegged it at 5 million. In the end, a super guild had emerged victorious. As for Shadow, which had been a second-rate guild back then, it had not dared to even participate in the war. It could only stand on the sidelines and watch. Now that a magic device forging design appeared right in front of him, how could Shifeng not grow excited? Magic devices were similar to the mana armor kits. In the magic devices case, however, it did not increase any basic attributes. Instead, it was mounted on a weapon to increase the weapon's strength. Every weapon could only mount one magic device after God's domain underwent its third evolution. Whether it was a battle against players or against monsters, an injury would reduce a player's combat power. And while players could rely on heals to recover from their injuries, the deterioration of their weapons was inevitable. It was especially true when players fought against high-ranking monsters. Unless one's weapon was of high quality, players would have great difficulty injuring a lord and reducing its combat power, since lords had skin that was as hard as steel. Meanwhile, a magic device could be used to strengthen a weapon. Not only could it make a weapon sharper, but it could also bestow special effects such as reduced weight, increased weight, hardness, mirage, paralysis, and other effects that could improve a player's combat power significantly. Most importantly, magic devices were not consumable items. Like inlaid gemstones, they could be taken off the weapons they were mounted on. Whether it was a level 1 common weapon or a level 200 epic weapon, players could freely transfer their magic devices between them. This was the reason why players were so attracted to magic devices. However, magic devices were extremely difficult to produce, Hence, production volumes were very low. Even after reaching level 100, most players still did not have their own magic devices. In the past, as the guild leader of a second-rate guild, Shifeng owned only a mysterious iron magic device, even after he was over level 100. As for other independent experts, they possessed only bronze magic devices. If he could obtain a magic device forging design right now, it would definitely become one of Zero Wing's trump cards. Have you come to a decision? Serena asked, smiling as she flourished the magic device forging design in her hand. Time waits for no one. You only have 3 minutes to decide. If you do not give me an answer, I will take it as you picking the first option, and you may leave once you obtain the Bible of Darkness. To hell with it. Shifeng looked at the fallen angel, a passionate flame burning in his heart. I choose the second option. Both the chapter of shelter and the magic device forging design were items that were not easily acquired. The difficulty of obtaining the magic device forging design was even above that for an epic item. Otherwise, magic devices wouldn't have been so rare in the past. Good. I knew you were a smart man. Let's begin, then. Serena smiled in satisfaction. She then waved her hand. The entire garden promptly vanished, and replacing it was a volcanic hell. Molten magma surrounded a 40-yard area of solid ground. The ambient temperature was scorching hot. Any ordinary player would most likely broil to death slowly. Only someone like Shifeng, who possessed high fire resistance, could stay in this place for long periods of time. Meanwhile, the gravity here had also increased to 3G, which would greatly affect a player's mobility. Come, then. If you can defeat me, you win, Serena said, smiling as she looked down at Shifeng from midair. Chapter 608, Tier 2 Taboo Skill. Originally, Serena had anticipated seeing a look of horror on Shifeng's face. However, even after she had revealed the contents of the test, Shifeng did not evince any shock. On the contrary, it seemed as if he felt that the test was totally reasonable. Don't you feel surprised that the final test actually requires you to defeat me? Serena asked, a perplexed expression on her face as she looked at Shifeng. A Tier 1 human against a Tier 5 fallen angel with such a massive gap. Even a person with a stable mentality would feel despair. And if not despair, then at the very least, anger, as this was obviously not a fair contest yet. Shifeng remained unfazed by this revelation, so how could she not be surprised? Since the rewards are so bountiful, I naturally prepared for the worst. Not to mention, I really don't have a choice, do I? Shifeng laughed, a helpless smile on his face. There were no free lunches in God's domain. Not to mention, the rewards of the test were of such a frightening caliber. It seems that you understand the rules of the world quite well, so it wasn't just luck that prompted you to pick the second option. Serena squinted her aquamarine eyes slightly as she looked at Shifeng. At this moment, she no longer looked down at the human before her. Curling her blood-red lips into a seductive smile, she continued, if you had chosen the first option, then the Bible of Darkness you would have received would have been a replica. As for the second option, while you may fail the test, you will still obtain the real Bible of Darkness regardless. Although Shifeng had guessed that this was the case, he inwardly felt relieved to hear these words directly from the fallen angel herself. When all was said and done, the Bible of Darkness was a treasure left behind by the Lord of Destruction. How could it possibly be that easy for players to acquire it? Since you are already clear on the situation, I will explain the rules of the test. Serena raised her brows slightly and continued in a low tone, the rules are very simple. You will not die while inside this area. Both our strengths will also be suppressed to Tier 1. It will be your win as long as you are able to defeat me in the remaining time you possess. Both suppressed to the standard of a Tier 1? Shifeng frowned. Although both their strengths would be suppressed to the standard of a Tier 1 class in the upcoming test, fallen angels were higher beings. Not only were they born much stronger than other beings, but they also wielded many more skills. Even at Tier 1, Serena's combat power would most likely be at the peak of an ordinary Tier 2 class or above. She was stronger than even a High Lord of the same level. There was actually a possibility that her combat power approached that of a Great Lord. If there are no problems, you may begin attacking as much as you want. Serena smiled faintly as she sent Shifeng a teasing look. Rest assured, I'll make sure to hold back plenty. I also won't use any Tier 3 or Tier 4 skills. Despite Serena's reassurance, Shifeng had no intention of attacking her just yet. Even without using Tier 3 or Tier 4 skills, a Tier 1 fallen angel can still kill me easily using Tier 2 skills. He smiled bitterly as he took in Serena's leisurely attitude. Shifeng had a very clear understanding of his own strength. Although he had grasped plenty of powerful skills, they were all Tier 1 skills. As for Tier 2 magic scrolls, while he had quite a few on him right now, his opponent had Tier 2 skills, which she could use indefinitely. The only trump card he had was twofold Berserk. If he activated Heavenly Dragon's power and Blade Liberation simultaneously, he would gain the ability to contend against a High Lord for a short period of time. However, engaging a Tier 1 fallen angel in melee combat was simply suicidal. I have close to 10 hours left. It would be pointless to charge into battle right now. My only option is to wait for the cooldown of Dragon's power to end. Shifeng was in no hurry. He then sat on the ground, resting as he quietly observed the fallen angel before him. Earlier, when he was entering the shrine, he was forced to use Heavenly Dragon's power to resist the intense pressure. If he fought Serena, a fallen angel who had the attributes of a High Lord, without twofold Berserk, he would just be seeking his own death. Fortunately, the condition to clear the test was only to defeat Serena, not to kill her. There was a massive difference between these two conditions. Defeat meant that he was only required to cause a certain amount of damage to Serena. After all, even if Serena simply stood still and allowed him to attack her freely, he would not be able to kill her within 20 seconds. Currently, although Serena was only level 32, she had a total of 5 million HP. Tier 1 skills are definitely useless against Serena. In terms of combat techniques, she is also far superior to me. If I wish to defeat her, my only option is to rely on Tier 2 magic scrolls. Although Shifeng had his ultimate skill, Flame Burst, this skill was meaningless if his weapon could not connect with his opponent. Not to mention, in a direct clash of power, Serena would trounce him. Having thought up to this point, Shifeng suddenly stood up. He then replaced the aura of wind with the aura of fire and cast Firestorm at Serena. The platform he currently stood on only had an area of 40 yards. Firestorm certainly covered most of it. At level 7, Firestorm's might could easily rival a Tier 2 large-scale destruction spell. A tsunami of flames descended from the sky. However, just as the flames were about to engulf Serena, her finger suddenly moved. In the blink of an eye, she had finished writing the runes required to cast Frost Storm, a Tier 2 large-scale destruction spell. In the next moment, fire and ice clashed, filling the space around the platform with steam. Meanwhile, Shifeng's Firestorm did not even manage to touch the fallen angel. Fallen angels with high intelligence are really difficult to handle. Shifeng was not surprised. In the virtual reality games of the past, there would only be two possible outcomes when a player used a skill, either the skill hit or missed. There was no third possibility. In God's domain, however, one would encounter various scenarios when attacking using a skill. Aside from hitting or missing, it was also possible for the skill to be blocked, offset, or unraveled. Blocking a skill would result in one taking a small amount of damage, and normally, this was an action that most lords were capable of. However, offsetting or unraveling a skill was a feat that was doable only for high-tiered monsters and NPCs. Meanwhile, the method Serena had used to deal with Shifeng's Firestorm was to offset it using a skill of her own. When one successfully offset a skill, they would not receive any damage whatsoever. If even Firestorm is useless against her, my Tier 2 magic scrolls would most likely yield similar results. Shifeng felt a huge headache when he looked at Serena, who was currently hovering in midair. It would be great if Kite were here right now. Kite was a dark gold ranked personal guard. With his strength as a Tier 2 sword master, he could not overcome a Great Lord, which was equivalent to a Tier 3 class, but he could still pin it down for some time. His strength should not be below that of the Tier 1 fallen angel Serena. Invincible within the same tier? A sudden inspiration came to Shifeng as he looked at Serena's smiling face. Taboo skill. Taboo skills possessed the power to transcend tiers. Meanwhile, although Serena's strength was currently suppressed to Tier 1, her frightening basic attributes and arsenal of Tier 2 skills made her invincible even against ordinary Tier 2 classes. However, if a Tier 2 player managed to grasp a Tier 2 taboo skill, they would similarly become an invincible existence among other Tier 2 classes. Thank goodness I did not store Instant Strike inside my warehouse. As long as I manage to learn it, even if I cannot kill Serena, I still have a chance to defeat her. Shifeng's eyes glowed. Immediately, he retrieved the skill book of the Tier 2 Taboo skill from his bag and began poring over it carefully. After half an hour passed, Shifeng felt that he was ready if he wanted to learn the Tier 2 Taboo skill Instant Strike. The first way to do so was to collect 100 thunder crystals, which was obviously impossible. The second option was to achieve a 100% skill completion rate. Previously, it had indeed been impossible for him to achieve a 100% completion rate for Instant Strike. However, after the Abyssal Blade was upgraded, his compatibility with the magic weapon had increased significantly. With the help of the 100-berry wine, which he had obtained from Blue Frost, he definitely had a chance to achieve a 100% skill completion rate right now. Hence, Shifeng drank a bottle of 100-berry wine and began rehearsing the Tier 2 Taboo skill Instant Strike. Trying to learn a Tier 2 Taboo skill? Serena revealed a faint smile. Not a bad idea. Unfortunately, the time you have left isn't enough for you to do so. Taboo skills required long periods of bitter training. There were no shortcuts available. Even a gifted person would require several days or over a dozen days to learn a Tier 2 Taboo skill. Shifeng did not have much time left. It was simply impossible for him to succeed in learning the Taboo skill in such a short period of time. Chapter 609, Instant Strike. While Shifeng was continuously rehearsing the Tier 2 Taboo skill Instant Strike, a great upheaval rocked the evil ghost domain. The entire District 5 was destroyed overnight, and over half of the district's players had disappeared. To the players in the evil ghost domain, this was an inconceivable situation. Just what could actually wipe out the evil ghost domain's 5th ranking shelter? Not a single shelter in the evil ghost domain would be capable of going up against such a frightening power. Suddenly, a strong sense of crisis filled the air of the entire evil ghost domain. District 1's shelter leader Frost, what are we supposed to do now? Best Reincarnation, the leader of the second party, asked worriedly. Based on the information we discovered, it seems that the assault on District 5 comprised of a large number of powerful monsters, all level 40 and above. There were actually numerous lords participating in the monster assault as well. However, this is still not the scariest part. When our players went to investigate the situation at District 5, they encountered some survivors from the shelter. According to the survivors, the ones responsible for annihilating their District 5 were not actually those lords. Instead, it was the doing of a much more powerful monster. However, as they had been too far from the monster at the time, they did not get a clear look at what that monster was. They only know that that monster had annihilated hundreds of players with just a wave of its hand using black flames. It instantly killed even District 5's strongest player. Punishment Day. If we remain in this area, it is quite likely that we will encounter that monster as well. Although District 1 is a lot stronger than District 5, against that rank of monster, we simply stand no chance at all. Everyone present fell silent at Best Reincarnation's words. The enemy that obliterated District 5 was just too terrifying. It had not been easy for them to raise their shelter to the rank it had today. If it was destroyed, then their shelter's rank would also fall by 1, dropping from a medium shelter to a small shelter. If that happened, the advantage of the 100-berry wine they had possessed all this time would vanish as well. There was also no telling whether they would be able to obtain the 100-berry wine again the next time they upgraded their shelter to a medium shelter. Yet, if they moved their shelter to a low-level area, the distance they had to travel every day would be extremely long and time-consuming. They would most likely have to spend the entire day running just to commute between their leveling spots and the shelter. This would greatly impact the development of the shelter. Everyone, listen to me. This is an opportunity for our District 1. Blue Frost said after pondering for some time, an excited smile on his face. Opportunity? What opportunity? Everyone could not understand what was going through Blue Frost's mind. Believe that you guys have heard of this as well. After the incident with District 5, many shelters that previously refused to join a guild force began changing their minds one after another. They are all trying to gain the protection of shelters run by guild forces. In the worst-case scenario, they can also migrate directly to the large shelters of the guild forces and develop themselves there, Blue Frost said. Meanwhile, our District 1 has also joined Zero Wing. However, unlike the other shelters, the guild we joined is very strong. You guys must have seen the teleportation magic array design for yourselves. Brother Yifeng has also stated that, so long as we manage to gather the necessary materials, he will construct a teleportation magic array for our shelter. If we manage to annex the other shelters right now, Our position in Zero Wing will also rise. I believe that nobody present wishes to remain as just the party leader of a shelter, right? All the party leaders expressed their agreement with Bluefrost's words. The things Zero Wing had revealed so far were already enough to show just how powerful the guild was, particularly the frightening combat power Shifeng had displayed as well as the funds that he had transferred to them. Zero Wing had even provided them with a training facility. As long as they made contributions to Zero Wing and raised their positions within the guild, they would be able to head to Jin High City's Big Dipper Training Center and undergo special training for their combat techniques. Every city had their own martial arts dojos and training centers. If one wanted to improve their combat techniques, it was definitely better to have someone guiding them. They had previously conducted some investigations in the real world regarding the Big Dipper Training Center. The moment they checked, however, they were shocked the Big Dipper Training Center actually had a martial arts master overseeing it. Currently, the Big Dipper was already a famous training center, and many professional fighters from the surrounding cities had gone there to train. It was no longer a place that ordinary people could enter. Moreover, the amount one had to pay in order to become a member there was also not something ordinary people could afford. Although their knowledge regarding first-rate guilds was lacking, they knew full well just how precious a martial arts master was. A martial arts master was the ultimate force of humans. If they could receive pointers from a martial arts master, their combat techniques in God's domain would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Meanwhile, Zero Wing would allow them to undergo special training directly at the Big Dipper. The guild's financial prowess and influence had thoroughly shattered their perception of ordinary gaming guilds. Although they had earned quite a lot of money from playing God's domain, they were still far from being able to afford establishments like the Big Dipper Training Center. If they could climb their way up to Zero Wing's upper management, they would not have to worry about earning enough to support themselves in the future. I'm sure everyone clearly understands what a teleportation magic array represents. What we need to do now is annex the other shelters and obtain the materials required for the teleportation magic array as soon as possible. Even if we retreat from this area, we can simply rely on the teleportation array to return here in the future. After listening to Bluefrost's explanation, everyone nodded in agreement. One after another. Previously, they had found it simply too difficult to gain control over the other shelters in the evil ghost domain. However, that changed after the incident with District 5. If they had a teleportation array, the amount of money and resources they could earn would be endless. Hence, the various party leaders began arranging workforces to collect the materials required for the teleportation magic array. At the same time, they also tried persuading the other shelters to subordinate themselves to District 1's shelter. That way, the members of these shelters would get to use the teleportation array of District 1. Inside the Darkness Shrine, Shifeng had already been rehearsing Instant Strike for 5 hours continuously. Now, after just 5 hours of practice, it was as if Shifeng was a veteran who had been practicing Instant Strike for many years. His movements when executing the Taboo skill were practically the same as the holographic video provided by the skill book. I am still off by a little. Sure enough, a Tier 2 Taboo skill is not that easy to master. Although Shifeng had already given his all to trying to raise his completion rate, his best record was 95%. Right now, he could not increase it by even an additional %. Moreover, he had only managed to achieve this result because of the Abyssal Blade and the 100-berry wine. Otherwise, he would have taken several days to reach a 95% skill completion rate with Instant Strike. He did not have much time left to practice. Each bottle of 100-berry wine lasted only 1 hour, and he had just 3 more bottles on hand. They would not last him till the very end. Human, you should give up. The might of a Tier 2 Taboo skill is simply too immense. It is not that I am trying to look down on you. However, if you wish to grasp a Tier 2 Taboo skill, you will need another 10 days of hard work at the very least. Serena could discern Shifeng's current progress in a single glance. Presently, you have already grasped the motions of the Taboo skill completely. Unfortunately, your comprehension of the skill is lacking. With the remaining 5 hours you have, you would be fortunate to raise your completion rate by even just another 1%. Lacking comprehension? Shifeng thought so as well. It was just like when he had achieved a 101% completion rate with Chop. That feeling had gone by in a flash, and he could not grab hold of it even if he wanted to. Comprehension. Compatibility? Does the comprehension Serena is speaking of refer to compatibility? Shifeng did not give it too much thought. He did not have much time left, not enough to wait out the 10-day cooldown to challenge the World Summit again. He then took out all the 100-berry wine in his bag and consumed all 3 bottles in rapid succession. Even with Shifeng's willpower and mental power, he still grew dizzy. The 100-berry wine was just like the black steel beer. The more one drank, the better the effect. Correspondingly, however, the side effects also grew stronger. It was best if players drank just 1 bottle at a time to maintain a clear mind, as players could steadily improve their completion rates and look for any shortcomings in their movements throughout the beverage's effective duration. Consuming too many bottles at once could result in players losing themselves to the alcohol. Now, Shifeng downed 3 bottles in one go. His compatibility rate instantly soared. This feeling is really great. At this moment, Shifeng felt as if he had become one with his sword. When he drew the abyssal blade and executed instant strike, each and every one of his movements felt light and natural. There was no excess power in any of his actions at all. Then, Shifeng's initially smooth movements suddenly changed. The afterimages of the abyssal blade, which were originally created due to Shifeng's overly fast speed, suddenly vanished. The abyssal blade in Shifeng's hand also became clear and visible. In the next moment, faint blue electric arcs manifested around Shifeng's body, filling the air with crackling sounds. The places these electric arcs touched also charred system, instant strike skill completion rate 100%. Chapter 610, Higher Realm. Arcs of electricity continuously sparked around Shifeng. Although the electric arcs were tiny, the destructive power they contained was practically equivalent to a Tier 2 lightning spell. He actually succeeded. A shocked expression appeared on Serena's beautiful face. Learning a taboo skill was an enormous challenge. It was the same for both players and NPCs with high intelligence. In order to learn a taboo skill, one had to go through long periods of arduous training as well as achieve a certain degree of comprehension regarding the taboo skill. Serena wasn't the only one who was shocked by this result. Even Shifeng himself was quite shocked. It was extremely difficult for a Tier 1 class to learn a Tier 1 taboo skill, not to mention a Tier 2 taboo skill. Moreover, instant strikes requirements were exceedingly high even for a Tier 2 taboo skill. Achieving 100% completion rate on a taboo skill was a feat Shifeng had never managed. Despite having been a Tier 3 Sword King in the past in this life, however, he had actually done so while he was still a Tier 1 class. This was simply a dream. 99 more times to go. I need to hurry up. Although Shifeng was currently somewhat drunk, he was still able to maintain a relatively clear consciousness. To make sure he did not forget the feeling from before, he hurriedly continued with his rehearsal. Unfortunately, none of his next 3 tries managed to achieve a 100% completion rate at all. The highest he reached was 97%. He had only managed to achieve the 100% completion rate before due to luck. On this point, Shifeng was very certain. However, now that there was a first, achieving 100% again would become much easier, following which, Shifeng continuously tried to recall the feeling he had felt before. His skill completion rate gradually increased as well, and soon after, he managed to maintain a stable 99%. He was only a thread away from 100%. Not only do I have to control my own body, but I also have to learn how to adapt to the external environment around me and constantly adjust to the environment. As Shifeng reviewed his memories, he did not only think about when he achieved a 100% completion rate with instant strike, but also when he had achieved a 101% completion rate with chop. Whether it was the refinement realm or the flowing water realm, both pursued internal control. Before, the Tier 5 Fallen Angel Serena had stated that he had already done very well in terms of movement and that he was only missing a little comprehension. If it was said that comprehension was compatibility, and that compatibility was adaptation, then what he needed to do was adapt to the environment. If he used the same methods to execute a skill in different environments, the results would naturally be different. This was just like how going from an ordinary environment to a high-gravity one would greatly affect a player's skill completion rate. However, what if this change to the environment was extremely subtle? It was highly possible that ignoring this minor change was the reason why players would never able to achieve a 100% skill completion rate, regardless of how perfect their movements were. Just as Shifeng continued drawing his sword and adapting to the surrounding airflow, the friction between his sword and the air suddenly generated a small spark. This small spark immediately attracted countless arcs of electricity to circle around Shifeng's body system. Instant strike skill completion rate 100%. Sure enough, the progression in control goes from internal to external. Is this what the higher realm feels like? Shifeng finally discovered the direction he needed to take to advance with a clear direction in mind. Shifeng no longer focused his concentration on his own body but instead shifted it towards his environment. As Shifeng grew increasingly familiar with his surroundings, the 100% skill completion rate of instant strike grew more frequent as well. Currently, Shifeng was achieving a 100% skill completion rate about once every 4 times he executed instant strike. Moreover, during the process of swinging his sword, Shifeng was also constantly making minor adjustments to better adapt his movements to the external environment. After training for another half an hour, Shifeng's improvement was undeniable. He was able to achieve a 100% skill completion rate practically every other time he executed instant strike. Before an hour had even passed since drinking the 3 bottles of 100-berry wine, he had already executed 100 instant strikes with a 100% completion rate. After Shifeng completed an instant strike that achieved a 100% completion rate for the 100th time, electricity purified his entire body, his skin becoming glossier and the muscles all over his body growing denser and more powerful. System, you have learned instant strike. Obtained basic lightning physique. Why does my body feel a lot lighter? Shifeng was greatly shocked when he saw the faint blue electric arcs coursing around his body. Carefully feeling out the changes to his own body, he exclaimed, "This lightning physique really is mysterious. The gravity my body is under should still be 3G. Yet, the effect the increased gravity has on my body has clearly decreased significantly even though none of my attributes have changed. Right now, the effect feels like the equivalent to a gravity of 1.5G. After the 3rd evolution of God's domain, the gravitational system had impacted the combat power of players significantly. Meanwhile, now that Shifeng's body had undergone such changes, it would become much easier for him to adapt to his environment. The current state he was in was similar to being under the effects of the 100-berry wine. Although the lightning physique's effects were very much inferior to the 100-berry wines, the fact that it was always active was a huge advantage. This instant strike is simply fantastic. It is actually able to improve a player's physique as well. No wonder it was so difficult to learn. In the past, Shifeng had heard of some taboo skills in God's domain that when successfully learned, would provide players with additional rewards. However, these taboo skills were usually high-tiered ones. He never expected that the Tier 2 instant strike was one such taboo skill. Physique was a kind of hidden attribute in God's domain. If a player's attributes reached a certain level, they would be able to trigger an extraordinary physique, allowing them to carry out feats that were definitely impossible in the real world. This kind of hidden attribute could not be viewed by players, so it was extremely difficult to alter or improve it. However, this kind of hidden attribute would have a significant impact on a player's combat power. After resting for a while and recovering his mental state, Shifeng walked up to Serena, smiling as he said, "Miss Serena, sorry for the long wait. Let us begin now." Currently, not only had he mastered the Tier 2 taboo skill instant strike, but he had also obtained the basic lightning physique. Not only did his body feel lighter right now, but its flexibility had also increased significantly. Shifeng even felt that his reflexes had sped up. However, his reaction speed was still a far cry from that of a gifted talent like Soaring Snake. Not bad. Despite being a mere mortal, you have actually managed to grasp a Tier 2 taboo skill while still being at Tier 1. Come, give me your best shot. Hopefully, you are able to entertain me for a little while, Serena said, licking her lips as she looked at Shifeng. The moment Serena was done speaking, the surrounding magma started roiling. The ground also began trembling as the fallen angel released a frightening aura. Is this the power of a Tier 1 fallen angel? Shifeng gulped down a mouthful of saliva. He knew that Serena had finally gotten serious. Just her aura alone was enough to render him breathless. Heavenly Dragon's power, activate. Blade Liberation, activate. Shifeng was unwilling to lag behind. After activating Heavenly Dragon's power and Blade Liberation, his strength attribute was now equivalent to a High Lord of the same level. The instant Shifeng activated Twofold Berserk, he tilted his body forward slightly. He then activated Phantom Kill and had his doppelganger get ready as well. Shifeng's sudden increase in strength surprised Serena somewhat. She had not thought the little human before her was capable of reaching such a level. She then stretched out her right hand. Instantly, a golden holy sword appeared in her hand. Countless wind blades wrapped around her weapon. She cast a Tier 2 skill, Stormblade, at Shifeng right away. Countless swords of light instantly surged towards Shifeng and his doppelganger. Meanwhile, Shifeng and his doppelganger also simultaneously activated the Tier 2 Taboo skill Instant Strike. Both Shifeng and his doppelganger disappeared from where they stood to instantly appear beside Serena. Both swordsmen then began brandishing their swords at the fallen angel. Instant Strike, when activated, increased its user's attack speed by 500% for a short period of time. Originally, Shifeng's attack speed was already terrifying. Now, Shifeng and his doppelganger sent out dozens of sword lights in the time it took to take a single breath. Moreover, these sword lights had appeared practically simultaneously, with none ahead or behind the others. Such a fast attack. Serena's gaze sharpened as another golden holy sword appeared in her other hand. She then parried the barrage of attacks sent at her. Peng, peng, peng. Serena's sword technique was flawless. Every movement of hers was utterly efficient as she blocked dozens of attacks continuously. However, even if Serena's defense were more perfect, there was still a limit to her attack speed. In the end, Shifeng managed to cut Serena's arm with the Abyssal Blade, causing -1 damage to the fallen angel. When Shifeng saw the compulsory -1 damage he dealt, his eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. Such a powerful Tier 2 Taboo skill. You were actually able to break through my defense. Serena looked at the bloody cut on her arm. Gently moving her finger across the wound, she instantly returned her skin to its unblemished state. Then she looked at Shifeng, saying, "Although I don't want to admit it, since you were able to injure me, it is your win. You may take these items and leave." Chapter 611, Shrine Rewards. After Serena was done speaking, the fallen angel suddenly vanished. At the same time, the volcanic hell that surrounded Shifeng transformed into a golden shrine with an altar before him. 3 rainbow treasure chests were stacked up one upon another on the altar, and placed on top of these treasure chests was a thick and heavy black leather book. Victory at last. Shifeng breathed out a sigh of relief. Serena was just too powerful. Whether it was in terms of techniques or basic attributes, he was far inferior to the fallen angel. Shifeng and his doppelganger had sent out over 100 attacks within the 3 seconds of Instant Strike's duration. Yet, Shifeng had only managed to land a hit on Serena at the very last second. The fallen angel's strength was simply terrifying. Most likely, even Kite would not be a match for Serena, who had suppressed her strength to Tier 1. If Serena had suppressed her strength to Tier 2 instead of Tier 1, he would not have stood a chance against her at all. Although Shifeng had only managed to get through the test after immense difficulty, his harvest was similarly huge. During his 3 seconds of frantic attacking, Shifeng had thoroughly experienced Serena's perfect sword defense technique firsthand. He had seen for himself the sword technique of an NPC standing at the peak of God's domain. This was not something just any player would get to enjoy, as normally, they would have killed with a single hit. After Shifeng reviewed his memories of the previous battle a few times, he walked up to the altar and carefully picked up the black leather book. As soon as he did so, he felt a hard stare. Moreover, this feeling was not just limited to one person staring at him. Instead, he felt the gazes of a vast number of people. Every one of these gazes felt cold and violent. It was as if his body had submerged in a chilling, icy hell. Sure enough, the Bible of Darkness is not an ordinary item. Shifeng activated omniscient eyes and appraised the black leather book. Bible of Darkness, fragmented legendary item. The Bible of Darkness had been destroyed during the Great Destruction. However, the power of darkness contained within the Bible is extreme. If one can gather the other fragments, they can restore the Bible's power, gaining dominance over all demonic creatures and become the Lord of Demons. It's actually a fragmented legendary item. I heard that the Bible of Darkness Fantasy Extinguisher was an epic item. Was the one he obtained a replica? Shifeng muttered, feeling rather surprised as he looked at the quality of the Bible of Darkness in his hands. However, after giving it some thought, Shifeng felt it was possible with how powerful Serena was. Fantasy Extinguisher should not have been able to injure the fallen angel at all with the strength he had at that time. It was highly possible that he had chosen the first option instead. Meanwhile, Fantasy Extinguisher had managed to become a peerless expert in the Black Dragon Empire thanks to the Bible of Darkness. With the help of the Bible of Darkness, Fantasy Extinguisher managed not only to become exceedingly powerful himself but also to increase the strength of his guild significantly. Only afterward did Blue Frost and the others from District 1 shine brightly. Back then, Countless guilds had looked at Fantasy Extinguisher enviously. There was nothing remarkable about owning a single epic item. However, the Bible of Darkness was no ordinary epic item, as it held the power to increase the overall strength of a guild. The Bible of Darkness was capable of strengthening players with the power of darkness. Not only could players receive a huge boost in attributes, but they could also obtain an enhanced skill corresponding to their classes. This was the reason why the Fantasy Shrine had managed to form the invincible Black Demon Legion in the past, allowing the guild to become one of the tyrants of the Black Dragon Empire. Back then, even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Blood Legion had not been a match for the Black Demon Legion. If Fantasy Extinguisher had gained such achievements by relying on a replica, what would have happened if he had obtained the real Bible of Darkness? Most likely, the entire Black Dragon Empire would have fallen into the Fantasy Shrine's hands. Shifeng inwardly grew excited as he looked at the Bible of Darkness in his hands. He had finally completed one of the steps required to become an overlord in God's domain. Whether it was the magic weapon Abyssal Blade or the fragmented legendary ranked Heavenly Dragon's Breath, both were items that focused on increasing his personal strength. They were of little use in raising the overall strength of his guild. However, the Bible of Darkness was different. It was an item focused on increasing the overall strength of many players. With the Bible of Darkness in hand, he would be able to form a group of Black Demon Guards. With his special training plan, he would be able to quickly establish a Black Demon Legion that surpassed even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Blood Legion. At that time, who in Starmoon Kingdom would be able to compete with him? After some fantasizing, Shifeng then stored the Bible of Darkness and shifted his gaze towards the 3 rainbow treasure chests. I have really made a killing from the epic quest this time. Not only did I get a fragmented legendary item, but I also obtained a chapter of shelter and a magic device forging design. Shifeng laughed. He quickly tucked the contents of all 3 rainbow treasure chests into his bag. The first rainbow treasure chest contained 188 soul crystals. Though Shifeng himself had no use for these things, he would be able to upgrade the Lion's Bar to a 2-star bar with this many soul crystals. At that time, the production volume of the 100-berry wine would increase to a level barely enough to supply the upper echelons of both District 1 and 0 Wing. The second rainbow treasure chest contained the chapter of shelter. Before coming to the World Summit, Shifeng had asked Blue Frost about large shelters in detail. If a small shelter was akin to a small village, then a medium shelter was a small town, while a large shelter was a large town. Why were so many guild forces madly accumulating resources and were adamant in upgrading a shelter to a large shelter? It was because larger shelters possessed a certain degree of self-defense. The number of players a shelter could hold was not unlimited. If players wished to become a resident of a shelter, they had to register themselves with said shelter. Meanwhile, the number of players a shelter could register was limited. If there was no cap to registration, players within the Dark Den would have long since migrated to the best shelters available to develop themselves. It was also precisely this limitation that severely restricted the development speed of a shelter. A small shelter could register a maximum of 10,000 players, which was roughly equivalent to the member count of a small guild. Medium shelters could register up to 30,000 players, which was roughly equivalent to the player population of a small town. Aside from having a larger population, players could also construct some specialty buildings such as the Lion's Bar in a medium shelter. The overall strength of a medium shelter was significantly higher than a small shelter. Meanwhile, when a medium shelter was upgraded to a large shelter, the number of players the shelter could register would undergo a qualitative change, directly increasing to 100,000. That number could practically rival the member count of a second-rate guild. Moreover, the functions of the shelter would also increase notably. The increase was not limited to just the skill books and specialties supplied. Players of the shelter would also be able to tame mounts. Mounts could be said to be the lifeblood of players residing within the Dark Den. With no teleportation magic arrays in the Dark Den, players could only rely on their own 2 feet to travel to their desired destinations. With a mount, the mobility of players would improve significantly, and as a result, their strength would also rise much faster than before. Hence, the various guild forces were desperately accumulating resources in order to create a large shelter of their own. This was also why plenty of independent shelters subordinated themselves to guild forces. As long as they joined a guild force, they could head to the large shelter controlled by said guild force and purchase mounts. Otherwise, they would have to wait until their own shelters were promoted into large shelters or try their luck in large-scale team dungeons. Now that Shifeng had the chapter of shelter, he could directly promote the shelter of District 1 to a large shelter. The players inside the shelter could then begin to accumulate funds and resources. As soon as they reached a sufficient level, they would be able to purchase a mount of their own. Compared to the players of other shelters, the players of District 1 would be able to save up on plenty of time. Although I've obtained the chapter of shelter, I still don't have a way to return to the shelter right now. It seems that I can only wait until the cooldown of the position teleportation scroll ends before making another trip to District 1's shelter. Shifeng suddenly recalled that he had arrived at the central area of the Dark Den through a teleportation gate. As for the method of returning to the evil ghost domain, he had no idea whatsoever. With the items he came for in hand, Shifeng did not continue idling around inside the Lord of Destruction's shrine. He took out a return scroll and began chanting the incantation required to teleport back to White River City. After 20 seconds passed, Shifeng transformed into a streak of light and disappeared from the shrine. Chapter 6:12. Winds have changed. White River City Teleportation Hall. Due to Zero Wing's ever-growing fame and the Candlelight trading firm's wide array of high-end products, many players were attracted to White River City. Currently, one could see plenty of players forming dungeon raiding parties in the wide and spacious teleportation hall. The prosperity and liveliness here were far more intense than in Starmoon City. The moment Shifeng stepped out of the teleportation hall, he could feel the hustle and bustle that filled the city. Other than a large number of independent players who filled the city streets, there were also plenty of guild players. These guild players' average levels were very high. Although they could not compare to the players in the Dark Den, most of these guild players were still level 27 or 28. That was still quite high in the current God's domain. These guild players also wore fine gold and secret silver equipment. They were the envy of ordinary players. That guild is amazing. Its members' equipment looks so amazing. They should be catching up to the powerful guilds in White River City. I've heard of that guild before. It's called Heaven's Burial, and it's one of the newly established White River City guilds. Although it is a new guild, it is very powerful. So far, Heaven's Burial has already raided many 20-man Hell Mode team dungeons and is in the midst of planning to raid 50-man team dungeons. I also heard that the guild has a very powerful backer. A strong backer isn't the only thing Heaven's Burial has. A few hours ago, one of Heaven's Burial's experts managed to break into the 4th floor of the Divine Colosseum. It is the 10th guild in White River City to set foot on the Divine Colosseum's 4th floor. I've been to the newly launched Divine Colosseum as well and paid 1 magic crystal to challenge it. The challenges are insanely difficult. I only managed to reach the 2nd floor after exhausting myself. And I died the moment I set foot on the 2nd floor. In the end, I only got 1 silver as a reward. It was a serious loss. Heaven's Burial is amazing. Even Zero Wing, the most powerful guild in White River City, has only advanced to the Colosseum's 5th floor. The Divine Colosseum, which had recently appeared in God's domain, drew the interest and attention of many players, and every conversation was related to it in one way or another. After God's domain had undergone its 3rd evolution, combat in the game had become more difficult for players. The Divine Colosseum was a very good place to train their combat techniques. Only, training there was too expensive. Moreover, the Colosseum only accepted magic crystals as currency. This had caused the price of magic crystals to skyrocket overnight. Since the 3rd system upgrade, the price of magic crystals had doubled. Sure enough, that which should arrive, will arrive. Shifeng was frustrated as he swept a glance over the members of Heaven's Burial. Before the 3rd evolution of God's domain, international corporations had only prepared to invest in God's domain. As for other smaller corporations, they had not paid much attention to this particular investment route. However, with the launch of the Divine Colosseum, God's domain's popularity began to show signs of overtaking the fighting competitions in the real world. This situation drove corporations, both big and small, around the world towards the game. With a potential gold mine in sight, these corporations began to increase their investments in the game. For a time, countless new guilds emerged throughout God's domain, all wishing to take a bite of the pie known as God's domain. Among these corporations, several major investors looked to Starmoon Kingdom. Some bought shares of long-standing guilds, while others chose to establish their own guilds. Among these newly established guilds, 3 stood out: Cloud9, Yin Yang Court, and Heaven's Burial in the past, Heaven Burial had started developing itself in Starmoon City. The guild was clearly ambitious. While Ouroboros and the Star Alliance had been busy fighting each other, Heaven's Burial had taken advantage of the situation and solidified its position in Starmoon City in one fell swoop. In the end, it had even forced the two first-rate guilds to suffer quite a few hardships. Shifeng had never expected that, after White River City began to show signs of becoming the #1 city in Starmoon Kingdom, Heaven's Burial would run to White River City to develop itself. Moreover, of the newly established guilds Shifeng had seen so far, Heaven's Burial wasn't the only one of the top 3 newbies to establish itself in White River City. He also saw members of both Cloud9 and Yin Yang Court interesting. Everyone's has come to White River City trying to take a bite out of the fat piece of meat that I cooked up. Do they really think that Zero Wing is some kind of pushover? Shifeng could not help but smile. Zero Wing indeed possessed plenty of enemies. In the dark, Underworld lurked and spat like a viper. In the light, they had also provoked the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion. As Shifeng made his way to White River City's library, he discovered that, despite having only been away from the city for a short time, many players had acquired their own NPC guards. NPC guards had become beacons of hope for many powerless players. At the same time, these NPC guards had also received attention from the various large guilds. As a result, these NPCs' development speeds were unusually fast. Players who were trying to become merchants were especially interested in these NPC guards. In God's domain, players' activities were not limited to killing monsters out in the fields. Players could also take on all sorts of quests. Many merchant players, who did not possess any combat power, could rely on NPC guards when carrying out special quests. However, the majority of the quests did not allow the assistance of ordinary guards, only personal guards. Just as Shifeng arrived before White River City's library, the sound of his system communicator rang by his ears, and the caller was none other than Everlasting War brother Yifeng. You've finally come online. I've been trying to contact you for a while. How are preparations coming along? Everlasting War asked. Slightly worried. Shifeng was the expert he had recommended. If Shifeng did not pass the selection test, it would stain his reputation. There are no issues. I can participate in the selection at any time. Seeing as Brother Everlasting is contacting me, has something happened? Shifeng asked. The selection held in Beast City was tomorrow morning. There was still quite some time before the selection began. Something must have happened for Everlasting War to contact him. It's nothing major. Only, the higher-ups have changed the requirements for the selection. Now, after you pass the selection, you are required to sign a contract and become a member of the company if you join the battle team. Of course, you will receive far more benefits as well. For example, you will be entitled to 5% of the wages made on the matches you win, Everlasting War explained. If Brother Yifeng joins the battle team, with your strength, you will easily make more than a dozen times the credits the guild leader of a first-rate guild would normally earn. Once the battle team becomes famous, your status in the world will become even greater than any leader of a first-rate guild. What do you think, Brother Yifeng? Everlasting War and his group did not particularly care about signing the new contract as they had originally been employees of the company. However, Shifeng was different. He was affiliated with Zero Wing. Moreover, he was one of Zero Wing's core members. He had definitely signed a contract with the guild. If he joined the battle team, unless the company allowed it, he would not be able to be part of any guilds in the future. To put it bluntly, the company was restricting the freedom of the team members instead of cooperating with them. Of course, if Brother Yifeng is selected to become one of the members of the battle team, the company will take full responsibility of the breach of agreement with your guild. Brother Yifeng can rest assured on this. Everlasting War was very confident in Shifeng's strength, and he desperately hoped that Shifeng would join their battle team. In his opinion, what did a guild in a virtual reality game amount to? How could it possibly hope to match up against an international corporation? Chapter 613, Peak of Star Moon. The benefits Everlasting War had mentioned were quite tempting. The Dark Arena was a place where the various international corporations around the world could secretly compete. The resources and funding involved were on an entirely different level than ordinary arenas. Even just 5% of the gambling rewards was sufficient to make someone a tycoon overnight. Moreover, as one's battle record in the Dark Arena grew, the the bets on their matches also increased. The income one could potentially earn through the dark arena could even tempt international fighters. To virtual reality gaming experts, that was an astronomical number. However, that was only the tip of the iceberg. Based on what information Shifeng had, in the past, any players who signed a contract with a battle team held extraordinary positions in the corporation that owned the team. If it were a famous player such as Everlasting War, even the upper echelons of international corporations would treat them with respect. The guild leader of a second-rate guild did not even qualify to fawn over such players. They were from entirely different worlds. The third evolution of God's domain arrived too soon. I did not expect these international corporations to discover the importance of expert players so quickly. Shifeng frowned, feeling disappointed. It would have been great if these international corporations had only discovered this fact a few days after the selection tests. However, since these international corporations had discovered the truth, he could not do anything to change it. He was the guild leader of Zero Wing. Moreover, in this life, he had sworn that he would not be controlled by others ever again. Brother Everlasting, since the higher-ups have made this decision, you will have to forgive me for not participating in the selection. Shifeng directly refused. Although he could no doubt earn a lot of money, fame, and status in the dark arena, in the era of God's domain, a player could similarly obtain all of these things so long as they had the ability. Since he could not earn a large sum of credits through the dark arena, he just had to look for some other way. As a reincarnator, he did not believe that he could not earn credits from other avenues. Particularly, from his trip to the Dark Den, he had obtained the teleportation magic array design and magic device forging design. These two items were practically money printing machines. As long as he had enough raw materials, the money he could make would be astronomical. Everlasting War was slightly stunned by Shifeng's reply. He had not thought that Shifeng would refuse his offer so decisively. However, when he thought about Shifeng's skill, he hurriedly advised, "Brother Yifeng, won't you reconsider? At the end of the day, a gaming guild is only a gaming guild. It is nothing compared to a major corporation that can affect the world's economy. With your skills, I guarantee that you'll at least become vice leader of the battle team." The team's strength did not rely on a single person. After all, each battle team could include up to 10 members. Naturally, the more experts there were in a team, the higher the team's chances were of obtaining victory. In Everlasting War's opinion, Shifeng could most likely rank within the top 3 within their battle team. If they lost a top 3 expert, it would wound the battle team's overall strength. Brother Everlasting, don't waste your time trying to persuade me. Moreover, I have many matters that I need to attend to. Not being able to join is a good thing. Anyways, I still have something to do, so I'll talk to you another time. Shifeng disconnected the call. He then entered the library. Meanwhile, Everlasting War could not help but sigh as he said, "Truly disappointing." Disappointing? What's there to be disappointed about? Isn't he just a core member of a small guild? How strong could he be? He must have realized how weak he actually is. Do you know how many experts of God's domain and professional fighters are trying to join the glorious battle team? Even if he shows up, he will never be selected. A luxuriously dressed middle-aged woman standing across from Everlasting War disdainfully dismissed his concern. 4 bodyguards in black stood next to this woman. All 4 radiated intimidating auras that were capable of making Everlasting War, someone who had once been a professional bodyguard, anxious. Particularly, the rugged-looking man among these bodyguards was very famous in the bodyguard industry. He was known as the Steel Guard, and even some international fighters were no match for him. Director Hua, Yifeng is no ordinary expert. If you can restore the recruitment conditions to what they were before and allow him to join the glorious battle team, our chances of beating our next opponent, the Midday Wolves, will be much higher. This will also greatly benefit the company. Everlasting War carefully suggested the changes in the battle team's recruitment conditions were all due to this woman, Hua Choshire, standing before him. Although he did not understand why Hua Choshire had suddenly changed the conditions, this last-minute adjustment troubled him, the leader of the battle team. However, despite his annoyance, Hua Choshire's position was extraordinary. A single word from her could easily leave him jobless. Hence, he did not dare speak too boldly in front of her. Naturally, I have considered these changes carefully. You only need to focus on how you're going to defeat your next opponent. He is merely a nameless expert. Do you think that, Just because we are missing one nameless expert, you're going to lose against your next opponent. Hua Choshure questioned, her voice low and dangerous. He is just one less nameless expert participating in the selection. There are plenty of God's domain experts coming to take the test. Among them, many are well known in the industry. These people's standards are far beyond his. I think that Vice Leader Journey Leave should administer the test this time around. You should take this time to think of a strategy to deal with the midday wolves. Everlasting War's words had clearly dissatisfied Hua Choshure. Without hesitation, she had stripped him of his duties for a few days. Helpless, Everlasting War could only agree with the Lady Director. Inside White River City's library. After entering the library, Shifeng headed towards the building's top floor. 2 level 180 tier 2 white robe knights stood by the doors. Normally, ordinary players would not dare approach the Starmoon Hall. However, Shifeng had long since become a frequent visitor of this place. Without hesitation, he walked past the knights and opened the doors to the hall. Charlene, who sat beside a table, looked at Shifeng, mildly stating, "You're here." Hearing Charlene's intimate greeting, Shifeng could not help but tense up. Crap. I forgot to store the coins in my bag. Seeing Charlene's intimate smile, Shifeng suddenly thought of the precious coins he had in his bag. This reaction was practically instinctual now. Although Charlene was an NPC, she seemed more realistic than a real person. Though she always appeared friendly, her actions said otherwise. If not for a few tricks he hid up his sleeves, she would have bankrupted him long ago. Haha. Come over here, let me see what you've brought this time. Charlene waved her hand at Shifeng. Suddenly, a huge force tugged at Shifeng's body, sending him flying towards Charlene. Shifeng was shocked at this sudden development. After not meeting for some time, Charlene's strength had increased once more. Charlene, who had been a Tier 4 Great Divine official, had now become a level 200 Tier 5 Red official. At this point, Charlene was many times stronger than Weissman, White River City's magistrate. She stood at the peak of Starmoon Kingdom. Although Shifeng had long since known that Charlene was not an ordinary NPC and that her strength would increase significantly every time they met, her improvement speed was simply mind-blowing. Even he, someone who had played God's Domain for more than a decade, found it astonishing. Just who is Charlene? Questions filled Shifeng's heart. Chapter 614, Demon Gate. Just as Shifeng pondered Charlene's identity, a hint of shock surfaced in the Red official's golden eyes. You have actually obtained it. Charlene could not help but re-evaluate her opinion of Shifeng. And here I thought you would bring me a replica to help you solve your problem. Hearing this, surprise appeared on Shifeng's face. He had only discovered the truth about the replica from the fallen angel Serena. He had not expected Charlene to know about it as well. Charlene could see the question floating in Shifeng's mind. Smiling, she explained, "The Bible of Darkness is not an ordinary item. The Lord of Destruction crafted this item, and it is a treasure used to gain dominance over all demonic creatures. Even though the Bible has been destroyed, it still holds boundless power. There are countless powerhouses who wish to obtain it. In the past, plenty of strong people tried going to the Dark Den to obtain the Bible of Darkness. In the end, however, they only managed to return with replicas. Even so, a replica of the Bible of Darkness still possesses a certain degree of power. There are no problems with using it to solve your great demon problem. Only, at the end of the day, a replica is still a replica. While it might be useful to a weak little adventurer like you, to high-tiered powerhouses, it is hardly worth anything. It is no wonder why Fantasy Extinguisher stopped using the Bible of Darkness after he became a Tier 4 class. Shifeng came to a realization after listening to Charlene's explanation. In the past, Fantasy Extinguisher had made a name for himself by relying on the Bible of Darkness and had even enabled the Fantasy Shrine to overwhelm the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's guild branch. However, after Fantasy Extinguisher became a Tier 4 Spirit Emperor, he stopped using the Bible of Darkness. Back then, everyone had thought that Fantasy Extinguisher had dropped the Bible of Darkness and lost it after someone had killed him. Epic items, particularly special epic items like the Bible of Darkness, an item that would take effect even when inside a player's bag, would not lose its worth with the passing of time. Even a Tier 5 expert could continue to use it. After all, fragmented legendary and legendary items were simply too rare. Even Tier 6 God-ranked players would not necessarily own such items. Owning a unique epic item was still quite impressive. As Shifeng re-examined the situation, he realized that it was highly possible that the replica of the Bible of Darkness could only display its worth up until Tier 3. If it were not helpful to Tier 4 classes, Fantasy Extinguisher would not have continued to use it. Take it out. Then, Charlene said softly, her eyes smiling. Shifeng carefully retrieved the Bible of Darkness from his bag and placed it on the table beside him. Sure enough, it's the real deal. You really are quite the capable fellow. Do you know just how many powerhouses are trying to retrieve the Bible of Darkness? In the end, everyone only returns with a replica. If they knew that a little fellow like you had the real thing, they would most likely go crazy from anger. Charlene nodded, smiling as she scrutinized the Bible of Darkness. She then continued, since you brought me the genuine article, I'll give you two options. The first option is free of charge. For this option, you'll be able to solve the problem of the great demon descending on you. The second option will cost you 1,500 gold and 100 soul crystals. For this option, you can be done once and for all, destroying the great demon that targets you. Sure enough. Shifeng could not help but send Charlene a contemptuous gaze. Currently, he had a little over 1,600 gold in his bag. This was the money the candlelight trading firm had made while he had been absent. If he gave it all to Charlene, he would become a pauper once more. However, even so, Shifeng gritted his teeth and handed over the money. If he had chosen the first option, although it might seem like he had dealt with the great demon, in reality, Charlene would only weaken the descended great demon to a level that he could cope with. He would still have to deal with the great demons while descending on him every so often until he could defeat and kill it. In the past, the Darkness's descent plagued Fantasy Extinguisher, requiring him to deal with a weakened great demon every so often and throwing his guild, Fantasy Shrine, into chaos. The fact that he had a second option was considerably lucky. This might be the difference between a replica and the genuine product. Charlene received the coins and soul crystals with a saintly smile. Nodding with satisfaction, she said, "All right, step back." Following Charlene's request, Shifeng moved more than 30 yards away from her. Meanwhile, Charlene held up the Bible of Darkness. After flipping through a few pages, she began chanting a series of incantations, her hand continuously tracing out a line of runes in the air. As the line of runes grew longer, the power of darkness filling the Star Moon Hall grew denser and denser, to the point where Shifeng could even see faint black mist appear. This black mist desperately gathered in front of Charlene, forming a fourfold magic array. The surrounding space began to blur as well. The powerful mana was even capable of suppressing the space within the hall. This mana is simply too powerful. I can't move at all. Shifeng was shocked as he stared at the fourfold magic array suspended in midair. A magic array was actually capable of forming its own space. Chances were that only Tier 5 existences like Charlene were capable of forming such an array. After Charlene finished writing the runes, she casually scattered the 100 soul crystals before her. Immediately, all 100 soul crystals transformed into grey smoke. This grey smoke then formed a pair of silvery grey gates. There were countless images of demons engraved on these ancient gates, and every one of these demons was quite famous throughout God's domain. These were existences that even ordinary Tier 4 powerhouses would not dare provoke. Are you trying to summon a demon? Shifeng frowned at the grey gates. He could clearly feel how frightening their power was. If the gates opened, horrific creatures would most likely crawl out. You've guessed correctly. I am trying to summon a demon. Moreover, I am summoning the great demon that targets you. Otherwise, how are you going to get rid of it? Charlene rolled her eyes at Shifeng. Her golden eyes then shifted back to the grey gates. In the name of darkness, I summon thee. Emerge, great demon Kildred. The moment Charlene finished speaking, the grey gates abruptly opened. Who dares to summon me? A cold, dark voice boomed through the grey gates, following which, a figure pushed through the grey gates. This figure sported a large pair of black bat wings and two pitch-black goat horns on his head. Pitch-black scaled covered his entire body, and killing intent filled his blood-red eyes. The moment Kildred appeared, he surveyed his surroundings with his blood-red eyes, and he could not help but sneer at what he saw and hear. I wondered who had summoned me. It turns out that it's just you, little divine official, and that foolish adventurer, Kildred said disdainfully as he flapped his wings. I did not expect that little ants like you could actually obtain the real Bible of Darkness. As your reward for summoning me, I'll collect your souls and the Bible. Is this great demon stupid? Shifeng frowned at Kildred. Confused Kildred was a level 180 tier 4 great demon. On the other hand, Charlin was a level 200 tier 5 red official. No matter how he looked at it, they were on entirely different levels. Moreover, the great demon had actually called Charlin a little divine official. Did Kildred believe that he was a tier 6 demon god? Wait a minute. Shifeng immediately discovered the problem. For some reason, the Charlin before him had somehow fallen from being a tier 5 red official to a tier 3 divine official. Little brother, stop daydreaming. Right now, your task is to kill him, Charlin instructed as she looked at Shifeng. She paid no attention to the great demon Kildred's provocation. You wish to kill me, the great demon Kildred? You too must be insane. I'll show you what the consequences are for summoning a great demon. Kildred revealed a malicious grin upon hearing Charlin's words. Suddenly, black flames appeared in his hand. Chapter 615, Tier 5 Curse. The raging black flames quickly transformed into a ferocious beast that bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced on Charlin. Boom. At the sound of an explosion, the black flames in the air suddenly began to collapse, dissipating into nothingness. The great demon Kildred's malicious expression suddenly changed, and he no longer looked down on Charlin. Rather, he gazed at the tier 3 divine official with solemn eyes. Even tier 4 classes would find it difficult to deal with soul fire, yet, Charlin managed to disperse it without moving in the slightest. One could just imagine what kind of power she contained. No, it wasn't the soul fire that was defeated. My mana. Kildred was horrified as he quickly discovered the true problem. His mana rapidly leaked from his body. Due to the lack of mana, he had lost control of the soul fire he had summoned, causing it to disappear. Standing at a distance, Shifeng was also shocked by Charlin's counterattack. The great demon Kildred's level plummeted, as did his tier level 180. Level 170. Level 160. In a short moment, the great demon Kildred had become a level 35 tier 2 evil spirit. He was no longer a level 180 tier 4 great demon. What have you done? Kildred asked, gaping at Charlin in abject horror. It's nothing. I just used God's Twilight, a tier 5 curse, Charlin said, smiling. While inside God's Twilight's effective area, all beings above tier 2 will be forcefully suppressed by 2 tiers. Naturally, their levels will lower as well. Upon hearing these words, Kildred instantly paled. Shifeng was similarly astonished. A tier 5 curse. This was a spell that could rival the power of a tier 6 god-ranked spell. Kildred, you can only escape this situation by defeating the adventurer before you. Otherwise, you will die here. Although Charlin's voice sounded pleasing to the ears, her words caused even a great demon like Kildred to shudder. In fear, realizing that was his cue, Shifeng unsheathed the abyssal blade and Purgatory's shadow. This should be the final test. Shifeng licked his lips as he stared at the great demon Kildred, who hovered in the air. He had always known that it would not be so easy to obtain the fragmented legendary ranked Bible of Darkness. In God's domain, there was an abundance of epic items. However, fragmented legendary and legendary items that were above epic rank, were extraordinarily rare. If players wanted to obtain one, they would have to pay an unimaginable price. The fact that he had grasped a special fragmented legendary item such as the Bible of Darkness with so little trouble could already be considered a miracle. In the past, to obtain a single fragmented legendary item, the various large guilds throughout God's domain would have to be busy for at least 1 to 2 months, possibly 3 to 4 months. Unless one were extremely lucky and encountered special locations such as the Star River Valley, they would have to rely on quests to obtain a fragmented legendary item. Little ant, a tier 1 swordsman like you dares to draw your sword against me, the great demon Kildred? You are indeed courageous. However, just because I have been suppressed to tier 2, you think you have a chance of defeating me? Kildred laughed angrily as he felt the sting of a deep wound to his pride. How will I know if I don't try? Shifeng laughed. He then approached the great demon one step at a time. Kildred, evil spirit great demon. Level 35. HP 100000010000000. A tier 2 evil spirit was the equivalent of a lord-ranked monster. However, due to Kildred's intelligence, his combat power was definitely much higher than an ordinary lord. His HP, though lower than an ordinary lord, was also much higher than a player's. As Shifeng approached Kildred gradually, he suddenly discovered something fortunate. While he was under the effects of God's Twilight, all of his skills' cooldowns had not only been refreshed, but they had also been reduced by half. It seems my test this time is to defeat a Tier 2 evil spirit. While at my peak, Shifeng had initially been worried that he would not be able to use Blade Liberation. Now, however, it seemed that his worries were for naught. Die, the great demon Kildred roared. Suddenly, a black spear appeared in his hand. He then swooped down and jabbed the spear towards Shifeng in rapid succession. In the next moment, streaks of black light rained down on the swordsman Tier 2 skill, Black Rain Annihilation. Shifeng did not dare to hold back. Immediately, he activated Heavenly Dragon's power and Blade Liberation. He then used the Aura of Wind's activatable skill, Wind Rider, and leaped into the air with a 280% increase to his movement speed. Shifeng's speed could rival that of a great lord. Very easily, he escaped the effective area of Black Rain Annihilation. Moreover, due to his ability to fly, he had no need to fear the great demon Kildred's ranged attacks from the air. After avoiding Kildred's Black Rain Annihilation, Shifeng proceeded to activate the Ice Blue Devil Flame, Phantom Kill, Nine Dragons Slash, Black Emperor, and Purgatory Power, instantly pushing his combat power to its peak. Immediately, both sides began a fierce and deadly dance. With Wind Rider active, Shifeng held an absolute advantage in terms of speed. As a result, he was able to dodge all the great demon's attacks easily. Kildred could not even make contact with Shifeng's body. On the other hand, sword lights bombarded on the scales covering Kildred's body, easily penetrating the great demon's armor. Chop. 25 641 Thunder Flame Explosion. 47 156 Thundering Flash. -14,527, -18,546, 24 716. Every skill Shifeng executed had a completion rate of 95% or above, allowing his skill's effect to increase significantly. The great demon Kildred's 1 million HP decreased at a rate visible to the naked eye. After a measly 5 seconds, the great demon only had 70% of his HP remaining. However, Shifeng suddenly discovered that, as he relentlessly attacked the great demon, his opponent's strength and speed began to rise. Originally, when he had activated twofold Berserk, his strength should have rivaled even a high lord of the same level and overwhelmed the great demon Kildred. After a short period of intense battle, however, Kildred's strength was already equal to his. The great demon's speed also quickly caught up. This can't continue. Although I don't know whether he is growing stronger due to the length of battle increasing or his HP decreasing, I need to finish him off as soon as possible. Shifeng used Flame Burst. Suddenly, 2 miniature suns appeared and illuminated the Star Moon Hall. 24 consecutive strike. Both Shifeng and his doppelganger used Flame Burst at the same time. 24 sword lights cut across the space of the hall, striking the great demon Kildred. Every sword light from Shifeng dealt over -20,000 damage to the great demon. His doppelganger caused over -10,000 damage with each attack as well. When critical hits were achieved, the damage of the attacks doubled. When the attacks ended, the great demon Kildred suffered a total damage of over -500,000. This. Shifeng was stupefied when he saw the great demon that he had attacked. At this moment, the great demon Kildred had only 40% of his HP remaining. Meanwhile, a faint, black light radiated from Kildred's body. Tier 2 skill, Dark Shield. It was a spell that could absorb a relatively large amount of damage. Damn it. Shifeng frowned. Flame Burst was his ultimate skill. Yet, the great demon had actually managed to negate a portion of its damage. Currently, the great demon Kildred had grown more formidable after the attack. Meanwhile, there were less than 10 seconds left on Blade Liberation's duration. Ha ha ha. My strength has completely surpassed yours now. Die, human. Kildred snorted. He then threw his spear at Shifeng. Kildred's spear was extremely fast, and even Shifeng only barely managed to block it with his sword's peng. Shifeng was immediately struck down from the air, his body colliding heavily with the floor and shattering it. A damage of close to -1,100 points appeared above his head. This was the damage he received after blocking the great demon's attack. If he had failed to block the attack, he would have lost far more than a little over 1,000 HP. However, the great demon Kildred was not finished. Suddenly, Kildred split into 2 copies of himself. These 2 Kildreds looked exactly the same, and their attributes were equally frightening. In the next moment, one Kildred charged at Shifeng's doppelganger while the other charged at Shifeng. Chapter 616, Promotion to Count. Two identical great demon Kildreds attacked Shifeng, and his doppelganger Shifeng, who had been at a disadvantage in terms of strength, had no choice but to dodge the great demon's attacks. Although Shifeng had entered the flowing water realm and could predict the trajectories of Kildred's attacks, the great demon's spear was like a venomous snake that consistently sent fatal blows towards his blind spots if any other player stood in his place, not to mention dodging, even blocking the attacks. Would be difficult facing the unavoidable attacks. Shifeng had no choice but to block with his swords. However, the great demon Kildred's strength was simply too intense. Each of his attacks managed to push Shifeng back by several steps and inflict slightly more than -1000 damage. Fortunately, Heavenly Dragon's power had increased Shifeng's defense and HP by 300%. With over 30,000 HP, Shifeng could endure the great demon's assault for quite some time. Only Shifeng's twofold berserk state could only last for 20 seconds. Once these 20 seconds were over, he would enter a weakened state and would lose all power to resist the great demon. A short moment later, the other great demon Kildred defeated Shifeng's doppelganger. Ha ha ha. Human, you are quite amazing. A mere tier 1 swordsman like yourself has actually managed to damage me, the great demon Kildred, to such an extent. As a reward, I'll let you become my puppet, and you can follow my orders for the rest of your life. Kildred sneered at Shifeng, who desperately tried to defend against his attack. Standing at a distance, Charlene frowned slightly as she watched the battle. Sighing, she muttered, was it still too soon? Now, Shifeng no longer had his doppelganger. His ultimate skill, Flame Burst, was also on cooldown. Even though he was under the effects of God's Twilight, reducing his cooldowns by half, Flame Burst still had a cooldown of 1 minute, 30 seconds. Most importantly, he had to face two great demon Kildreds who had the same attributes and 40% HP remaining. Shifeng had no chance of winning. It would be Shifeng's end once the two great demon Kildreds launched a pincer attack. Human, be at ease and become my slave. In the blink of an eye, the two great demon Kildreds appeared in front of and behind Shifeng, both great demons revealing a ferocious expression. This is just the twin life technique. Do you really think that I have no way of unraveling it? At this moment, Shifeng's previously stern expression suddenly vanished. On the contrary, he revealed a disdainful and victorious smile. Hearing Shifeng mention the words twin life technique, Kildred's expression turned grim. Twin life technique was a special skill that did not possess any tears. It was a skill that utilized the aid of a treasure to produce a doppelganger with the same capabilities as the original, though both the doppelganger and the original shared the same HP. However, unlike the original, the damage the doppelganger received would be increased by 300%. While twin life technique boosted its users' combat power, it also increased the damage they took. The skill was a double-edged sword. If used correctly, it could display boundless power. If used badly, one would cut their own lifeline with this skill. So what if you know about the twin life technique? Can you tell which one is real and which is fake? Kildred did not believe that Shifeng could differentiate the true Kildred from his doppelganger. The doppelganger the twin life technique had created was exactly the same as the original. It was impossible to tell the difference by sight alone. Even if you identify the doppelganger, will you be able to block the attacks from both of us? Shifeng did not reply to the great demon. Instead, he pointed the abyssal blade towards the hall's ceiling. Suddenly, countless golden divine swords appeared above them. When these golden swords descended, two different damages appeared above the two great demons' heads. The great demon in front of Shifeng received over -5000 damage, while the one behind Shifeng received over -15,000 damage. At this point, it was obvious which was real and which was fake. However, Shifeng was not finished with his attacks. Tightening his grip around the abyssal blade, he swung the magic weapon downwards. Abyssal curse. Suddenly, the space within 30 yards around Shifeng took on the effects of a quagmire. The two great demon Kildreds were unable to move. Although Kildred was immune to fainted effects and other control conditions, the abyssal blade was as powerful as an epic weapon. Even if abyssal curse could not restrict the great demon for a full 5 seconds, to Shifeng, 2 or 3 seconds were more than enough. I've been waiting for this moment. Shifeng activated silent steps and appeared behind Kildred's doppelganger. Suddenly, The abyssal blade in Shifeng's hand released a dazzling flame. How is this possible? How can you still use that skill? Kildred's originally calm expression abruptly changed. The skill Shifeng currently used was none other than Flame Burst, the skill that had previously inflicted massive amounts of damage. However, Shifeng had used that skill recently. Now, the swordsman used it against his doppelganger once more. Die. Shifeng did not bother explaining anything to the great demon. In truth, while Kildred's doppelganger faced off against his doppelganger, he had used up the 30 stacks of Death Aura on Flame Burst. Each stack of Death Aura could reduce the cooldown of a skill by 3 seconds, and 30 stacks just happened to grant him 90 seconds. Once his doppelganger died, he pretended to struggle against one of the great demon's attacks, allowing the 2 great demon Kildreds to launch a pincer attack and giving him a good opportunity to deal with the great demon's doppelganger. 12 consecutive strikes bit into the great demon's immobile doppelganger. Even when Shifeng had used Flame Burst on the real great demon Kildred, each of his attacks had dealt over -20,000 damage. Now that the damage was amplified by 300%, each strike dealt over -60,000 damage against Kildred's doppelganger, or -120,000 damage with a critical hit. Against such frightening damages, Kildred's doppelganger died instantly. No. Kildred released a frustrated scream. Unfortunately, Twin Life technique made it so that both doppelganger and the original shared the same HP. The doppelganger's death meant the original's death. The great demon Kildred would never have guessed that Shifeng was a reincarnator. Not only was Shifeng extremely familiar with many of the skills in God's domain, but he also knew the weaknesses of the various skills. After Shifeng killed the great demon Kildred, a golden glow appeared around his body. Moreover, this golden glow appeared twice in a row. Shifeng's level immediately jumped from level 32 to level 34. Such an abundant amount of EXP. Shifeng said in shock, as the class he possessed was the hidden class Blade Saint. The EXP he required to level up was double of what other players required. Now that he had leveled up twice in a row, not only had he earned back the level he had lost at the World Summit, but he also gained a level beyond that system. Epic Quest Darkness Descends completed quest rewards, Demon Slayer title, Starmoon Kingdom reputation +50, White River City reputation +500, automatically promoted to the status of Count in White River City system. Congratulations on becoming a Count of White River City. You can now employ 100 guards, including 4 personal guards. You can also enjoy a 20% discount on all expenditures in White River City as expected of an epic quest. I've been promoted to a Count after completing a single quest. I can lessen my cost significantly when I head to the Divine Colosseum, Shifeng said, smiling. If a Viscount was considered a major noble, then a Count was a top figure among major nobles in God's domain. The highest social status a player could attain in a city like White River City was Marquis. Only in a capital city like Starmoon City could players become dukes. Thus, becoming a Count of White River City was quite impressive to players. The largest difference between a Count and a Viscount, aside from the difference in status and the number of guards they could employ, was the Divine Colosseum. The Divine Colosseum was a location where players could raise their combat power. Meanwhile, the Colosseum required magic crystals as currency. However, Viscounts or below would not receive any discounts at the Divine Colosseum. Only Counts or above would enjoy that benefit. This was also one of the reasons why many players had strived to increase their reputation and become Counts. That way, one could lessen the burden on their wallet compared to ordinary players. A Count's title held far more importance to players who owned private lands because Counts possessed much greater authority. This authority was also the capital that a player required if they wished to rise and succeed in a city. Chapter 617, Book of Legends. After the great demon Kildred died, Shifeng discovered a particularly interesting item. A design had dropped from the demon. However, this was no ordinary design. The design Kildred had dropped was nearly 4 times larger than ordinary design. Stable design. Shifeng could not help his shock after examining the item in God's domain. After players reached level 40, they could use mounts rather than relying on their own 2 feet to travel. Players could purchase common mounts from the various large cities. Of course, players were also required to have a certain amount of reputation before they could make this purchase. As for higher ranking mounts, players could only obtain them through quests, raiding team dungeons, and killing high-ranking field bosses. Guild players had one other avenue to obtain a mount: the guild mount. Guild mounts were different from the generalized mounts that one could purchase from cities. They were mounts unique to guilds. They could also be considered the symbol of a guild. Not only did guild mounts possess higher movement speeds than common mounts, but they could also be upgraded. Only, upgrading a mount was very difficult. However, high-quality mounts were an ordinary player's dream. How could a guild obtain guild mounts? They could do so with the stable. In order to obtain a guild mount, a guild had to construct a stable in its residence and recruit NPCs to nurture the mount. Guild members could only purchase these mounts with guild contribution points. In the past, to obtain a guild mount, many independent players had desperately tried to join a guild. As for why they were so desperate to obtain a guild mount, aside from guild mounts having higher movement speed and being upgradable, the key benefit was that the mounts had unique appearances. Guild mounts had different appearances from the common mounts one could purchase from cities, so if one rode a guild mount while roaming a city's streets, they would attract a lot of attention. Not only could a guild mount serve to raise the reputation of its rider, but they were great icebreakers. The mounts one could purchase from cities only consisted of horses. The only difference between them was their coloring. However, guild mounts were not limited to horses, there were many other rideable species. Based on Shifeng's knowledge, there were several thousand mount species in God's domain. Hence, most guilds would have their own unique mounts. Why were there so many species of guild mounts? It was because guild mounts were either wild beasts or demonic beasts that had been captured, tamed, cultivated, and propagated until they were finally rideable. This was why there were so many species available. Similarly, it was not easy for a guild to obtain a guild mount. This required a large amount of resources and manpower. Now that I have the stable design, I can push ahead with the plan to develop Zero Wings mount. Shifeng had considered a few locations where he could capture rare mounts. In the past, the various large guilds throughout God's domain had headaches over the acquisition of their guild mounts. After all, depending on the beast they caught and the method they used to nurture said beast, the mount's attributes would be different. If a beast were nurtured properly, it could start with a rank close to bronze. The mount could also increase movement speed up to 115%. One could just imagine how beneficial this would be to a guild. While everyone used common mounts, they could obtain a mount that was close to bronze rank. With some additional nurturing, the guild would have a batch of bronze mounts. At bronze rank, mounts could assist players in battle. This alone would allow them to widen the gap between themselves and other players. Hence, in the past, the various large guilds would nurture the beasts they captured with extreme care to avoid a late start against other guilds. The sooner a guild possessed the stable design, the sooner they could start preparing their guild mounts. However, the stable design was extremely rare. The easiest method to obtain it was through raiding level 20 to level 60, 100-man team dungeons. Only, the drop rate for the design was abysmally low. In the past, even when guilds had offered to purchase a stable design for 5,000 or 6,000 gold, nobody was willing to sell theirs. Initially, Shifeng had planned to wait for everyone in the guild to grow stronger before raiding 100-man team dungeons. Now that the great demon Kildred had dropped this design, it had saved him plenty of time. After Shifeng stored the stable design excitedly, Charlene closed the Bible of Darkness and turned to Shifeng, saying softly, "Not bad. You actually managed to defeat the great demon Kildred. However, even though Kildred is dead, why is there still such a dense power of darkness lingering around you?" Seeing Charlene's confused expression, Shifeng quickly came to an understanding. He then retrieved Molika's ring from his bag, saying, "This should be why." Molika's ring. Charlene instantly recognized the ring. Surprised, she asked, "How did you get your hands on this ring?" "I stole it from a great demon called Nettle," Shifeng responded honestly. "Stole it?" Charlene's eyes narrowed suspiciously. She obviously did not believe Shifeng's claim. A Tier 4 great demon at full power only needed to swing his hand to wipe Shifeng out of existence. Shifeng would simply not survive an attempt to steal the ring from the great demon. Are you really not afraid of death, or are you just that ignorant? You actually had the guts to remove the seal on the ring. Fortunately, you only obtained Molika's ring now. I guess you are somewhat lucky. Legend has it that Molika's ring is related to the fall of the Lord of Balrogs. Moreover, this ring is a complete legendary item. With your strength, this ring will devour you very quickly. Devour? Shifeng thought back to when the great demon Nettle had chased after him. If not for his good luck, he would have certainly died. When I say devour, I mean it in the literal sense. Do you really think a legendary item is easily controlled? Charlene rolled her eyes at Shifeng. Based on what I know, several hundred years ago, the demon that guarded this ring was a Tier 5 Great Demon King. After that Great Demon King was devoured, it became the current Great Demon Nettle's turn to guard it. Shifeng broke out in cold sweat upon hearing these words. At this moment, Shifeng understood what Charlene was trying to say. The so-called guardian of Moloka's ring was nothing but a sacrifice for the ring to devour. Meanwhile, those demons had been unaware of the fact that they were sacrifices. To make matters worse, he had foolishly stolen the ring without knowing this fact. If even a Tier 5 Great Demon King had not been able to avoid its fate, with Shifeng's current strength, he stood absolutely no chance against Moloka's ring in the past. In order to seal this ring, 10 Tier 5 powerhouses sacrificed themselves. Now that you have removed one of the seals, if you wish to seal it again, you will need the help of at least 3 Tier 5 classes. Otherwise, no matter where you go, you will not be able to hide from your fate. Seeing Shifeng's grim expression, Charlene could not help but laugh as she said, however, I have also said that you are somewhat lucky. Lucky? Shifeng grew curious. That's ring. Your luck is quite good. You were able to obtain the real Bible of Darkness. If you had returned with a replica, even I would have no way to save your little life. Charlene rubbed her forehead lightly, saying seriously, the Bible of Darkness is a treasure made by the Lord of Destruction. If one wields the Bible of Darkness, they can rule over every demon in existence. The Lord of Balrogs is no exception. As for why the Bible of Darkness is capable of ruling over demons, it is because the Bible is the origin of all demons. All demons have evolved from the Bible. With the Bible of Darkness, one possessed the power to restrain all demons. Of course, in its current state, it won't be able to suppress Moloka's ring. Only the complete Bible of Darkness has the power to do so. What you need to do now is repair the Bible of Darkness. Do you understand? Chapter 618, Target, Tier 2. Repair the Bible of Darkness. Shifeng laughed bitterly. In God's domain, some fragmented legendary items could be repaired to their peak conditions, which was legendary rank. However, very few fragmented legendary items could actually be repaired. Otherwise, legendary items wouldn't have been so rare in the past. In the case of the fragmented legendary ranked Heavenly Dragon's Breath, the ring's description clearly expressed how it could be repaired. In the case of the Bible of Darkness, however, the description only provided a vague clue. How was he supposed to repair it? Of course, it won't be easy to repair the Bible of Darkness. With your current strength, you can't repair it at all. Fortunately, you have only removed one seal on Moloka's ring thus far. You still have enough time to prepare, Charlene said slowly after perceiving the current state of Moloka's ring with her magic. Lady Charlene, how long do I have? Shifeng asked rather anxiously. That depends on you. Charlene smiled as she glanced at Shifeng. Me? Shifeng was stunned. That's right. The stronger you are, the more time Moloka's ring will need to accumulate enough power to devour you. Based on your current level, you have roughly 50 to 60 days. It would be the best if you reach Tier 2 within 50 days. If you can do so, Moloka's ring will require far more power to devour you. Of course, there is a catch. If you continue releasing the seals on the ring, the speed at which the ring accumulates power will grow. Hence, the deadline depends on you. Hearing Charlene's explanation, Shifeng immediately came to a realization. In the past, the first top-tier expert to have been promoted to a Tier 2 class appeared 3 months after God's Domain launched. However, Shifeng was a Blade Saint. He required twice as much EXP as ordinary classes to level up. Although he was a reincarnator, it would still be somewhat difficult for him to become a Tier 2 class within 50 days. The issue wasn't leveling speed, but that the advancement quest was too challenging and time-consuming. Hence, in the past, even top-tier experts had only obtained their Tier 2 classes 3 months after the game launched. The advancement quest for hidden classes were far more difficult, and the time required to complete them was much longer. If he had to complete his advancement quest within 50 days, he really didn't have much confidence of succeeding. If he had 60 days instead, then he would have significantly more confidence. Yet, the deadline Charlene had given him ranged between 50 and 60 days. Who knew how much time he actually had? Because of how specific Charlene was, Shifeng even began to wonder if the main god system set such a deadline purposefully. You are already very lucky. If you had not acquired the Bible of Darkness, Moloch's ring would not have required so much time to devour you. However, with your current strength, you have no chance of repairing the Bible of Darkness. Look for me again once you are promoted to Tier 2. Charlene waved her hand lightly. The Bible of Darkness then floated to and hovered before Shifeng. Oh, right. Don't forget about the task I gave you. Finished speaking, Charlene vanished. There was no trace of her throughout the Star Moon Hall. This is will projection, Shifeng stated, shocked when he saw Charlene disappear. Will projection was not a profound skill or something similar. It was an ordinary Tier 4 skill. In the past, many Tier 4 magical class players had known how to use the skill. However, the doppelganger summoned through will projection only possessed a small portion of the original strength. The doppelganger could not be used as a fighting force. It was a skill normally used for probing and reconnaissance. Yet, it had not been Charlene who had summoned a demon gate and suppressed a Tier 4 great demon with a Tier 5 curse, but her doppelganger. Charlene had easily completed these feats by relying on a weakened copy. In terms of strength, she definitely stood at the very top among Tier 5 NPCs. When Shifeng recovered from his shock, he discovered that the Bible of Darkness had undergone some changes. Bible of Darkness, fragmented legendary item. The Bible of Darkness had been destroyed during the Great Destruction. However, the power of darkness contained within the Bible is extreme. If one can gather the other fragments, they can restore the Bible's power, gaining dominance over all demonic creatures and become the Lord of Demons. Skill 1. Demon Summoning. Summons the demon gate with the power of darkness, calling forth a random demon that is no higher than 1 tier and 10 levels than the summoner. Maximum tier cannot exceed Tier 5. The holder of the Bible of Darkness can command the summoned demon for up to 5 hours cooldown, 3 hours. Skill 2. Gate of Darkness. Allows teleportation to the Dark Den. Can also be used in the Dark Den to teleport to the outside world. Can teleport a maximum of 5 people at a single time. Cooldown, 1 day. Skill 3. Light of Darkness. Strengthen a player with the power of darkness, allowing said player to wield the power of darkness. Can strengthen up to a maximum of 600 people. Every player strengthened provides 1 source of darkness to the wielder of the Bible of Darkness. Skill 4. Power of Darkness. Fill your body with the power of darkness, increasing all attributes by 60%, decreasing cooldown of all skills by 30%, and increase damage by 50%. Duration will be equal to the number of source of darkness * 1 second. Power of Darkness cannot stack. Can only strengthen players up to a maximum of Tier 5 classes. Cooldown, 6 hours. So, that's the case. It's no wonder Fantasy Extinguisher had stopped using the Bible of Darkness replica after reaching Tier 4. Shifeng was overjoyed after seeing the Bible of Darkness's attributes in the past. There had been 2 reasons why Fantasy Extinguisher was able to become a tyrant among Tier 3 classes. One was his reliance on the demon he summoned, and the other was the power of darkness. However, the demons Fantasy Extinguisher could summon had only been as strong as their summoner, possessing the same tier. Moreover, he could only summon a maximum of 1 demon at a time. Even so, it had been quite impressive. After all, a demon of the same tier was a lot more powerful than a monster of the same tier. Although it still could not compare to a Feingold-ranked personal guard, demons that died could be resummoned. On the other hand, if a player's personal guard died, they would have to go through a lot of trouble to resurrect said guard. However, the Bible of Darkness replica Fantasy Extinguisher had obtained most likely could only be used up to Tier 3. On the other hand, the real article in Shifeng's hand could be used up to Tier 5. The gap between the real and the fake was massive. The most frightening aspect of the real Bible of Darkness was the fact that it was capable of summoning a demon that was 1 rank higher than the summoner. Shifeng was currently Tier 1, so he could summon a Tier 2 demon. When he reached Tier 2, he would be able to summon a Tier 3 demon. With this, who could possibly challenge him? The only unfortunate thing was that the skill summoned a random demon. There was no guarantee that he would summon a demon of a higher tier. Meanwhile, Power of Darkness was a berserk skill that was famous throughout God's domain. Although the skill did not increase one's attributes much, its duration was extremely long. It was at least 2 or 3 times longer than ordinary berserker skills. Moreover, there were no side effects. Fantasy Extinguisher's Power of Darkness lasted 6 minutes, while mine can last up to 10 minutes. Even the number of people I can buff has increased to 600. Shifeng's heart burned with passion when he thought of forming his own Black Demon Legion, a Black Demon Legion with a total of 600 members. As long as the members of the Black Demon Legion were around the same level, they could definitely go on a crusade against a town controlled by the forces of darkness, capturing it and constructing their own guild town. Shifeng then stored the Bible of Darkness. The Bible of Darkness was not equipment. It could take effect even from inside a bag. Hence, it was extremely difficult for others to plunder it. Now that Shifeng had the Bible of Darkness, he would not waste any more time. He immediately departed from the library and headed towards Zero Wing's residence by way of horse carriage. On his way, Shifeng contacted Aqua Rose. Aqua, have the members of the main force gather at the residence. Shifeng said, Guild leader, the main force is currently raiding a dungeon. Our efforts will go down the drain if we recall them now. Many guilds in White River City have already reached the final boss. Aqua Rose did not understand Shifeng's intentions. Currently, the various large guilds in White River City desperately vied for the first clear of the 50-man team dungeon, Ruins of the Crow God. If they recalled Zero Wing's main force right now, they would have wasted a lot of precious time. Relax, it won't be a problem. Shifeng was very familiar with the final boss in the Ruins of the Crow God. It will not be that easy to raid. Smiling, he said, moreover, I'm calling them back to help them clear the dungeon. Guild leader, are you serious? Aqua Rose grew excited. To conquer the Ruins of the Crow God, the various large guilds had tried every hand and exhausted every ounce of brainpower they had. They have never encountered such a difficult dungeon boss before. They were truly helpless against it. Everyone could only try to force their way through the boss again and again. If they had a raiding strategy, then they would have a much easier time dominating the dungeon. Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Shifeng laughed. Okay. I'll notify them right away. Aqua Rose's eyes shone with renewed passion. After disconnecting her call with Shifeng, she immediately notified Zero Wing's main force. Chapter 619, Generation of Talents. Inside the 50-man team dungeon, the Ruins of the Crow God, a black crow that stood over 30 meters high currently spewed endless blue flames, turning the surrounding landscape into a sea of fire. Any players that came into contact with these blue flames would die within 3 seconds. This black crow was none other than the final boss of the dungeon, the Bluefire Crow King. Bluefire Crow King, High Lord, level 28. HP 10,000,000,000,000,000,000. Although a High Lord ranked dungeon boss was slightly weaker than a field boss of the same level and rank, its HP was several times higher. In addition, dungeon bosses also possessed some special skills, making them much harder to take down than field bosses. It was especially true for the final boss of a dungeon. These bosses usually possessed very high intelligence, so they knew how to strike at a team's weak points. Because of this, survival demanded significantly more cooperation between players. To put it simply, the final boss of a dungeon was a test of sorts of a team's ability to work with each other. If one wished to emerge victorious against such a boss, there were only 2 ways to do so. The first was to rely on the composite strength of teamwork, the second was to rely on overwhelming power. However, to the current players in God's domains, both were extremely hard to achieve. Careful. Dodge the flames. Anyone who has touched the flames, distance yourselves from the group immediately. Fire Dance shouted sternly. These blue flames were one of the Bluefire Crow King's team wipe skills. It would have been fine if the Sea of Fire only prevented players from approaching the High Lord. However, these flames were like a plague. Players who had touched the fire would inflict -2,000 damage to other players within a radius of 10 yards once every 3 seconds. That amount of damage was more than half of a cloth armor class's HP. Moreover, this plague formed a chain reaction, jumping from player to player as they neared their teammates. If not dealt with properly, the debuff would make quick work of the entire team. Fortunately, None of the 50 players present were greenhorns. They had already fought the Bluefire Crow King dozens of times, so every one of them was extremely familiar with the High Lord's attacks. The moment the Crow King began to spew the blue flames, everyone instantly moved to dodge the attack. However, the flames still struck a few unfortunate players, so they had no choice but to distance themselves from the rest of the team. After the Bluefire Crow King stopped spewing its fire, it squinted as it focused on one of the healers standing at the rear line. Flapping its wings, it created a storm as it soared into the sky. The Crow King then spread its massive wings, blotting out the sun as it prepared to swoop down towards that healer. Damn! It's targeting Violet. Fire Dance frowned. Hurriedly, she shouted, "Cola, use Iron Will." Ow! Cola, who was as robust as a bear, shouted. In the blink of an eye, his body began to emit a golden glow, making it impossible for others to ignore him. Cola instantly attracted the Crow King's attention. The crow wings, steel-like wings, then descended on Cola's head. Iron Will, Tier 1 skill, forces all nearby enemies to attack user and increases defense by 70% for 4 seconds. If enemy ignores user, strength increases by 70%, speed increases by 100%, and damage increases by 100% for 5 seconds. Cooldown: 2 minutes. A Guardian Knight's strength was already quite high. If Cola's strength increased by another 70% and his damage increased by another 100%, even a boss of the same level would find his attacks too much to bear. Hence, the Crow King had no choice but to attack Cola. Boom! The Crow King's black wings possessed a massive amount of attack power. Upon contact, the boss repelled Cola, the Guardian Knight having no choice but to retreat 8 steps before he could stabilize himself. Despite having blocked the attack with his shield, Cola still received over -800 damage. Its battering dive really packs a punch. Cola hurriedly used his shield to block the High Lord's follow-up attacks. Every collision numbed his arms and forced him to retreat by multiple steps. If his defense had not been increased by 70%, he would have easily received over 1,000 damage. The Crow King would attack more than a dozen times in quick succession when using battering dive. If Cola received every single attack, he would die without question. While Cola's HP rapidly decreased, Violet Cloud, who stood at the rear of the team, waved her jade-like hand. Healing spells then landed on Cola, one after another, causing Cola's HP to yo-yo. Her heals were very timely. In the end, Violet Cloud managed to stabilize Cola's HP above a safe threshold, letting the Guardian Knight avoid the fate of instant death at the hands of the Bluefire Crow King. Thanks to Violet Cloud's precise and powerful healing, the entire team had an easy time dealing with the Bluefire Crow King. Violet Cloud was the only healer responsible for the lead MT. This situation freed the other healers to focus on keeping the other members of the team alive, allowing the team to avoid losing members to one of the boss's minor skills. Meanwhile, the other ranged classes took the opportunity to barrage the High Lord with a stream of attacks. When Cola's Iron Will ended, the Bluefire Crow King shifted its focus back to Violet Cloud. However, just as the Crow King was about to deal with the Astromancer, the female Guardian Knight, Turtledove, similarly activated Iron Will and forced the Crow King to attack her instead. Turtledove was a Guardian Knight Shifeng had encountered in White River City's teleportation hall during the incident with the Mechanical Slayer. Back then, she had only been at the standard of an elite player. Now, however, she had become a member of Zero Wing's main force. Of Zero Wing's Guardian Knights, she was only inferior to Cola and Yi Wumian. Unfortunately, as her equipment was slightly inferior, she required 2 healers to maintain her HP above a safe threshold. While the MTS held the boss, Fire Dance and the other melee players of the team assaulted the Bluefire Crow King with a continuous stream of attacks. The true fire blades in Fire Dance's hands transformed into countless streaks of light. Every one of her attacks dealt over -1,000 damage. The total damage Fire Dance dealt surpassed even Blackie, who wielded an epic staff. Meanwhile, among the melee players, one berserker stood out like a sore thumb. Although this berserker's weapon was only a level 25 fine gold greatsword, his total damage ranked 7th in the entire team. He was none other than Shadow Sword, the person who had accompanied Turtledove during the Mechanical Slayer incident. Shadow Sword was almost equally matched with Rampant Blade, one of the 5 demon generals and the Berserker ranked 6th in terms of total damage within the team. However, unlike Shadow Sword, the weapon Rampant Blade used was a level 25 Dark Gold two-handed saber. However, although Rampant Blade's weapon possessed significantly higher attack power than Shadow Sword's Fine Gold Greatsword, the two Berserkers were almost equal in terms of their total damage. One could see clearly just how high Shadow Sword's skill completion rate was. Shadow, you're improving too fast. Your skill completion rate was roughly 78% yesterday, yet, today, it's sitting at 80%. It seems that my position as number 1 Berserker will soon be in danger, Rampant Blade said, depressed. That's because you're not working hard enough. Shadow Sword has either been raiding dungeons or visiting the Divine Colosseum to improve himself, Yi Wumian, who had been the workshop's past leader, said contemptuously. All right, enough. Focus on the boss. Fire Dance reprimanded. In reality, other than Shadow Sword, many other powerful recruits had joined Zero Wing's main force. This allowed the strength of Zero Wing's current main force to improve significantly. At this point in the fight, the Bluefire Crow King only had 50% of its HP remaining. Die, intruders, the Bluefire Crow King bellowed. Cola, take care of the boss. The other MTS and melees will deal with the small mobs. Fire Dance shouted, her expression turning grim a moment later. Over a dozen 3-meter-tall Bluefire Crows descended from the sky. Every one of these Bluefire Crows was a level 28 special elite, each with 300,000 HP. It would be extremely difficult with them all. If players did not dispatch these Bluefire Crows swiftly, these monsters would grow using the only skill they possessed, growth. When the Bluefire Crows used this skill, they would instantly become chieftain-ranked monsters, their maximum HPs reaching 700,000. If the battle dragged on for too long, they could even become lords that possessed 1,500,000 HP. Even a more powerful team could not contend with a high lord in addition to over a dozen lords. A few minutes later, a group of players emerged from the ruins of the Crow God's resurrection point. Meanwhile, quite a few teams took this chance to relax around the resurrection point. Among them were the various large guilds of White River City. The Bluefire Crow King had wiped them all out. When everyone saw this new group of players appear, they all could not help but gaze at these players with admiration. This group was none other than Zero Wing's main force. They were the team with the best equipment of all the teams in White River City. Those Bluefire Crows are too difficult to deal with. Our overall DPS is still too low, Blackie stated dispiritedly. It would be awesome if Guild Leader joined us. With his DPS, we can breeze through this boss. The other members of Zero Wing's main force nodded in agreement. In their opinion, Shifeng was no longer a human. He alone could serve as an entire team. Suddenly, Fire Dance received a call from Aqua Rose. After exchanging a few words, joy appeared on Fire Dance's face. Let's head back to the city and rest for a bit, Fire Dance said through the team chat. Return? Aren't we supposed to try 5 or 6 more times today? Blackie asked, surprised. Didn't you want Guild Leader to raid with us? Fire Dance grinned. Guild Leader has just returned, and is telling us to head back to the residence immediately. He says that he has something to tell us and that it's related to the dungeon. Really? Everyone was suddenly excited. We'll know once we get back. Saying so, Fire Dance took out a return scroll and began chanting. Everyone else followed her example, one after another. Look. Zero Wing's main force is leaving. Are they giving up on the dungeon? Probably. The final boss of the ruins of the Crow God is really too powerful. They must have guessed that no team will clear it anytime soon, so why bother wasting their time here? Many teams that had watched Zero Wing carefully before chatting among themselves. Chapter 620, Frightening Power of Darkness. After Zero Wing's main force left the ruins of the Crow God, the news spread like wildfire. If one were to point out which guild in White River City had the highest chances of obtaining the first clear of the ruins of the Crow God, it would undoubtedly be Zero Wing. Not only did Zero Wing's team possess excellent equipment, but it also had plenty of experts. Following Zero Wing would be overwhelming Smile and the other guilds. It was especially true for the recently established guild, Heaven's Burial. The new guild's raiding speed was only slightly slower than Zero Wing and Overwhelming Smile leader. It seems that Zero Wing has left, a level 28 ranger in grey reported to a youth in white robes. Everyone's already at the point of clearing the dungeon, yet, Zero Wing has given up? The white-robed youth pondered the situation. He was greatly confused about Zero Wing's actions. Leader, Zero Wing must have determined that they aren't able to raid the final boss and gave up, a gorgeous woman wearing low-cut crimson robes commented, smirking. Everyone talks about how Zero Wing has so many experts. Now, however, it seems that they only amount to this. Despite our Heaven's Burial having such a late start, we still caught up to Zero Wing's raid progression of the ruins of the Crow God, reaching the third phase of the final boss. As long as we familiarize ourselves with the boss's third phase, today might be the day we surpass Zero Wing and become the first guild in White River City to reach the fourth phase of the final boss. Hearing this beautiful woman's words, pride appeared on every face in the team. Leader, just ignore Zero Wing. We are the experts the company has recruited. Zero Wing arrived in White River City only a few days before us. If we had arrived earlier, Zero Wing would not necessarily be White River City's overlord, a tall and robust level 28 berserker said, laughing. Although Heaven's Burial was a newly established guild, the power backing the guild was much stronger than even the power behind Overwhelming Smile. Moreover, their company had paid a huge price to recruit quite a few well-known experts in the virtual gaming world. Among them, the commander of Heaven's Burial's main force, Flameblood, had been crowned as one of the top 10 newcomers of the virtual gaming world during the previous year. He had once been an expert who had become an overlord in a large-scale virtual reality game. Now that Flameblood and so many other experts have arrived in White River City, if they could not surpass Zero Wing, they would have wasted their many years of playing virtual reality games indeed. Regardless of what Zero Wing does, we will be the ones to obtain the first clear of the ruins of the Crow God, Flameblood said, revealing a refreshing smile. Soon, Ghost Shadow and the others will arrive. At that time, Heaven's Burial will claim the ruins of the Crow God in one fell swoop. Hearing the name Ghost Shadow, a hint of reverence appeared in everyone's eyes. The Ghost Shadow Workshop was one of the industry's first-rate gaming workshop. It had came conflicted with super guilds in many virtual reality games before. The strength of the workshop's core members was extraordinary. Meanwhile, in terms of popularity, Ghost Shadow was even superior to the Snow Goddess, Gentle Snow, and the guild leader of Star Alliance, Galaxy Pass. 2 days ago, the company successfully purchased Ghost Shadow Workshop, rebranding the workshop's members as members of Heaven's Burial. Heaven's Burial's strength soared instantly and even showed signs of surpassing Zero Wing. Aside from Heaven's Burial, Overwhelming Smile had also made ample preparations in order to conquer the ruins of the Crow God. War Wolf, who had been based in Maple City, had come to White River City. In addition, he brought with him a group of experts with domineering auras. If Shifeng were present, he would definitely be shocked, as a few of War Wolf's team actually consisted of Ouroboros's top combatants. Among them was the gifted Soaring Snake, who had undergone a massive change. Not only had he reached level 29, but he also carried 2 blue longswords whose quality could not be determined. The 2 long swords looked identical, and it was obvious that they were a set. Brother Wolf, now that Zero Wing has given up, the rest will be up to you. Feng Xianyang addressed War Wolf respectfully. After facing a series of failures, Feng Xuanyang's position in Underworld had fallen significantly. However, he had not given up. As long as Overwhelming Smile obtained the first clear of the ruins of the Crow God, he still had a chance to make a comeback. Hence, he had specifically invited War Wolf and the others to help him. Young Master Feng, you can rest assured. God's Domain is not a one-man game. Even if Black Flame is more powerful, his capabilities inside a large-scale dungeon are limited. With Boss Wolf taking the lead with our expert support, the ruins of the Crow God's first clear will be ours for the taking, an elementalist said confidently. War Wolf only nodded silently. After the third evolution of God's Domain, the powers backing the various large guilds had begun placing importance on the experts in God's Domain. As War Wolf possessed extraordinary strength, his position in Underworld rose rapidly. Not only did Underworld supply him and his team with all sorts of resources, but the organization had also mobilized the guilds under their control in order to gear up War Wolf and the others. In terms of equipment, their team was only slightly inferior to Zero Wing's main force right now. While Overwhelming Smile and Heaven's Burial prepared to go all out in raiding the ruins of the Crow God, things were getting extraordinarily lively in Zero Wing's residence in White River. City Guild leader is finally willing to lead us in a dungeon. I want to see just what sort of reaction those bastards from Overwhelming Smile will have once we leave them in our dust. Cola laughed loudly. Guild leader said that he would lead us in a dungeon the last time. He's finally fulfilling his promise, Yi Wumian said, laughing as well. Zero Wing had already proven its strength to the public many a time through the wars they've participated in. However, regardless of how capable a guild was in PvP, their ability to raid large-scale dungeons was far more important. Only when they obtained the first clear of the ruins of the Crow God would they truly stabilize their position as White River City's overlords. Otherwise, other guilds would always try to rise up and overtake Zero Wing. However, compared to White River City's overlord position, what everyone truly anticipated was for Shifeng to lead them in a large-scale dungeon personally. That way, they could learn far more from him. It would be a huge help towards improving their own strength. A moment later, the doors of the meeting room abruptly opened. Shifeng slowly entered the room. He had already used the demon mask to recover Black Flame's appearance. Although there were no changes to Black Flame's character, his aura was much stronger than before. Everyone was shocked by this change. Originally, Shifeng's aura had been contained, making him seem like only an ordinary passerby. However, after undergoing a series of challenges that pushed him to his very limits, his strength had improved vastly. At this moment, his previous strength could not compare. He would require some time before he could sheath his aura once more. Taking his seat on the guild leader's throne, Shifeng swept a glance over everyone present and said slowly, "The reason why I've called you guys back is to notify you of one thing. You could also say that this is a core secret of Zero Wing." Upon hearing the words core secret, everyone immediately fell silent. "There's no point in just telling you. I'll give you a demonstration," Shifeng announced, smiling faintly. He then shifted his gaze to the Berserker Shadow Sword, saying, "Shadow Sword, come over here for a moment." Shadow Sword revered Shifeng. Ever since watching Shifeng battle at the teleportation hall, Shadow Sword had been mesmerized by Shifeng's combat techniques. He had watched and learned from Shifeng's battle videos repeatedly, hoping to grasp even the tiniest fraction of Shifeng's techniques. Hearing Shifeng call for him, despite his normal calm, he involuntarily grew excited. Immediately, he walked up to his guild leader. Shifeng stretched out his hand, a black ball the size of a fist suddenly condensing in his palm. The center of the ball looked like a miniature universe. It was fascinating. Shifeng snapped his fingers. This black ball then melded into Shadow Sword's body. When this black ball vanished into Shadow Sword's body, the Berserker's aura changed. Suddenly, Shadow Sword released a frightening aura resembling that of a demonic beast. "This is..." Shadow Sword looked at himself in shock. He had never experienced such a strong force before. With Shadow Sword's astounded reaction, there was no need to mention everyone else's, who possessed acute five senses so strong. Fire Dance faintly felt a sense of danger when she looked at Shadow Sword. Chapter 621, Sensation. As the commander of Zero Wing's main force, Fire Dance had a very clear understanding of every member's strength. Although Shadow Sword had improved quite significantly during this period, his combat power only ranked slightly above average for the team. He was not capable of making her feel even the slightest hint of danger. However, the Shadow Sword standing before her was vastly different. It was as if he had transformed into an ancient beast, dangerous and threatening. In the blink of an eye, after receiving Lei Bao and Shifeng's continuous guidance, Fire Dance had mostly learned how to control her body's power. She had already taken half a step into the refinement realm. Her skill completion rates hovered around 85% as a result. She was considered a true top-tier expert after factoring in the powerful attributes of her Tier 1 set equipment, the Dark Melody set equipment. Very few players could triumph over her. Only monsters like Shifeng could possibly defeat her. Yet now, Fire Dance felt that Shadow Sword had a chance against her. One could just imagine how massive of a buff Shadow Sword had received. Guild leader, what is going on here? Aqua Rose fixed her gaze on Shifeng. She very much wanted to know what had just happened. Everyone present turned to Shifeng as well, all of them sharing the same thought as Aqua Rose. If a few more of their team members suddenly become as strong as Shadow Sword, they would no longer be stuck at the Bluefire Crow King's third phase. Every player here was a core member of Zero Wing. To ordinary players, they were considered absolute experts. Not only did they possess incomparably acute senses, but their intuitions were also very sensitive. Only by sheathing one's aura perfectly could they fool these players. Shifeng during their previous encounter was an example. Before this, he could hide his aura completely and disguise himself as an ordinary passerby. Players only realized what a monster Shifeng actually was after he took action. Seeing the fervent gazes directed at him, Shifeng could not help but laugh as he said, "I obtained an item that can increase a player's strength. As for how much of an improvement it grants, you guys can see that for yourselves." The power of darkness could increase a player's basic attributes by 30%. An increase of 30% was the equivalent of a player's combat power reaching a whole new level. For example, if a player possessed Tier 1 intermediate combat power, after their attributes increased by 30%, their combat power would approach the peak of Tier 1. Shadow Sword was currently level 28, and his strength was near the top of Tier 1 intermediate. He was close to approaching Tier 1 advanced. After the power of darkness's enhancement, his combat power would rise to the peak of Tier 1. Meanwhile, Fire Dance, who was currently level 30, already possessed combat power at the peak of Tier 1. Facing Shadow Sword, who similarly possessed combat power at the peak of Tier 1, it was only natural for Fire Dance to feel some danger from the Berserker. Of course, the power of darkness did not permanently increase a player's attributes. Rather, it gave players a Berserk skill that they could activate freely. Only, this Berserker skill had a slightly longer duration than ordinary Berserk skills. The power of darkness lasted a full 10 minutes and had a cooldown of 5 hours. Shadow Sword's sudden strength boost was due to the fact that the power of darkness had just melded with the Berserker, resulting in the Berserk skill activating immediately. However, this effect only lasted several seconds. Once it was over, the Berserk skill would become an active skill that players could use at any time. This had been the true power of the Black Demon Legion. Berserk skills were extremely rare in the entire God's domain. If every member of a legion possessed a Berserk skill that lasted 10 full minutes, one could just imagine how frightening they would be. This was also why the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Blood Legion had not been a match for the Fantasy Shrine's Black Demon Legion in the past. Guild leader, how many people can that tool strengthen? As the vice leader of the guild, Aqua Rose was particularly concerned about this. If they could enhance many players, they could definitely raise the main force's combat power to a whole new level. Everyone's hearts began to pound upon hearing Aqua Rose's question. They, too, wished to become stronger like Shadow Sword. However, they all knew that such a buff could only be used on a limited number of players. It would not be easy to obtain a spot for themselves. Relax. Every member of the main force can obtain this power. Shifeng did not reveal the exact numbers to his guildmates. There were a total of 100 members in Zero Wing's main force. In addition, there were 200 reserve members. The 600 slots he had on hand were more than enough to go around everyone. Guild leader, you're not joking, right? Aqua Rose was inwardly thunderstruck. She seriously doubted Shifeng's claim. If every member of Zero Wing's main force could possess this power, then they could display astonishing combat power. Not to mention the hard mode ruins of the Crow God, they could even try hell mode. I have not finished. I plan to choose some members from the second echelon to form the Black Demon Legion. This legion will focus on dealing with field bosses and 20-man hell mode team dungeons. I'll leave this matter to you, Aqua. Shifeng did not wish to waste his remaining power of darkness. In the past, one of the duties of the Fantasy Shrine's Black Demon Legion was to grind and collect equipment through raiding various 10-man and 20-man hell mode team dungeons in a guild. Even the elite teams would struggle to raid 10-man and 20-man hell mode team dungeons. With the power of darkness, however, the difficulty of dungeons would fall sharply. It would be much easier to clear dungeons in the future. It was also this reason that had allowed the Fantasy Shrine to amass a ton of wealth. The greatest asset they could gain from raiding hell mode dungeons was magic crystals. Normal mode dungeons very rarely dropped magic crystals. However, it was a different story for hell mode dungeons. The drop rate in hell mode dungeons was more than 10 times that of normal mode. The magic crystals could then be used to train the guild's elites and experts. Hence, Fantasy Shrine's overall strength had steadily increased in the past. In the end, the guild had become the overlord of the Black Dragon Empire, and even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had been forced to give way to Fantasy Shrine. In this life, Shifeng could use the power of darkness on far more players than Fantasy Extinguisher had been able to. Naturally, he had to utilize this benefit properly. A short moment later, every official member of Zero Wing's main force received the power of darkness. To Fire Dance and Violet Cloud, a 30% increase in attributes was colossal. Their combat power had already been at the peak of Tier 1. After using the power of darkness, they even qualified to contend with a Lord, which was the equivalent of a Tier 2 class, by themselves. Although they still could not win against a Lord, they could hold one off for a relatively long time. They could almost rival a great expert such as War Wolf. Only, they still lacked techniques. After strengthening the main force, Shifeng led Fire Dance and the others towards the ruins of the Crow God. Although Shifeng still had many things he needed to attend to, such as the teleportation magic array and the stables, the construction of these two required materials. These materials could only be obtained from large-scale team dungeons. Hence, there was no point in focusing on those items for now. An hour or so later, ruins of the Crow God. An extremely tense atmosphere surrounded the 50-man team dungeon. Players crowded the vast plains around the ruins. The majority of these players consisted of guild players. The various large guilds in White River City knew that this was the juncture for the final sprint to claim the first clear of the ruins of the Crow God. It was highly possible that a lucky guild would obtain the first clear in the next second. Hence, many guilds' members anxiously waited outside the dungeon's entrance. If their guild's team required any tasks or additional supplies, these idle members would rush to get it done or delivered. Look, it's Zero Wing. Huh? Why are they here again? I thought they gave up. I don't think so. Look, even Black Flame has shown up. They must plan to go all out. This is going to be interesting. Just before this, Heaven's Burial also received backup from a group of experts. I heard that those experts were members of the Ghost Shadow Workshop. Every one of them is incredibly strong. As for Overwhelming Smile, they, too, dispatched a lot of experts. I wonder which of the three will emerge wearing the crown? I'm betting on Heaven's Burial. They have Ghost Shadow leading the team. Even super guilds are trying to annex the Ghost Shadow Workshop. Moreover, Heaven's Burial entered the dungeon a while ago. Zero Wing has only just arrived. Most likely, they are already too late. Upon noticing Zero Wing's arrival, everyone in front of the ruins of the Crow God began chatting among themselves. Guild leader, we have trouble. I've heard of Ghost Shadow before. He is definitely an expert among experts. Moreover, he has a group of reliable teammates with him. Now that they've been in the dungeon for quite some time, it will be difficult to compete over the first clear. Aqua Rose frowned slightly. She had heard plenty about Ghost Shadow. Shifeng shook his head. Laughing, he said, "Who says we're competing over the first clear of hard mode?" Everyone turned to Shifeng in shock. However, before they could react, Shifeng selected the dungeon's hell mode difficulty. In the next moment, every member of the team was teleported into the dungeon. Chapter 622, Power that Causes Despair. Look. That's the teleportation gate for hell mode. That's impossible, right? Is Zero Wing actually challenging the hell mode ruins of the Crow God? Have they lost their minds? I heard that the ruins' final boss is a great lord. It's many times stronger than a high lord ranked boss. There's no way any of these guilds can beat something so strong. Could Zero Wing's team leader have chosen the wrong difficulty? When everyone outside the ruins of the Crow God saw the pair of pitch-black teleportation gates and the flickering skull behind it, their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The final boss of hard mode already made them feel powerless. None of them even humored the thought of raiding hell mode. Shortly after Shifeng and the others entered the dungeon, the news quickly spread throughout White River City. No one who heard it could bring themselves to believe that it was true. Meanwhile, if one had to point out who was most shocked by the news, then it would be White River City's various large guilds. Now that White River City's long period of development had come to an end, the city contained well over 100 guilds. Meanwhile, as White River City's overlord, Zero Wing constantly received attention from many of these guilds. They actually dare challenge hell mode even though they still haven't cleared hard mode. I never thought that Black Flame would be so foolhardy. When Feng Xianyang received the latest news regarding Zero Wing, he could not contain his mocking smile. Underworld's information network covered over a dozen kingdoms and multiple empires. As part of Underworld's middle management, Feng Xianyang knew exactly what the hell mode of a 50-man team dungeon represented: despair. Of all these kingdoms and empires, there were several top-tier large guilds that had already conquered the hard mode of a 50-man team dungeon. Yet, out of all of these guilds, not a single one had managed to defeat the first boss of hell mode. They had not even managed to drop the boss's HP below 90%. No matter which MT they tried, everyone died from a single hit. It was useless, regardless of how many healers the team had. In the end, these top-tier large guilds had no choice but to give up on raiding the hell mode of their respective 50-man team dungeons and had to shift their focus to 100-man team dungeons instead. Previously, Zero Wing had only reached the third phase of the Bluefire Crow King, yet, now, they were actually trying to challenge hell mode. Even with 3 or 4 Shifengs, they still had no chance. Meanwhile, inside the ruins of the Crow God. Regarding the environment, there were not many differences between the hell mode and hard mode ruins of the Crow God. Collapsed shrines and towering statues littered the ruins at this moment. However, Fire Dance and the others were extraordinarily tensed. Every one of them wore somber expressions. Haven't you guys fought up to the final boss of this place already? Why are you all so nervous? Shifeng could not help but laugh as he looked at his teammates. He was the only one who had not drawn his weapons, ready to fight at a moment's notice. Team dungeons were different from 6-man party dungeons. Team dungeons only refreshed once every 3 days. It did not make a difference if one cleared normal, hard, or hell mode. Moreover, in team dungeons, bosses and monsters would not respawn even if the team decided to change difficulties midway. Teams would not be able to kill bosses that they had already defeated. Depending on which boss a team fought up to, they would simply continue from the same boss after switching difficulties. Only, the strength of the remaining monsters and bosses would change according to the new difficulty. There was a difference between the team dungeons in God's Domain and those in other virtual reality games. Unlike other virtual reality games, the difficulty setting of team dungeons could only be increased, not decreased. In other words, if a team raided hard mode and defeated the first boss, but failed to defeat the second boss, they were not allowed to lower the difficulty to normal mode to continue raiding the dungeon from there. If they wished to change the difficulty of the dungeon, they could only raise it to hell mode. Previously, Fire Dance and the others had fought up to the final boss. Now that they had selected hell mode difficulty, the path to the final boss was quite safe. Everyone felt a little embarrassed when they heard Shifeng's questions. They had an instinctive fear of hell mode. Alright, let's take a look at the Bluefire Crow King, Shifeng said. Laughing. Fire Dance then led the way towards the final boss's nest. Meanwhile, as Shifeng followed, he called up the system interface. He was currently level 34 and was already far above the maximum level limit, level 30, to obtain the dungeon's first clear. He needed to reduce his level. Moreover, the hell mode Bluefire Crow King was not a trivial opponent. Even if he had 4 additional levels of attributes, it would not make a huge difference. Converting those levels and attributes into combat power would be far more beneficial. Shifeng selected his skill window and clicked on Flame Burst. He leveled up the skill without hesitation. At level 9, Flame Burst was already an impressively domineering skill. After the Flame Burst icon flashed a few times, the skill upgraded to Tier 1, level 5. The skill's stats increased significantly as well. Flame Burst, Tier 1, level 5, requires 480 million EXP to upgrade to Tier 1 level 6 skill. Channeling time, 1 second. Gathers the power of flames to a single point and causes 900% damage to the target. Attack count, 15 times. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Originally, the level 9 Flame Burst had an attack count of 12, and every attack dealt 750% of Shifeng's damage. Now, not only did the attack count increase by 3, but the damage each hit dealt also increased significantly. The Tier 1, level 5 Flame Burst's damage far surpassed the level 9 Flame Burst. At the same time, however, Shifeng's level fell rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he dropped to level 30, which was in line with the requirement of obtaining first clear of the dungeon as expected of a super skill. If I want to upgrade Flame Burst further, I'll have to wait until I am level 40 at the very least. Shifeng inwardly calculated Flame Burst required 480 million EXP just to reach the next level. With Shifeng's current level, if he upgraded Flame Burst to Tier 1, level 6, he would most likely drop to level 25. Any other player would most likely lose many more levels. Shifeng's saving grace was his class's high EXP requirement. However, upgrading Flame Burst to Tier 1, Level 5 at the cost of 4 levels was still a worthwhile exchange. With this skill alone, Shifeng was confident of heavily injuring even a full HP Lord in the future. He would have a much easier time killing Lord-ranked monsters. Half an hour later, Shifeng and the others arrived before the Crow God's shrine, the Bluefire Crow King's nest. It's huge. Blackie gaped as he gazed at the Bluefire Crow King in the distance. In hard mode, the Bluefire Crow King was roughly 30 meters tall. That was already an intimidating size. Now, however, the Bluefire Crow King before them stood over 50 meters high. The hard mode Bluefire Crow King was a child compared to the hell mode Bluefire Crow King. Bluefire Crow King, Great Lord. Level 30. HP 27,000,000,027,000,000. How are we supposed to fight that? Its HP alone is already more than double that of the High Lord ranked Bluefire Crow King. Kola gulped, his prior enthusiasm dissipating. Although they were now capable of activating the power of darkness and increasing their basic attributes by 30% for 10 minutes, the Bluefire Crow King's attributes had increased by more than 30%. The gap between them now was even wider than before. Fire Dance frowned. Even she was not confident of taking down such a powerful boss leader. Are we still going to fight it? Aqua Rose asked as she turned to Shifeng. Initially, due to Shifeng's leadership, everyone had possessed a shred of confidence of conquering the hell mode ruins of the Crow God. However, they had terribly underestimated the horrors of hell mode. Even with Shifeng, it was impossible for them to defeat such a powerful boss fight. Why wouldn't we? What else do you think we came here to do? Shifeng rolled his eyes at his team. This was not the first time Shifeng had experienced the horrors of hell mode. Even if Shifeng went all out, he would require a long time to finish off the Crow King's 27 million HP. Not to mention, the Crow King would also recover 1% of its HP every 5 seconds. The Great Lord's battle recovery alone made for a frightening weapon. This was why an individual's power was extremely limited inside a team dungeon. Even though Shifeng was capable of withstanding the Crow King's attacks for a short period, he and his team could not deplete that much HP within such a short time. Of course, since he dared to come here, he naturally had a certain degree of confidence of emerging victorious. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to challenge hell mode. Time to put you to good use. Shifeng opened his bag and smiled at the Bible of Darkness. Chapter 623, Tier 2 Strengthening. Looking at Shifeng, who was brimming with confidence, everyone's heavy hearts grew lighter. Although the Great Lord ranked Bluefire Crow King was powerful, they still had a fighting chance against it. After all, dungeons were meant to be raided by players. They just had not figured out a proper raiding strategy yet. In the next moment, Shifeng retrieved the Bible of Darkness from his bag and began to chant the incantation recorded within Emerge, Demon Gate. With Shifeng's light shout, the dark mist in the sky congregated to form a pair of dark grey gates. However, unlike the Demon Gate Charlene had summoned, Shifeng's was far weaker. Not only was the size of the Demon Gate much smaller, but the aura it radiated was also ordinary. It lacked the ability to instill fear in others. Although the Demon Gate he summoned was significantly smaller, Shifeng did not particularly mind it. However, to Fire Dance and the others, who were seeing these gates for the first time, their expressions grew serious as their gazes locked onto the Demon Gate. As the Demon Gate slowly opened, everyone felt a sense of panic. A moment later, a purple demon, double the height of an average player, stepped out from the Demon Gate. When this purple evil spirit swept its eyes across the crowd before it, Fire Dance and the others instinctively raised their weapons, expecting a fight. There is no need to worry. This is a demon that I've summoned. Shifeng waved his hand, signaling for the others to calm down. It seems that my luck is quite good this time. It is actually a Heart Devourer, a Tier 2 evil spirit. Heart Devourer, evil spirit. Level 35. HP 1 200 0001 200 000. A Tier 2 evil spirit was the equivalent of a Lord-ranked monster. Although it did not possess as much HP as a Lord of the same level, in terms of skills and intelligence, it was superior. It would be a massive help in a team dungeon. Although players could bring their personal guards to a dungeon, Kite's current level was too high. Moreover, in the off chance that Kite died, it would be extremely troublesome to revive him. Most importantly, Personal guards took up dungeon slot. Hence, it was not worthwhile to bring a personal guard. However, Shifeng would not have to worry about such matters if he summoned a demon. Moreover, every demon possessed many skills and was proficient in a specific field. Take the Heart Devourer for example. It was proficient as support. Not only was it capable of weakening its enemies, but it was also capable of enhancing its allies' strength, which was why Shifeng was satisfied with his luck A Tier 2 demon. Aqua Rose stared at the Heart Devourer in shock. There were plenty of summoning skills in God's domain. For example, the Summoner was a class that specialized in summoning creatures. However, even a Tier 1 Summoner would find it very difficult to summon a Tier 1 creature. The majority of the current Summoner players could only summon Tier 0 creatures to fight for them. If Tier 1 Summoners already found it difficult to summon Tier 1 creatures, there was no need to mention Tier 2 creatures. That was practically a Lord-ranked monster. The summoned creature would be able to move unhindered among the current players of God's domain. It could even display unimaginable strength in current dungeons. Alright, everyone get into positions. Maintain a distance of 10 yards between each other. Fight the Bluefire Crow King as you would the hard mode boss. Shifeng immediately began to issue commands, not wanting to waste any more time. In the past, Shifeng had raided the hell mode ruins of the Crow God so often that he found it tiresome. Only, at that time, he had conquered the dungeon by relying on level suppression. Every one of his team members had been above level 40. The equipment they wore had also been secret silver rank or higher. There were not many differences between the hell mode and hard mode ruins of the Crow God. Only, the basic attributes and skills of the monsters had been greatly enhanced. The dungeon's bosses had not received any additional skills, and no new traps had been added into the dungeon. The ruins of the Crow God could be considered to be a large-scale team dungeon of intermediate difficulty. Heart Devourer, support spells. Shifeng commanded the demon once everyone was in position. Nodding, the Heart Devourer began drawing line after line of runes in the air with its sharp claws. Tier 2 spell, Iron Wall Reinforcement. Tier 2 spell, Blood Radiance. Tier 2 spell, Magic Power Increase. Tier 2 spell, Mad Cow's Power. The Heart Devourer's Tier 2 spells significantly increased the strength of the entire team. It was especially true for Kola's defense and HP. Not only had his defense doubled, but his HP also increased by 60%. Kola's HP was now over 16,000. As for Yi Wumian, the second-ranking MT on the team, his HP was also close to reaching 15,000 due to the significant increase in defense, HP, and strength. It was no longer possible for the Great Lord-ranked Bluefire Crow King to kill them with a single hit. Damn, having Tier 2 support spells is just too awesome. Blackie grew excited as he discovered that the magic damage he dealt and healing effects he received had increased by 20%. With this, the team's damage and healing rose to a whole new level. Everyone finally understood why Shifeng wanted to challenge Hell Mode. With the assistance of these Tier 2 spells, it would be child's play to fight the hard mode Bluefire Crow King attack. Shifeng shouted as he unsheathed the Abyssal Blade. Kola and Yi Wumian immediately took the lead and charged towards the Great Lord when there was still a distance of 150 yards between the two MTS and the Bluefire Crow King. The Great Lord noticed Kola and Yi Wumian caw. The Crow King's cry echoed throughout the shrine. It flapped its wings, sending black feathers, which were as large as the players themselves, flying at the two MTS. The densely packed feathers descended on the two MTS like raindrops, giving them no opportunity to dodge the attacks. Immediately, Kola and Yi Wumian both raised their shields to defend against the attacks. These feathers deal a lot of damage. Kola stated, aghast. In hard mode, the Crow King's feather attack only dealt around -200 to -300 damage per feather. However, due to the high number of feathers, Kola would receive more than -1000 damage per second, so the overall damage was relatively high. However, the Great Lord-ranked Bluefire Crow King's feathers each dealt nearly -400 damage, and this was after his defense had doubled. If he did not have the assistance of the Heart Devourer's Tier 2 spells, he would most likely have received around -800 damage from each feather. When Kola and Yi Wumian were still 50 yards from the Bluefire Crow King, the Great Lord halted its feather attack. It then condensed a ball of blue fire in its mouth, launching it at the Guardian Knight Kola and the Shield Warrior Yi Wumian. Kola and Yi Wumian had long since familiarized themselves with dodging these flames. Immediately, They both threw themselves to the ground, dodging the blue flames and taking the opportunity to charge at the Great Lord Shield Bash. -1042 Violent Strike. -895 Cola and Yi Wumian sucked in a mouthful of cold air crap. Why is its defense so strong? Cola's eyes widened in shock when he saw the damage he had caused after being strengthened by Mad Cow's power. His strength increased by 15%. His damage should have significantly increased as well. If he were facing the High Lord-ranked Bluefire Croaking, his damage would have easily surpassed -1,500 points, yet, now, his attack had only dealt slightly over -1,000 damage while Cola was still in a daze. The Bluefire Croaking flapped its wings and slapped them at Cola. Reacting quickly, Cola raised his shield to protect himself. Boom. The impact drove Cola knee-deep into the ground. A damage of over -4,000 appeared above his head. Why is the Great Lord-ranked Croaking so powerful? Every member of the team was stunned by this scene. If Cola had received the Croking's attack with his body rather than his shield, he would have most likely died. Moreover, if he had not received the buff to his defense, he would have received over -8,000 damage, even if he had blocked the attack with his shield. Shifeng was not surprised. Without the assistance of Tier 2 support spells, Cola would have had to activate the power of darkness to withstand the Great Lord's attacks. Otherwise, the boss would kill him very easily. However, due to the Heart Devourer, this battle became a lot easier. Your turn. Shifeng commanded the Heart Devourer once more. Having prepared for this moment, the Heart Devourer pointed its finger at the sky. Suddenly, a 7-star magic array appeared on the Bluefire Croking's body. Tier 2 spell, Judgment of the 7-Star. Immediately, the Bluefire Croaking released a pained cry. Chapter 624, Difference in Strength. The 7-star magic array suppressed the Bluefire Croaking. The Croaking struggled as if it were trapped inside a swamp, its mobility declining sharply as a result. The Croking's massive wings, which originally descended towards Cola, slowed significantly as well. Such a powerful spell. Cola took the opportunity to roll out of the way, easily dodging the Great Lord's wing attack as the team's lead MT. If Cola could dodge the boss's attacks, it would reduce the burden on the team's healers. Moreover, the healers would not have to run the risk of attracting the boss's attention due to healing too much. Good. Everyone, attack. Shifeng nodded as he ordered the team's damage dealers to begin their assault. The Tier 2 spell, Judgment of the 7 Stars, was not an attack-type spell. Instead, it placed a powerful binding on a single target. The spell's effects would even affect a Great Lord with the Heart Devourer's Judgment of the 7 Stars. Both the melee and ranged damage dealers could attack the boss safely. This was particularly helpful to Fire Dance and Flying Shadow as the high damage they dealt drew the Croking's aggro. With the boss's restricted movements, they could dodge its attacks easily, not having to worry about pulling aggro at all. This was just like the time Blue Frost's team had used the Demon Sealing Barrier on the Great Lord Noya. However, even though the Demon Sealing Barrier's restraining effects were far more powerful than the Judgment of the 7 Stars, players could not maintain the barrier for too long due to a lack of mana. On the other hand, there was no need to worry about such problems when it came to the Judgment of the 7 Stars. The Heart Devourer was a Tier 2 evil spirit. It possessed an abundance of mana, more than a dozen times that of a player of the same level. Hence, the evil spirit could maintain the Tier 2 spell for a very long time, long enough to last until the end of the battle. Moreover, the team would not have to sacrifice any combat power by using the Judgment of the 7 Stars. They were not required to partition a portion of the team to maintain the magic array. Hence, the overall effect of the Judgment of the 7 Stars was much stronger than the Demon Sealing Barrier. The Bible of Darkness really is impressive. It is no wonder why Fantasy Extinguisher had been able to lead his team into large-scale team dungeons, one after another, in the past. Shifeng was extremely satisfied with the Bible of Darkness. Ordinary fragmented legendary items could not compare it at all, following which, Shifeng joined in the attack on the boss as well. No matter what was said or done, the Bluefire Croaking was a Great Lord. Although various spells buffed their team, everyone's total damage was still considerably low. Currently, the team's number 1 DPS was Fire Dance. Each of the female assassins' normal attacks dealt roughly -900 damage. She could inflict over -2000 damage if she used her skills. Even when she used Absolute Strike, the most powerful burst skill available to a Tier 1 assassin, she only managed to deal around -5000 damage to the Great Lord. As for everyone else, the majority of their normal attacks only dealt around -600 to -700 damage. They were only able to deal more than -1000 damage if they used skills, and very few among them could deal more than -2000 damage to the Bluefire Crow King, which had 27 million HP. That damage was practically negligible thanks to its battle recovery. The Bluefire Crow King could recover up to 270,000 HP every 5 seconds. It was the equivalent of recovering 54,000 HP every second. The Crow King's battle recovery alone negated most of the damage everyone dealt. Moreover, this was a battle inside a dungeon, not a shooting range where one could stand still and attack freely. Everyone had to focus attention on dodging the Crow King's attacks, so it was impossible for them to attack constantly. In other words, if their damage output was insufficient, it was impossible for them to kill the Bluefire Crow King. Rather, the Great Lord would exhaust them to death first. Shifeng then activated Windwalk and circled to the Crow King's side. After activating the Aura of Fire, Purgatory Power, Phantom Kill, and 9 Dragon Slash, Shifeng began his assault on the Great Lord. As the Crow King's mobility was restricted, it could not avoid Shifeng's attacks. Every one of Shifeng's normal attack dealt over -1500 damage or -3000 damage with a critical hit. Due to the Abyssal Blade, he had a 50% chance of achieving a critical hit. The Abyssal Blade also increased the damage he dealt with each successful hit. After landing his 10th attack, his subsequent normal attacks began dealing over -1800 damage, over -3600 damage if it were a critical. As for his doppelganger, although it only possessed 70% of Shifeng's attributes, it had activated Blade Liberation, increasing its strength and agility by 90%. The damage the doppelganger currently dealt was actually higher than Shifeng's. Each of its normal attacks dealt over -2400 damage, while its critical hits deal nearly -5000 damage. The doppelganger's attack speed was also slightly faster than Shifeng. Shifeng's normal attack damage was already several times higher than Firedance's, not to mention his skill's double chop. -11,420, -15,432 double thunder flame explosion, -14,266, -20,164 damages of over -10,000 appeared above the Bluefire Crow King's head, one after another, the Great Lord repeatedly crying out in pain as its HP bar decreased. Everyone's jaws hit the floor when they saw these damages. Guild Leader, are you cheating? Guild Leader, you're not giving us a chance. Everyone's eyes twitched every time they saw Shifeng's attacks deal over -10,000 damage. It would have been fine if that was the only issue, but there were also the occasional -20,000, or even -30,000 hits. Shifeng's damage was over a dozen times higher than theirs. Their attacks were on entirely different levels originally. Everyone had already treated Firedance as if she were a monster, as every time they raided a dungeon, Firedance's total damage always ranked at the top of the team. Moreover, her total damage was over 50% higher than the second place. Yet, what about Shifeng? Despite having only attacked for a short time, his damage had already surpassed Firedance by more than 8 times. His damage was the equivalent of half the team's total damage. None of them understood how Shifeng had achieved such a feat. Guild Leader, can't you give us some tips on how to increase our damage? Blackie felt as if this were the first time he had ever met Shifeng. Shifeng's damage simply defied common sense. Suddenly, Shifeng was the center of attention. It's simple. Increase your skill completion rates, Shifeng said. He could not help but laugh at everyone's serious expressions. His skill completion rate hovered around 95%, so he could increase his skill's effects by an additional 50% or so. In addition to the various powerful items he wore, his damage would naturally be greatly superior to the members of Zero Wing's main force. Guild Leader, how high is your skill completion rate? Aqua Rose asked curiously. She knew full well that Shifeng's skill completion rate was very high. However, her skill completion rate was not low, either. After a period of arduous training, she had managed to maintain it between 83% to 85%. Throughout White River City, this completion rate was definitely considered top tier. As for Firedance and Violet Cloud, they maintained a stable 85%-95%. Shifeng stated straightforwardly 95%. Everyone inhaled sharply. After the third evolution of God's Domain, all players had discovered the importance of skill completion rate. Hence, They had all begun to train in order to improve. However, even raising it by 1% was extremely difficult. It was especially true after reaching the 80% threshold, yet Shifeng had actually reached 95%, which was 10% higher than Fire Dance, the most powerful player in Zero Wing's main force. They all understood that at 85% completion rate, one would display 100% of a skill's effect. Meanwhile, every increment of 1% afterward would increase the effect significantly. It was simply inconceivable how high the skill's effect would be at 95% completion rate originally. None of them had any idea of Shifeng's strength. Now, however, they fully understood just how powerful their guild leader was. 95%. Fire Dance was similarly shocked. Looking at Shifeng, she inwardly swore, "I will reach 95% as well. Is this the guild leader's strength?" Shadow Sword's eyes glowed. This was the first time he felt that his decision to join Zero Wing had been the right one. In truth, Shadow Sword wasn't the only one who had such thoughts. Every team member was suddenly enthusiastic, thinking the same thing. For a time, everyone's reverence and admiration towards Shifeng rose to a whole new level. They all dreamed of the day when they would reach Shifeng's standard time. Quickly passed. Due to Shifeng's stimulation, everyone became even more serious about experimenting to increase their skill completion rates. The Bluefire Crow King's HP continuously decreased. 98%, 96%, 90%. In just a few short minutes, the Crow King's HP dropped to 70%. Releasing an angry cry, the Bluefire Crow King soared into the air. "Everyone, take caution. The boss has entered its third phase," Shifeng warned. Chapter 625, Team's First Clear. After the judgment of the 7 stars suppressed the Bluefire Crow King, the blue flames it spewed posed no threat to anyone. In addition, Shifeng would always give a timely reminder before the boss released its flames, and until now, the Crow King's flames had not struck a single player. However, when the Bluefire Crow King entered its third phase, the battle truly began. They had all fought the Bluefire Crow King dozens of times now, but they always wiped at the boss's third phase. Hence, now that the Bluefire Crow King entered this particular phase, they grew anxious. If they were facing the hard mode Bluefire Crow King, they would not be worried at all. After all, their team's current combat power had reached a whole new level compared their last attempt. It would be child's play for them to conquer hard mode. However, they were currently in the hell mode ruins of the Crow God. The Bluefire Crow King's skills would be far more powerful than before. After the Crow King released an angry cry, 18 Bluefire Crows descended from the sky. Not only had the hell mode Bluefire Crow King entered its third phase at 70% HP, but the Bluefire Crows it summoned also started out at chieftain rank right off the bat. In hard mode, the Bluefire Crows only started out as special elites. Every member of the main force was capable of soloing one on their own. However, chieftains were different. There were less than 10 players on the team capable of soloing chieftain. Moreover, the chieftain-ranked Bluefire Crows of Hell mode each had 900,000 HP, 200,000 more than hard mode. This raised the burden on the team's DPS to devastating levels. The Bluefire Crows activated their growth skill once every 2 minutes. In other words, if they did not die in 2 minutes, they would become lords. At that time, they would be far more difficult to deal with. However, the 18 chieftain-ranked Bluefire Crows had a total of 16,200,000 HP. This boss is bullshit. Blackie's expression turned grim. If this were hard mode, the Stars of Light skill he had saved would still be of some help. However, against chieftains with 900,000 HP, even Stars of Light would not do much against them. "Everyone, activate the power of darkness." Hearing Shifeng's command, everyone did as he said, their basic attributes increasing by 30% as the lead MT. Cola's HP instantly soared to slightly over 20,000. The shield warrior Yi Wumian's HP had also increased to more than 19,000. Both of their damages and reaction speeds had also improved. "Turtle Dove, pull the Bluefire Crow's aggro. All mags, get ready to cast your AoE skills on my command," Shifeng said unhurriedly. Immediately, Turtle Dove, a guardian knight with over 17,000 HP, charged into the group of Bluefire Crows and activated Iron Will. All 18 Bluefire Crows were caught within the skills range and were forced to focus on Turtle Dove, following which, Turtle Dove activated Protection Blessing. The Tier 1 Protection Blessing could reduce its target's damage taken by 70%, 20% more than the Tier 0 version of the skill. The skill's duration was also slightly longer, lasting up to 20 seconds however. The chieftain-ranked Bluefire crows were no trivial matter. Every one of their beak attacks dealt nearly -500 damage to Turtledove. Fortunately, although Turtledove had aggroed all 18 chieftains, only 6 could attack her at a single time. In other words, the Guardian Knight took nearly -3,000 damage with each wave of attacks. To Turtledove, who had over 17,000 HP, this damage was no threat, following which, Turtledove received one heal after another, each heal recovering 1 or 2,000 HP for the Guardian Knight. The healers could easily stabilize Turtledove's HP however. Protection Blessing only lasted for 20 seconds. Once the buff expired, she could not endure the simultaneous attack of 6 Bluefire crows. Good. Shifeng smiled. After finding a good location, he activated Skywheel Sword. As golden divine swords rained down from the sky, the 18 Bluefire crows were immediately trapped within the skill's effective area. Immediately, damages of over -4,000 points appeared above the crows' heads. Of course, Turtledove, who stood in the center of this onslaught, received damage from Skywheel Sword as well. This was why AoE skills were not suited for dungeons. However, thanks to Protection Blessing and Iron Will, the Guardian Knight only received slightly more than -700 damage from Shifeng's attack. However, Shifeng was far from satisfied. Blackie cast Guardian of Light on Turtledove. Shifeng said Guardian of Light was one of Mavis's guard's additional skills. When cast, the target of the skill would become immune to all magic damage. The physical damage they received would also reduce by 80%, and they would recover 5% HP every second for 20 seconds. It was definitely a super life-saving skill. When Blackie waved his staff, a golden glow wrapped around Turtledove's body. Once she received the proper buffs, Shifeng no longer held back as he activated Heavenly Dragon's power. After his strength increased by 100%, he activated the Aura of Fire's skill, Firestorm. Just before the roaring flames devoured Turtledove, Shifeng switched the Aura of Fire to the Aura of Water, casting Life Bloom on her. Due to the Aura of Water increasing healing effects by 100%, Turtledove could recover up to 60% of her HP every second for 40 seconds. With Turtledove's HP, she was practically immortal for the moment. Although Firestorm dealt over -40,000 damage to the Bluefire crows every second, the spell was ineffective against Turtledove as she was immune to all magic damage. Moreover, she had Life Bloom, which recovered over 10,000 HP for her every second, the healer's attention, and the cleric's truth shield. As a result, the damage the Bluefire crows dealt was not even a scratch to her. Even if she stood still and did nothing, her life would not be in any danger. Everyone was immediately stupefied watching the female Guardian Knight Turtledove fight the many Bluefire crows amidst the raging inferno. It seemed as if these destructive flames were no different than a breeze, safe and harmless. The more Turtledove fought, the more valiant she became. At this moment, she seemed like a goddess of war and fire, demanding reverence. Everyone, use your AoE skills. Shifeng commanded. A moment later, the team's mags cast their AoE skills. Although they were not as powerful as large-scale destruction spells, these AoE skills still dealt several thousand damage to the Bluefire crows. Among them, Blackie's Stars of Light caused massive amounts of damage to the chieftains. The first wave alone dealt over -4,000 damage to each crow. The damage of every subsequent wave increased by 10%, lasting for a total of 15 seconds. Shifeng also looked for opportunities to use Dragon Breath, Thundering Flame, Flame God's Fury, Earth Splitter, Thunder Flame Explosion, and other AoE skills. 15 seconds later, the Bluefire crows were in a half-crippled state, possessing less than 5% of their total HPs. A few unlucky Bluefire crows that had received one too many critical hits had even died during these past 15 seconds. Of the 18 Bluefire crows that had been summoned, only 11 remained. Shifeng's figure then swayed slightly as he sent several more strikes at these Bluefire crows. Adding in the team's damage, they dealt with the remaining 11 Bluefire crows in less than 10 seconds. Once the Bluefire crows had been annihilated, it became much easier to deal with the Bluefire Crow King. Moreover, now that Shifeng had activated Heavenly Dragon's power, his damage against the Great Lord doubled within 3 minutes. The Bluefire Crow King only had slightly more than 1 million HP remaining. It's finally here. Shifeng smiled calmly. The Bluefire Crow King had a total of 4 phases. Everyone had thought that the most difficult phase was the 3rd phase. However, what everyone did not know was that the Crow King used its true trump card during its fourth phase. The Bluefire Crow King would only enter its fourth phase when its HP fell below 1 million. That was also when the entire raiding team would be the most tired and relaxed. It would be at this moment that the Crow King would transform into a living inferno and become a fire crow. During this phase, any enemies within 50 yards would receive -1000 damage every second. However, that was only in the case of hard mode. In hell mode, players received -1600 damage every second. If the raiding team could not deal 1 million damage to the Bluefire Crow King before every member died, they would team wipe. In the past, countless teams had repeatedly died at the fourth phase and had been unable to clear the dungeon, all because they had lacked a true ultimate skill. Just as the Bluefire Crow King's HP was about to fall below the 1 million threshold, Shifeng activated Blade Liberation, increasing both his strength and agility by 90%. He then activated Silent Steps and appeared behind the Bluefire Crow King, and both his body and the Abyssal Blade began to release a brilliant glow. Divine Providence. Flame Burst. // struck the Bluefire Crow King's back 122-154, -61,846. -122,454. After 15 consecutive strikes, the Bluefire Crow King's HP, which had been slightly over 1 million a moment ago, bottomed out. The Crow King released a sorrowful cry before falling heavily to the ground. Chapter 626, Famous. Inside the ruins of the Crow God. A handsome young man in white robes commanded his team as they attacked the Bluefire Crow King. This cleric drew runes in midair without rest, using one healing spell after another. Moreover, these spells weren't ordinary spells. Rather, they were Tier 1 healing spells. Yet, his casting speed was the same as when others cast Tier 0 healing spells. All the while doing so, he wore a relaxed expression. His actions were seemingly effortless. In the blink of an eye, the team's low HP MT recovered to full health. This youth was none other than the commander of Heaven's Burial's main force, Flame Blood. Just 3% HP to go. Raise the damage output. Flame Blood shouted sternly. Currently, less than half of the original team of 50 remained, the Bluefire Crow King's flames having burned every one of them to death. Losing 1000 HP every second was simply too much. Even Flame Blood, one of the virtual gaming world's top 10 newcomers, could only focus on keeping the team's lead MT and himself alive. At best, he could cast instantaneous healing spells on some of the team's main DPS, though the effects were very weak. After the Bluefire Crow King had entered its fourth phase, it had entered its berserk state. Not only had its attack speed increased, but its attack range had also improved. Some of the team members who could not dodge its attacks in time died instantly. Despite the Bluefire Crow King having only 3% of its HP remaining, to the surviving members of the team, it felt like an iron fortress that they could not break through no matter what they tried. Heaven's Burial wasn't the only one in such a situation. At this moment, Overwhelming Smile was also struggling. Only Overwhelming Smile was having a slightly easier time of it. Though the Bluefire Crow King they faced still had 4% of its HP remaining, they had more than 40 members still alive. The few deaths had simply been due to bad luck, and they had failed to escape the High Lord's attack range in time. Sure enough, it's not that easy to obtain the first clear of a 50-man team dungeon. War Wolf dodged the Bluefire Crow King's attacks to the best of his ability by relying on Omnivision, the technique he was extremely proficient with. Although he could not dodge all of the High Lord's attacks, he was still capable of evading 1/3 of them. This greatly reduced the burden on the healers, leaving them with plenty of excess power to heal the other members of the team, keeping as many as possible alive. If not for a powerful lead MT like War Wolf masterfully redirecting the Crow King's attacks, it would have been impossible for so many members of the team to have survived until now. However, even so, this was the third time Overwhelming Smile had challenged the hard mode Bluefire Crow King's fourth phase. The Bluefire Crow King's HP gradually decreased 3%, 2%, 1%. White River City Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first team to conquer the Hell mode of Ruins of the Crow God. All players on the team will be rewarded with 2 million EXP, 50 silver, 80 White River City reputation points, and 20 Starmoon Kingdom reputation points. Starmoon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first team to conquer the hell mode of Ruins of the Crow God. All players on the team will be rewarded with 3 million EXP, 3 Tier 2 gemstones of random attributes, 100 White River City reputation points, and 50 Star Moon Kingdom reputation points. God's Domain Southern Continent System announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first team to conquer the hell mode of Ruins of the Crow God. All players on the team will be rewarded with 5 million EXP, 1 Tier 3 gemstone of random attributes, 80 Star Moon Kingdom reputation points, and 5 Humanity reputation points. The system announcement echoed in everyone's ears 3 times. How is this possible? Both Overwhelming Smiles and Heaven's Burial's teams were shocked speechless. The hard mode Ruins of the Crow God had already caused them brutal headaches, yet, just as they were a thread away from success, Zero Wing snatched the lead and cleared the hell mode Ruins of the Crow God. However, although they were shocked, none of them stopped what they were doing. Only, they were no longer as motivated as they attacked the Bluefire Crow King. A moment later, the High Lord-ranked Bluefire Crow King fell at War Wolf's feet. At that moment, the system announcement rang out once more. White River City Region System announcement. Congratulations to Overwhelming Smile for becoming the first team to conquer the hard mode of Ruins of the Crow God. All players on the team will be rewarded with 1 million EXP, 20 silver, 30 White River City reputation points, and 10 Star Moon Kingdom reputation points. Star Moon Kingdom Region System announcement. Congratulations to Overwhelming Smile for becoming the first team to conquer the hard mode of Ruins of the Crow God. All players on the team will be rewarded with 2 million EXP, 1 Tier 2 gemstones of random attributes, 50 White River City reputation points, and 20 Star Moon Kingdom reputation points. Compared to the previous system announcement, however, this announcement was meaningless. Zero Wing had already cleared hell mode. On the other hand, Overwhelming Smile had only managed to clear hard mode. Rather than gaining glory, Overwhelming Smile had become a laughingstock. One could clearly see the gap between the two guilds. However, this gap was not due to Overwhelming Smile's weakness. Zero Wing was just too powerful. In the end, we still lost. A bitter smile appeared on War Wolf's pale face. Before this, he had received news stating that Black Flame had led Zero Wing's main force into the hell mode Ruins of the Crow God. Although he felt that there was a possibility that Zero Wing would conquer hell mode, he had never expected that they would clear it so quickly. On Heaven's Burial side, the guild's main force also defeated the Bluefire Crow King. Sure enough, Zero Wing is not White River City's overlord for nothing. However, Heaven's Burial will not let this rest. Sooner or later, we will catch up to them. Fighting spirit filled Flame Blood's eyes. That is only a matter of course. It has been a long time since I've encountered such an opponent. It seems that Black Flame is quite formidable. The assassin with flowing straight hair beside Flameblood was similarly enthusiastic. However, there was an undetectable coldness hidden in his gaze. He seemed like a beast that had just found new prey. Glancing at the assassin youth beside him, Flameblood laughed and said humorously, "It seems that Black Flame is in for a tragedy." He actually attracted the attention of the famous Ghost Shadow. Heaven's Burial's future development in White River City will progress much more smoothly. Although I wish to exchange a few moves with him, I am still too weak. Once I complete my quest, I can definitely test Black Flame's skills. Ghost Shadow shook his head in response to Flameblood's words. He then sheathed his pair of pitch-black short swords and took out a return scroll. He was not the slightest bit interested in the Bluefire Flame King's loot. Compared to Heaven's Burial and Overwhelming Smile's shock, all of White River City, no, all of Star Moon Kingdom was in an uproar. Throughout God's Domain, many teams had already obtained the first clear of a 50-man team dungeon. However, that was only limited to 50-man hard mode team dungeons. No one in the surrounding dozen or so kingdoms or several empires had managed to clear hell mode. A newly established guild like Zero Wing stole this glory. It was simply inconceivable. For a time, Zero Wing's reputation soared to new heights. Previously, Zero Wing's success in fending off the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's assault had attracted the attention of over a dozen kingdoms and empires. However, Zero Wing had only been protecting themselves. Moreover, they had relied on the strength of NPC guards rather than their own members. There was no need to grow wary of Zero Wing. Now, however, Things had changed completely. Claiming the first clear of a 50-man Hell Mode team dungeon showed that the guild's overall strength should not be underestimated. Zero Wing. Phoenix Rain could not help but smile upon hearing the system notification. It seems that I have underestimated Black Flame's abilities. Fragrance, prepare to head to White River City. Miss, why are we going to White River City? Pantheon's guild leader will arrive shortly, the pretty woman named Pure Fragrance asked. Confused, we are going to meet that mysterious Black Flame, of course. Phoenix Rain laughed. Black Flame? Pure Fragrance could not help her curiosity. Who was Black Flame? Could he possibly compare to the guild leader of the Super Guild Pantheon? Chapter 627, Divine Bluefire Shield. As the outside world reacted to Zero Wing's achievement, Shafong busied himself with arranging the Bluefire Crow King's loot system. Hell Mode Ruins of the Crow God has been cleared for the first time. Loot increased by 100%. Divine Providence would already increase the loot from the Bluefire Crow King. Now that the loot had doubled, items covered the ground. With a single glance, one could count more than 30 items, though the majority consisted of various rare materials. Is this the loot of a large-scale Hell Mode team dungeon? Blackie's eyes shone with wonder as his jaw hit the ground. Although Shafong had yet to appraise the dropped items, based on their majestic appearances and magical rune engravings, it was obvious that the weapons and equipment that had dropped were anything but ordinary. Secret silver items couldn't even compare to these. Moreover, the Bluefire Crow King was a level 30 Great Lord, so everything it dropped would be level 30. To the team members who still wore level 25 equipment, this was a massive haul. Zero Wing had quite a few level 30 items now. After all, as the members of the guild's main force were mostly level 29 or level 30, they could raid level 30, 6-man party dungeons, 10-man team dungeons, and even 20-man team dungeons only. The quality and attributes of the equipment they obtained was not particularly good. Most were bronze or mysterious iron rank, and very little of their loot was secret silver rank or above. Every increase in 5 levels for equipment was the equivalent of a single increase in quality rank. If one could equip a piece of level 30 fine gold equipment, it would be the equivalent of equipping a piece of level 25 dark gold equipment. If they equipped a piece of level 30 dark gold equipment, that was the equivalent of wearing a level 25 item with attributes that were extremely close to epic rank. Currently, most of the top-tier weapons and equipment the various large guilds possessed was level 25 fine gold rank. Very few had any dark gold items. In addition, there were also level 30 secret silver rank and extremely few fine gold items. If Zero Wing had level 30 dark gold equipment, it would be considered the best equipment beneath epic equipment and tier 1 set equipment. Although combat techniques were important, a player's basic attributes were equally so. Meanwhile, not only had their team just defeated a level 30 Great Lord, but its drop rate had also increased by 100%. It was natural for the boss to drop a few level 30 dark gold equipment. After picking up all of the loot, Shafong began appraising the weapons and equipment. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose began distributing the guild contribution points for successfully raiding the dungeon. All raid members would get priority to purchase the weapons and equipment from their dungeon raids with guild contribution points. If nobody wanted the items, only then would they occupy the guild warehouse with a reasonably high price tag, allowing other guild members to purchase them. After successfully raiding a Great Lord ranked boss, everyone received a bounty of guild contribution points. However, no one paid attention to the points they had just earned. Instead, their attention was focused on Shafong, every one of them prepared to go for broke today. Within Zero Wing's main force, aside from players such as Fire Dance, Aqua Rose, Violet Cloud, Cola, Yi Wumian, Blackie, Minor Wind, and a few others, none of their items could compare to the dropped equipment from a large-scale Hell Mode team dungeon. This was because Shafong had given Fire Dance and the others a complete Tier 1 set equipment, the best equipment available for Tier 1 classes that was only inferior to Epic set equipment. Hence, until they became a Tier 2 class, they would not need to replace their equipment unless they procured a set of Epic set equipment for themselves. A short moment later, Shafong finished appraising the loot. A total of 33 items had dropped, and among them, 19 were materials such as magic crystals, 100. Beast wood, which was required to construct stables, essence of mana, which was required to construct teleportation magic arrays, and several other super rare materials. Normally, one would not obtain these materials even if they defeated Great Lord ranked bosses. Now, however, they had actually gained 2 or 3 of each. The benefits of obtaining the first clear of hell mode are impressive, Shifeng stated. He could not help but smile as he gazed at the weapons and equipment inside his bag. Guild leader, what items dropped to make you this happy? Aqua Rose knew of Shifeng's tastes. Items that could excite Shifeng would definitely be something extraordinarily good. That's right. Guild leader, share the stats. Although Blackie wielded an epic staff, he still liked seeing the attributes of excellent weapons and equipment. I won't waste your time. Here, look at this item first, then. Shifeng took out a deep red two-handed sword that emitted pale blue flames. Not only was the weapon extremely attractive, but it also felt as if it possessed extraordinary power. Bluefire double-edged sword, two-handed sword, dark gold rank. Level 30, level 35. Attack power plus 702, currently level 30. Strength plus 54, agility plus 41, endurance plus 44. Attack speed plus 2. Ignore levels plus 10. Attacks have 30% chance to trigger Bluefire attack, causing an additional 120% flame damage to the target and reducing the target's defense by 30% for 7 seconds. 20% chance to cause 200% damage. 10% chance to trigger Bluefire dance, causing 300% flame damage in a cone. Although the Bluefire double-edged sword did not have any active skills, it had plenty of passive skills. Its attack power alone was more impressive than the level 30 Abyssal Blade. It was a weapon made for violence. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air upon seeing the Bluefire double-edged sword's attributes. Crap. Even epic weapons aren't any better than this. Blackie was stunned. He possessed an epic weapon himself, so he could tell just how excellent of a weapon the Bluefire double-edged sword was. It was of the same caliber as the True Fire Blade's fire dance wielded. If one of the team's berserkers equipped this two-handed sword, their DPS would soar by several levels. Their damage would be close to fire dance's. Moreover, the Bluefire double-edged sword could be upgraded to level 35. It could rank at the top even amongst level 40 weapons. In other words, if one equipped the two-handed sword, they would not have to worry about replacing their weapon even when they reached level 40. Immediately, the berserkers within the team started drooling, staring at the Bluefire double-edged sword with burning gazes. Such powerful attributes. This sword alone could push a berserker's damage to the top of the team, Fire Dance said in awe. Don't be so shocked by this item. The Bluefire double-edged sword only ranks 3rd out of the weapons and equipment we obtained. Shifeng shook his head as he chuckled. He then revealed a red and black buckler, saying, "This is the 2nd best item." Hearing Shifeng's claim, everyone was surprised. Such an excellent weapon was not the best piece of equipment that drop. The red and black buckler was only 1/3 the size of an ordinary shield. However, the image of the Bluefire Crow King had been engraved onto the shield, surrounded by many runes. With a single glance, one could tell that this buckler was extraordinary. Divine Bluefire shield, dark gold rank. Level 30, level 35. Defense plus 1950, currently level 30. Equipment requirement, strength 220. Defense plus 550. Block rate, 42%. Strength plus 31, endurance plus 47. Evasion plus 15. Attack speed plus 2. Additional passive skill dash. Bluefire shield, absorbs 30% of the damage taken and converts it into Bluefire. When accumulated damage reaches 5,000 points, causes 150% damage to an area of 3 by 10 yards in front of user. Additional active skill dash. Rising Fire, when activated, sacrifice 20% HP to transform Bluefire into the Armor of Flames, increasing defense by 150% and strength by 40% for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Chapter 628, Guild Mount. The moment the divine Bluefire shield appeared, hunger burned in the eyes of every MT on the team. Even Cola drooled. The shield was crucial to any MT. It was the equivalent of half of an MT's life. Not a single MT would pass up an excellent shield. The best shield Zero Wing currently had was a level 25 dark gold shield. However, compared to the divine Bluefire shield, it was no more than scrap metal. Not only did the divine Bluefire shield possess extremely high defense, but it also had a powerful attack skill and berserk skill. If an MT equipped it, they would no longer be just a meat shield. The damage they could deal would be no less than what a normal DPS classes could do. This divine Bluefire shield's attributes are better than even the current first-ranking shield, the Blue Dawn. Aqua Rose was greatly shocked when she examined the red-black buckler. Most likely, this is the best shield currently available throughout God's domain. As the manager of a guild, Aqua Rose normally collected information on the various large guilds throughout God's domain. For example, she knew which guilds had been active recently, members of the main force of various large guilds, experts, and the latest powerful equipment. Blue Dawn was a level 30 dark gold shield. However, a super guild had obtained this shield through a quest, and it had made many other super guilds jealous. Many corporations had even offered an astronomical price of 1,000 gold for it. On the other hand, the divine Bluefire shield was a dark gold shield that would improve to level 35. Setting aside its basic attributes, just the passive skill Bluefire shield and active skill Rising Fire were excellent skills. The Bluefire shield was clearly more valuable than the Blue Dawn. Not including epic shields, it would not be an exaggeration to call it the most powerful shield currently available in God's domain. However, Aqua Rose very quickly realized something. If the divine Bluefire shield, something that was so important to a guild, only ranked second among the loot they had obtained, what kind of item ranked first? Very quickly, the rest of the team reached the same conclusion. Their gazes darted back to Chiffon, expectation written all over their faces. All right, then. I'll unveil the first ranking item. Chiffon laughed. He then took out a purple-blue crystal necklace. Chances are that every magical class will go crazy over this. Bluefire heart, necklace, dark gold rank. Equipment requirement, intelligence 200. Level 30, level 40, currently level 30. Strength plus 10, agility plus 10, endurance plus 10, intelligence plus 40, vitality plus 35. Casting speed increased by 20%, magic damage and healing effects increased by 20%, passive skill dash. Mana heart, maximum mana increased by 15% and mana recovery rate increased by 50%. Active skill 1 dash. Bluefire devour, burn 30% of your mana in exchange for the power of Bluefire, increasing all skill effects by 200% and mana consumption rate by 200% for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Active skill 2 dash. Bluefire summon, summons 3 elite ranked Bluefire crows to battle for you for 30 minutes. Cooldown, 5 hours. The Bluefire heart's basic attributes were average at best. However, the necklace's skills increased its value tremendously. The skills almost made up for all of the weaknesses a magical class possessed and enhanced their firepower. Most importantly, the Bluefire heart was a necklace. Ornament-type items were extremely rare in God's domain. The value of one was multiple times that of a weapon or other equipment of the same quality and level. In the case of the Bluefire heart, even a Tier 3 class would continue to use it. Hence, it was significantly more valuable than the divine Bluefire shield. Since you have seen the items for yourselves, you can start bidding for them, Chiffon said, grinning at everyone's dumbfounded expressions. First up is the Bluefire double-edged sword. The starting price is 20,000 GCP. Currently, Zero Wings contribution points were worth roughly 30 copper per point. In other words, 20,000 contribution points was around 60 gold. However, this price didn't surprise any of them. For a weapon of the Bluefire double-edged sword's caliber, this was considerably cheap. If it were on the auction house, it would sell for at least 200 or 300 gold. 21,000, 24,000, 26,000. For a time, the berserkers and swordsmen began fervently outbidding each other. As the members of the guild's main force, they frequently raided dungeons, especially small-scale team dungeons. Furthermore, they were the guild's frontline when it came to pioneering team dungeons. They would exchange most of their unwanted equipment for guild contribution points. In addition, they also completed the various high-level guild quests. Hence, they had accumulated quite a lot of guild contribution points in the end. However, the guild's current number 1 berserker, Rampant Blade, won the weapon for 40,000 contribution points. Cola won the second item, the Divine Bluefire Shield, for 90,000 contribution points. However, this was practically Cola's entire fortune. It would be some time before he could compete with others for equipment. Aqua Rose bought the third item, the Bluefire Heart, using 150,000 contribution points. As the guild's vice leader, Aqua Rose enjoyed certain benefits. In addition, she also frequently participated in dungeon raids and guild quests, so she had accumulated an extraordinarily high number of guild contribution points. Not even the commander of Zero Wing's main force, Fire Dance, could hold a candle to Aqua Rose. In Zero Wing, only Shifeng was a match for the woman. Everyone on the team envied these three players. These three pieces of equipment were definitely among the best currently available in God's domain. Equipping them would significantly boost their combat power. After all, no other guild in God's domain had managed to clear the hell mode of a 50-man team dungeon, following which, various members of the team purchased other dark gold and fine gold equipment, increasing the overall strength of the entire team significantly. As for the other materials, he stored them in the guild warehouse. Everyone, head back to the city and get some rest. Our next goal is to challenge a 100-man team dungeon, Shifeng said slowly. Blackie, Fire Dance, Cola, Violet, and Aqua, stay behind. I'll need you guys to accompany me on a quest. Quest? Everyone could not help but grow interested. Shifeng was the publicly acknowledged #1 expert in Starmoon Kingdom. Just what kind of quest would he need help with? However, everyone only wondered about it. None of them volunteered to assist. After all, weaklings like them would never survive a quest that even Shifeng would need help to complete. They needed a certain amount of strength before they could embark on such a quest. Otherwise, Shifeng would not have called the top-ranking experts of the guild to join him. After everyone else returned to the city, Blackie, who could no longer hold back his curiosity, asked, Guild leader, what kind of quest are we doing? Why the need for such secrecy? Guild leader, is it an epic quest? I've been wanting to give an epic quest a try. Cola's eyes glowed. Epic quests. No one, other than Shifeng, in the guild had taken on an epic quest yet. First of all, ignoring how rare an epic quest was, they were simply too difficult. Moreover, in the event that one failed an epic quest, the consequences would be extremely severe. However, if one completed the quest, the rewards would be astonishing. Although I call it a quest, I need help capturing a wild beast. Shifeng shook his head and laughed. Capturing a wild beast? Everyone grew confused. It was possible to capture wild beasts in God's domain. However, capture was far more difficult than simply killing it for EXP. Even if one captured a wild beast, there was nothing they could do with it. At most, they could leave it in a corner and look at it. Most importantly, players had to spend a lot of money to capture a wild beast. Hence, at present, nobody was willing to spend their time on something so costly. Don't you want to capture a wild beast and ride it as a mount? Shifeng said, smiling. Upon hearing these words, a hint of anticipation flashed in everyone's eyes. However, I heard that, in order to capture a wild beast to tame it into a mount, a guild first needs a stable, Aqua Rose stated. Guild leader, we don't have a stable. We'll have to challenge 100-man team dungeons to obtain one. Shifeng simply laughed without offering a reply. Guild leader, don't tell me that you already have the design, Aqua Rose asked in disbelief, her beautiful eyes widening as she stared at Shifeng. Chapter 629, 5-Star Mount. Aside from Aqua Rose, no one understood the value of the stable design. However, this was expected of those present, aside from Aqua Rose, who was the guild's manager, and Blackie, who managed the workshop's affairs. Everyone had immersed themselves in improving their combat techniques. Why would they have noticed the guild's potential constructions? Seeing Shifeng silently nodded his head, Aqua Rose involuntarily began trembling. In the past, why had various large guilds desperately tried to raid large-scale team dungeons, going so far as to invest massive sums of money into gearing up their respective guilds' MTS and utilizing all items capable of assisting their raid of a large-scale team dungeon? There was only one main reason: guild mounts. God's domain's maps were extremely large. Once players began arriving at level 30 and higher maps, they would have to spend a large chunk of their time traveling. The maps would also only grow larger the further one progressed into the game. Meanwhile, a powerful mount would help players save a lot of time. However, the more important function of guild mounts was that they could attract more players to join a guild. The common mounts sold in cities not only required players to have sufficient reputation, but they also required a significant sum of money to purchase. A common mount cost a full 40 gold. Even after players reached level 40, it would still be extremely difficult to procure that much money, unless, of course, one was willing to purchase coins with credits. In the end, however, they could still only purchase a common mount. However, guild mounts were different. Although players were required to collect a certain amount of guild contribution points before they could purchase a guild mount, which was more expensive than a common mount, unlike the common mounts, guild mounts could be nurtured and upgraded. Moreover, they possessed varying and much better-looking appearances. This was fatally tempting to many independent players, and wealthy players' guilds could take this opportunity to develop and expand themselves, obtaining a large sum of funds. After all, guild members were also required to spend money when purchasing guild mounts. Meanwhile, a portion of that money would flow into the guild's coffers. Due to this, the various large guilds in the past had desperately attempted to raid 100-man team dungeons. It wasn't just because they had aimed for the weapons and equipment available inside the dungeon, but more because they hoped to obtain the stable design as soon as possible. Aqua Rose had never imagined that Chiffon would actually obtain a stable design, one of the greatest money-earning tools of a guild, so quickly. It seems that my decision had really been the right one. I want to see just what father will have to say in the future. Aqua Rose's lips curled up slightly. She could not help but recall the reason why she had left Twilight Echo. I will make sure Zero Wing surpasses Twilight Echo. Originally, Aqua Rose had not believed that Zero Wing could surpass Twilight Echo. After all, Twilight Echo was a long-standing, first-rate guild. Whether it was in terms of background, funding, contacts, or human resources, Twilight Echo was far superior to Zero Wing. Although Zero Wing was currently far ahead of the other guilds, the guild's weaknesses were glaring. The guild simply had no background. Even though Zero Wing was so far ahead of the other guilds right now, it would still have to accumulate power for a relatively long time in order to fully operate this machine known as a guild. However, the situation had changed since they could build a stable, one of the core components of a guild, so soon, they could accumulate power several times faster, following which, Chiffon wasted no more time as he sent the group back to White River City to prepare some necessary hunting tools. Meanwhile, Chiffon made a trip to the Candlelight trading firm. Capturing wild beasts in God's domain was not an easy task. It was also a major field of study in the past. There had even been a specialized class for this task, the Tamer. In the past, there had been players who specialized in researching methods to capture rare wild beasts. They would also sell the beasts they captured to various large guilds, earning huge sums of money. Meanwhile, the most important item required to capture wild beasts was a cage. However, NPCs did not sell these cages, requiring players to produce them. Hence, many players would learn forging to craft the cages themselves. Fortunately, the NPC-run forging associations sold the forging designs for cages. Moreover, they were very cheap. However, Chiffon did not bother purchasing these forging designs as he had a method of producing a cage of even higher quality. Chiffon quickly hurried back to the Candlelight trading firm and entered a forging room. He then retrieved a pile of materials from his bag and began to refine them. Cages were sorted into ranks, with 1 star being the lowest and 10 star being the highest. Different ranks could capture beasts of a corresponding rank. In other words, a 1-star cage could be used to capture a 1-star beast at maximum. It could not be used to capture a 2-star beast. One had to use a 2-star cage in order to capture a 2-star beast. The wild beast Chiffon planned to capture was at the highest rank he could capture currently, a 5-star beast. Hence, he required a 5-star cage. Meanwhile, a 5-star cage cost almost 2 gold to craft. Moreover, there was no certainty he could capture a 5-star beast with a single try. This was also one of the reasons why capturing wild beasts was a costly endeavor. Chiffon was currently a basic forger, so he had almost a 30% success rate of producing a 5-star cage. Half an hour later, Chiffon managed to forge 4 5-star cages. The total raw materials he had spent on these 4 cages cost over 30 gold. He had also instructed Aqua Rose and the others to purchase a large number of hunting scrolls and storage space scrolls, both costing more than 3 gold. Just as Chiffon was about to leave the forging room, the sound of his communicator reached his ears. Phoenix Rain? Chiffon could not help his surprise when he saw the caller ID. Ever since Phoenix Rain invested into the Candlelight training firm, she had left practically all cooperation matters to her subordinates. She no longer contacted him directly. Or, to put it in another way, She did not find it worthwhile to keep in touch. After all, in the wide world of God's domain, the guild leader of Zero Wing was an insignificant character compared to a grand player like Phoenix Rain. To the young lady, the candlelight trading firm was only one of her many small investments. Since her business with the trading firm had been completed, she would not bother entangling herself in the matter anymore. Guild leader Black Flame, congratulations on obtaining the first clear of the hell-mode ruins of the Crow God, Phoenix Rain said as she laughed softly. I had jumped in surprise when I heard the system announcement. I had not realized that you had hidden your strength so deeply. It's nothing. Shifeng laughed as well. Doing away with pleasantries, he asked, since Miss Phoenix is contacting me personally, do you have some business you wish to discuss? Sure enough, Guild leader Black Flame understands people well. Would you be free to meet up at the Blueberry restaurant? Phoenix Rain smiled mysteriously. Guild leader Black Flame might receive another boon. Shifeng was surprised when he heard her mention the Blueberry restaurant. Blueberry restaurant was one of White River City's ordinary restaurants. This meant that Phoenix Rain had personally made a trip to White River City. It was clear that she wished to discuss something quite important. Okay, I'll head over there now, Shifeng agreed. During his previous meeting with Phoenix Rain, the latter had brought him an epic chest and allowed him to earn a hefty profit. Since Phoenix Rain offered another business opportunity, he had no choice but to meet with her again. In truth, Shifeng could more or less guess why Phoenix Rain wanted to meet him. As soon as he cleared a 50-man Hell Mode team dungeon, she had come knocking on his door. This showed that it must be something related to the strength of the guild's team. She might very well be looking for Zero Wing to help her complete some sort of quest. He might even be able to take the opportunity to earn a large sum of credits from her before. In order to purchase the necessary training facilities, he had spent most of the credits in his account. If he could lure Phoenix Rain into an alliance with Zero Wing, it could save Zero Wing many years of work. Chapter 630, Proof of Strength. White River City, Blueberry Restaurant. The moment Shifeng entered the restaurant, he immediately felt several gazes land on him. Phoenix Rain sure knows how to put on a display. Shifeng looked around the restaurant, noticing that the establishment's customers were not simple at all. The players sitting around were unanimously level 30. In the current God's domain, they ranked at the very top. Moreover, judging by the feeling these people gave off, it was obvious that they were not virtual gaming experts. Rather, they felt like experts who were proficient in martial arts. Among these people, some had cold and sinister auras, while others had a violent auras. However, they all shared a common aspect. They were all independent players. None of them were members of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. After glancing at Shifeng, these people turned back to their own interests. Guild leader Black Flame, please come upstairs, a beautiful young lady asked softly as she walked down from the restaurant's second floor. Shifeng also knew this beautiful woman. She was Phoenix Rain's capable assistant, Pure Fragrance. She was also one of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's top-tier experts and was quite famous. She ranked within the top 600 on the God's Domain experts list. Not only did she possess impressive strength, but she was also quite talented. In the past, she had been a Tier 5 powerhouse during her peak. Shifeng simply nodded and followed Pure Fragrance to the second floor. At this moment, Phoenix Rain was the only other person on the second floor. She sat at a table near the window, quietly overlooking the street outside as she toyed with a black leather book. Miss Phoenix, may I know what you wish to discuss with me? Shifeng asked in response. Phoenix Rain smiled leisurely as she handed the black leather book to Shifeng. Guild leader Black Flame, please take a look at this, Phoenix Rain said unhurriedly. The black leather book was not a quest prop or anything similar. Instead, it contained the written records of players. However, after reading through a few pages, Shifeng's surprise grew as he continued to read. This black leather book contained information on the Dark Arena. To be precise, the book held information regarding the official members of the many battle teams participating in the Dark Arena. Moreover, the information was extremely detailed, so much so that even the participants' life stories had been recorded. There was even a brief introduction to their current equipment. Beyond that, there was an assessment of ever battle team members' combat power. These assessments were also very detailed. These players' strengths and weaknesses had been recorded in detail. Guild leader Black Flame, how do you feel about this information? Phoenix Rain asked gently, a pleasant smile on her face. Miss Phoenix, why are you giving me this information? Shifeng was slightly confused about Phoenix Rain's intentions. If he heard that your guild has been in contact with the Glorious Lions battle team, so I believe that guild leader Black Flame should understand the Dark Arena's value by now. Phoenix Rain smiled sweetly as she collected the leather book from Shifeng. Unfortunately, ordinary players do not qualify to participate in this game. However, I am, so I hope to establish a battle team myself to have some fun in the Dark Arena. Initially, I intended to seek cooperation with Pantheon's guild leader, but I suddenly changed my mind. Now, I wish to cooperate with guild leader Black Flame instead. May I know if you are interested in cooperating with this young lady? Miss Phoenix must be joking. How could Zero Wing possibly hope to compare with a super guild? Wouldn't working with Pantheon be a better choice? Although Shifeng was so calm on the surface, inwardly, he was stunned. He had not expected Phoenix Rain to be capable of obtaining the participation rights to the Dark Arena. However, Shifeng did not believe that Phoenix Rain would hand over such an opportunity so easily. After all, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had countless experts, not to mention a super guild like Pantheon. It would be child's play for Phoenix Rain to gather 10 Apex experts. Why would she need Zero Wing? I sought you out precisely because Zero Wing is not very famous. That way, the opposing team will not bother to investigate you in detail. With guild leader Black Flame's power, it should not be hard to earn some achievements in the Dark Arena, Phoenix Rain said, smiling. After all, it should not be that easy to obtain the first clear of the Hell Mode ruins of the Crow God. Phoenix Rain had personally entered a 50-man Hell Mode team dungeon before, so she understood just how difficult raiding one was. Even a super guild's main force had zero chance of raiding a 50-man Hell Mode team dungeon successfully, much less the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Raiding a dungeon was different from PvP. Successfully raiding a 50-man Hell Mode team dungeon was proof of one's strength. Moreover, she had conducted an investigation of Zero Wing's experts. Not to mention Hell Mode, even clearing Hard Mode would be a challenging endeavor, yet Zero Wing had done just that. What did this mean? Black Flame was not as simple as he appeared, hence, she had abruptly changed her plans and immediately made her way to White River City. I presume that guild leader Black Flame has already seen the experts downstairs. None of them were professional gamers before God's Domain launched. They are experts that I have nurtured secretly, and none of the other battle teams have any information on these people. With the element of surprise, we might be able to compete for the top 100 rankings. As for the remuneration, guild leader Black Flame will earn 10% of all of our winnings. If you lead the team into the top 100 spots, I'll give you 20% of the winnings. What do you think? Phoenix Rain's offer was extremely generous. It was much better than Everlasting Wars. Most importantly, there were no restrictions on his freedom. He would only partner with Phoenix Rain. Phoenix Rain would provide the participation qualifications, while he would fight the Dark Arena's battles were the fastest method to earn credits. Moreover, after he gained fame in the Dark Arena, he could form plenty of influential connections. In the future, he would have a much easier time purchasing S-rank nutrient fluids, various training materials, and virtual gaming cabins. Most importantly, the Dark Arena was the perfect place to improve one's strength. Even the Divine Colosseum could not compare. After all, the Divine Colosseum was a place for ordinary players to battle each other or the system. Compared to battles against experts, players gained fewer benefits in the Divine Colosseum. What if I get us into the top 30? Although Shifeng was already satisfied with the 10% and 20% remuneration Phoenix Rain offered, he instinctively tried to strive for more. Top 30. Phoenix Rain could not help but chuckle. If guild leader Black Flame really manages to get the battle team into the Dark Arena's top 30, then I'll increase the remuneration to 40%. In Phoenix Rain's opinion, entering the top 100 would be extremely difficult, not to mention the top 30. After all, this was a competition between the battle teams that various major international corporations had formed. None of those teams could be underestimated. Okay, let's see a contract, then. Shifeng grinned. Although he, too, doubted that they could achieve such a feat, he had not accepted the epic guild quest, Ancient Battlefield. If he could allow the guild's few top experts to train there for a time, they might have a chance of getting into the top 30. A moment later, Phoenix Rain and Shifeng established a contract. Let's go, then. I'll introduce you to your team members. Phoenix Rain stored the contract and walked downstairs. The moment Phoenix Rain arrived downstairs, The tens of people seated on the first floor of Blueberry Restaurant stood and greeted her respectfully. None of them displayed the temperament of an expert as they had with Chiffon. Even those several experts that had exuded violence had sheathed their auras as expected of the woman known as the Demon Queen. She sure knows how to put on a powerful display. Chiffon was inwardly astonished. Chapter 631, Trial of Strength. Every player here was an expert, and as experts, they all had their own pride and principles they abided to. It would not be easy to get these experts to submit. Yet, looking into these experts' eyes, Chiffon could see the reverence that filled their hearts, proving that their actions were not due to Phoenix Rain's demands. Miss, all 20 members are present, Pure Fragrance said in a low, but respectful, tone. Phoenix Rain nodded in response. Turning to Chiffon, Phoenix Rain asked, Guild Leader Black Flame, how do you feel about these experts? Of the 20 players present, all were level 30. Their equipment also consisted of level 25 to level 30 top-tier equipment. In White River City, these players would rank at the very top. Clearly, their skill spoke for itself. Every one of them was an expert who had experienced the baptism of live combat many times. Noobs like Fire Dance and Zero Wings, other core members, who had only gained their strength through arduous training, could not compare to these experts. One could feel the hostility they radiated from far away. Amazing. You will not find many in Starmoon Kingdom who can match them, Chiffon replied truthfully. However, Chiffon's words instantly earned the ire of these 20 people. They glared at Chiffon, killing intent filling their eyes. They were all experts who Phoenix Rain had carefully nurtured. How could the lowly experts of Starmoon Kingdom possibly hope to be their equals? Guild Leader Black Flame, you may not realize this, but despite none of these people having any fame, they are not much weaker than the experts on the God's Domain experts list. They are even stronger than some of those experts. Pure Fragrance said contemptuously. Just how many people in Starmoon Kingdom ranked on the God's Domain experts list? On the other hand, if the 20 people present displayed their strength, every one of them could definitely rank on the experts list. One could just imagine how immense their strengths were. They were far beyond Starmoon Kingdom's top-tier experts. Chiffon did not refute Pure Fragrance's words. The God's Domain experts list had initially served as an analysis of experts who had publicly displayed their strengths. It did not record every expert within the game. At most, the list could be used as a reference. However, he also wasn't wrong. Although these people were strong, in White River City alone, there were plenty of experts who were much stronger. For example, there was War Wolf and Ghost Shadow. There was also no need to mention those unknown experts hidden throughout Starmoon Kingdom. While God's Domain was very large, Starmoon Kingdom was not small. How could it possibly be that easy to become one of the top experts in a kingdom? Fragrance, enough. Have everyone introduce themselves so that Guild Leader Black Flame can establish the battle team more easily, Phoenix Raid softly instructed. There is no need for all of that. Anyone who can block my sword without using any skills will be admitted into the battle team. Of course, I won't use any skills, either, Chiffon declared, not wanting to waste too much time. It seems that we are all going to become official members of the battle team today. A thin assassin in black snorted. The others similarly revealed annoyed sneers. Chiffon actually dared to underestimate them to such a degree initially. Chiffon had similarly surprised Phoenix Rain. However, she smiled and said, Guild Leader Black Flame's suggestion will also work. Let's do as he asks, then. Following which, everyone left the Blueberry Restaurant and headed towards the Divine Coliseum. The Divine Coliseum was situated in White River City's central district. The Divine Coliseum was a massive tower that stood in the city's center. Although the Divine Coliseum had only recently been constructed, a sea of players flowed to and from the building. I passed the second floor today. I can finally take part in Zero Wings entrance exam, recruiting members for a level 25 team dungeon. Must have skill completion rate of 70% and above. Equipment must be at least Mysterious Iron rank. Heaven's Burial is recruiting guild members. Our guild has already cleared the hard mode ruins of the Crow God. If you wish to join, you must be able to clear the Divine Coliseum's first floor before you can take the entrance exam. In the Divine Coliseum's first floor hall, many independent teams shouted, recruiting members. In the past, these players usually recruited at the teleportation hall. Now, however, they had all come to the Divine Coliseum because they could determine a player's strength here. That way, they could be more at ease when they raided dungeons. Similarly, Ever since the Divine Colosseum had emerged, guilds no longer looked at a player's level and equipment when allowing players to take part in their entrance exams. Instead, they determined the player's qualifications through their progress in the Divine Colosseum, and ordinary players' techniques would not even be enough to pass the first floor of the Divine Colosseum. If one passed the second floor, they would be roughly as strong as an elite player. Meanwhile, one was definitely considered an expert if they could clear the third floor. Hence, it was very easy to determine the exact standard of a player upon arriving at the Divine Colosseum. Pure Fragrance spent 5 magic crystals to rent an amphitheater. In the amphitheater, players could fight however they wanted. The combat inside an amphitheater and the combat in the underground arena were different. In an amphitheater, players could set the rules of combat to their liking. For example, they could allow only melee combat, prohibiting the use of skills or tools. This would make fights much more realistic. On the other hand, such privileges were not available in the underground arena. After setting the rules, Shifeng and the 20 reserve members entered the amphitheater. Miss Black Flame is simply too arrogant. I'm going to enjoy watching him embarrass himself, Pure Fragrance gloated as she smirked at Shifeng. Fragrance, you're underestimating Black Flame. The fact that he could become the #1 expert of Star Moon Kingdom and remain undefeated is already enough proof of his strength. Don't forget, even Martial Dragon was helpless against him. You will see just how skilled he is, Phoenix Raid said, smiling when Pure Fragrance thought about the monster known as Martial Dragon. She could not help but tremble. An expert who had mastered a domain was an inhuman existence in the entire Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Very few were capable of blocking Martial Dragon's attacks. After the last war between the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Zero Wing, the various large guilds at the time had investigated Black Flame in detail. After all, a person capable of lasting against Martial Dragon in battle was extremely rare, not to mention someone capable of killing the Berserker. Although Black Flame was not responsible for killing Martial Dragon in the end, the fact that he fought Martial Dragon as an equal was an astounding feat. However, the investigation's results shocked everyone. Black Flame's basic attributes were simply tyrannical. He had relied on pure destructive power to survive against Martial Dragon. To put it simply, Black Flame's equipment was excellent. Now, however, things were different. Since that battle, the various large guilds had improved their equipment constantly, strengthening their top-tier experts' basic attributes. Martial Dragon's basic attributes had grown significantly. If he faced Black Flame now, most likely, Black Flame would last only a few exchanges before dying. Meanwhile, the 20 reserve members present wore top-tier equipment. Their equipment also held Tier 2 gemstones. Every one of them wore 3 intermediate mana armor kits. In terms of attributes, they had eliminated their weaknesses. On the contrary, one could even say that attributes were their strong points. Hence, it was no longer possible for Black Flame to rely on pure destructive force to win his battles. Just as Pure Fragrance fantasized about the 20 reserve members toying with Shifeng, a shocking scene suddenly played out before her eyes before anyone realized it. Shifeng's first opponent fell to the ground, lying there motionlessly. What happened? Pure Fragrance muttered in disbelief. She was only distracted for a moment, yet the battle was already over. Chapter 632, Grey Eagle. Above the wide and spacious stone platform, Shifeng slowly sheathed the abyssal blade, not even bothering to look at the level 30 berserker who had fallen to the ground next. Shifeng said calmly the rules of the amphitheater were set so that when a vital point was struck, death and defeat were certain. Even a shield warrior with high HP and defense was no exception to this rule, not to mention a berserker. Seeing Shifeng's calm expression, everyone who had felt insulted immediately shut their mouths, a hint of fear appearing in their eyes. Although the berserker class was not a speed-based class, it was not easily defeated. Not to mention, the berserker that had served as Shifeng's opponent was an expert who had experienced countless live battles. Moreover, they were all companions, so they understood each other's strengths quite well. Although the berserker Shifeng had defeated did not rank within the top 5 of their group, his combat power could still rank within the top 10. The fact that Shifeng had defeated the berserker with a single attack, giving the berserker no time to react, was simply inconceivable. As expected of someone chosen by the pavilion master, you indeed possess some ability. Let me, Grey Eagle, learn something from you, then. A middle-aged man with a lean body and eyes as sharp as an eagle's stepped out from the crowd. When the crowd saw the berserker named Grey Eagle step forward, the shock from Shifeng's one-sided victory immediately dissipated, their arrogance and confidence returning. Eagle, we're counting on you. We can't let him look down on us. The others showed their support from the side. Grey Eagle was the #1 expert among their group. Although the man was already in his 40s, his keen skills and bountiful combat experience were unmatched by ordinary, young players. I'll do my best. Grey Eagle nodded as he slowly walked up to Shifeng. Meanwhile, Phoenix Rain smiled pleasantly as she watched from the stands. We didn't have the chance to see Black Flame's true strength in the previous match. Now that Grey Eagle has stepped forward, we should get to see his limits, Phoenix Rain said, smiling as she watched a playback video of Shifeng's prior battle miss. Even in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Grey Eagle is an expert who ranks at the very top. He has a good chance of defeating anyone among the younger generation, other than Martial Dragon. How could he not be a match for Black Flame? Pure Fragrance could not help her surprise when she heard Phoenix Rain's words. Pure Fragrance believed that Phoenix Rain overestimated Shifeng's strength. She had not been paying attention, so she had not seen the moment when Shifeng had drawn his sword. However, after watching the battle's recording, she could tell that his attack was not so fast that it was unblockable. Only, Shifeng's attack was crafty, suddenly changing its trajectory to target his opponent's blind spot. As a result, the Berserker was unable to react in time and received a hit to his vital point, dying. However, Grey Eagle was different. The combat experience he possessed was several times greater compared to the other reserve members. Even if Shifeng abruptly changed the trajectory of his attack once more, it would be no threat to Grey Eagle. Will know once the battle begins. Naturally, Phoenix Rain knew how powerful Grey Eagle was. She had initially wanted Grey Eagle to lead the battle team. If Black Flame had not succeeded in conquering the Hell Mode ruins of the Crow God, she would not be here today. The moment Phoenix Rain finished speaking, the countdown timer above the stone platform also ended. Let me see just how strong you are. Grey Eagle retrieved his two-handed saber. Suddenly, his eyes grew cold, even the surrounding temperature dropped. It seemed as if nothing could escape his frosty gaze. Before Shifeng could move, Grey Eagle sent his saber slashing at Shifeng's shoulder. Grey Eagle's attack was not fast. On the contrary, it was very slow. Even an ordinary player could react to and block the attack. It was as if Grey Eagle's attack were tempting his opponent to block it. In addition, Grey Eagle's saber targeted a vital point. Facing this attack, one would have no choice but to either block or dodge it. If Shifeng did not defend against this attack, choosing to attack Grey Eagle's vital point instead, the battle would end in mutual destruction. One could say that this was a suicidal blow. At this moment, those who were familiar with Grey Eagle laughed. They all knew that Grey Eagle was not trying to pit his life against his opponent's. Rather, he was using this attack to probe for his opponent's weaknesses. Normally, experts rarely had any weak points when they were on guard. However, the instant they launched an attack, they would reveal their greatest weak point. Hence, Grey Eagle tempted Shifeng to expose his weak point of his own accord. Then, he would strike. Although Grey Eagle would also reveal his weak point, with his superior insight and abundant combat experience, he could easily suppress his opponent. In other words, Grey Eagle lured Shifeng to fight within his comfort zone. Due to this ability, many top-tier experts in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion were helpless against Grey Eagle going all in. Shifeng laughed. You'll regret it. In the next moment, Shifeng recklessly dove forward, towards Grey Eagle's purple-black saber. He did not even bother using his sword to block the oncoming weapon. Has he gone mad? Grey Eagle was dumbfounded as he watched Shifeng's insane behavior. Does he think I'll show mercy? Or does he think he can avoid my saber at the last moment? Grey Eagle was very experienced in combat. Seeing as Shifeng was not a lunatic, the only possibility for such reckless behavior was that Shifeng believed he could evade his attack at the very last moment and take the opportunity to strike at his weak point. You underestimate me. Grey Eagle's expression chilled further as he used more of his arm's strength. Suddenly, the speed of his saber increased. At such a close distance, it was simply impossible for anyone to avoid this attack. Immediately after, Grey Eagle's saber passed through Shifeng's body. This is. Grey Eagle was dumbfounded as he saw his saber cut across Shifeng's face, discovering that his weapon only struck an afterimage. What's going on here? Pure Fragrance gaped at this scene. No matter how she looked at it, Grey Eagle's saber should have struck Shifeng. Yet, for some unknown reason, despite a short distance of 1 meter between the Berserker and Swordsman, the 1.3-meter long two-handed saber had failed to reach its target. Sitting beside Pure Fragrance, Phoenix Rain squinted her eyes at this scene. With a heavy expression, she said, treating retreat as advance. I didn't imagine that Black Flame had already reached such a realm. Treating retreat as an advance? How does he know that? Pure Fragrance was shocked when she heard her superior's comment treating retreat as an advance was an attack technique. Against this technique, one would notice their opponent rush towards them, while in reality, their opponent was retreating. In actual combat, one would discover that they could not make contact with their opponent's body despite their opponent remaining right in front of them. It was as if they were haunted by a ghost, and they could not get rid of this ghost no matter what they did. This was a technique that could mentally exhaust the other party. Treating retreat as an advance was Martial Dragon's specialty. However, the reason Martial Dragon could use such a technique was his domain. He was only capable of using such a combat technique due to his absolute control over his surroundings. Could he have learned it after his fight with Martial Dragon? How can that be? Thinking up to this point, Pure Fragrance felt a chill crawl down her spine, following which, Grey Eagle brandished his sword over a dozen times at Chiffon. Every attack was swift and precise. Ordinary players could not defend against these attacks at all. Yet, no matter how hard the berserker swung his saber, his weapon never struck the swordsman before him. His attacks would always be off by a small thread. However, he could not stop his desperate and suicidal attacks. With such a short distance between them, if Chiffon attacked, he would not have enough time to react. No wonder the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's men were so confident when Grey Eagle stepped up. He's an expert who has entered the refinement realm. If I had not gained some enlightenment from the Darkness Shrine, fighting him would have really been troublesome. At this moment, Chiffon already had a general grasp of Grey Eagle's standard. Time to end things. Chapter 633, Capturing a Demonic Beast. Chiffon suddenly disappeared. Is this the rumored Void Steps? Grey Eagle was surprised. He had, more or less, watched the videos of Chiffon using his specialty move, Void Steps. Only, he had not imagined that a live human being could actually disappear right before his eyes. Not even his acute five senses could find any trace of Chiffon's presence. However, Void Step's weakness was also blatantly obvious, and that was the instant when Chiffon attacked. Facing a fatal strike, the brain would not ignore such vital information. However, it was also very difficult to block such an attack as the distance between them was simply too short. The most common method to counter Void Steps was to adapt to it gradually, allowing one's brain to stop ignoring the transmission of information. That way, Chiffon's Void Steps would be rendered useless. However, it was extremely difficult to achieve this. It was like trying to remember the faces of the hundreds of pedestrians one walked by every day. Remembering the faces of a few people was already a difficult feat, as the brain would automatically ignore the majority of such information. Hence, it was extremely difficult to unravel Chiffon's Void Steps. However, you still underestimate me. Grey Eagle grinned as he shifted the trajectory of his saber, swinging the weapon towards a vacant location. Sparks scattered as the sound of clashing metal echoed throughout the amphitheater. Suddenly, Chiffon appeared above the stone platform. Sure enough, he can grasp my general location. Chiffon was not at all surprised by Grey Eagle's performance. After all, the berserker had already entered the refinement realm. Grey Eagle's observational skills should be exceptional. Even with a lack of information, Grey Eagle should be able to grasp his general location. It was like his fight with Martial Dragon. With his domain, Martial Dragon was capable of processing all information within his domain without missing even the tiniest of detail. If Martial Dragon concentrated on observing his surroundings, he could render Void Steps utterly useless. Unfortunately, you only have a single weapon, whereas I have two. Chiffon increased the force he exerted with the Abyssal Blade, pinning down Grey Eagle's two-handed saber. Meanwhile, Purgatory's Shadow, which he wielded with his other hand, completed a perfect arc as it slid through Grey Eagle's heart, leaving behind small and unnoticeable seam. Damn it. Grey Eagle clutched at his heart as he fell to the stone floor of the platform, reluctance filling his eyes as he died. Grey Eagle's defeat stunned the venue into silence. Although this match had appeared uneventful, most battles between experts were like this. Tiny differences usually decided the outcome of these battles. What a pity. If Grey Eagle could use two weapons as well, Black Flame would not have one so easily. Pure Fragrance sighed. No matter what anyone said or did, Grey Eagle was a part of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The fact that Grey Eagle was defeated so easily was not a good thing for the pavilion's reputation. Would 2 weapons really solve the problem? Phoenix Rain wore a complex expression as she watched Chiffon. He really is a hateful person. Grey Eagle was a berserker, a class that was known for its strength. The class's strength growth was the highest of any class, yet Chiffon had suppressed Grey Eagle with a single hand. This was enough to show just how high Chiffon's strength attribute was. With such an advantage, Chiffon could easily decide the outcome the moment the battle began. Still, Chiffon had chosen to waste so much time with Grey Eagle. Why? There could only be one explanation. He wanted to determine Grey Eagle's strength originally. Phoenix Rain had thought to use Grey Eagle to uncover the depths of Chiffon's strength. However, not only had they failed to do so, but they had also allowed Chiffon to study them in turn, following which, Chiffon proceeded with testing the remaining 18 reserve members, and sure enough, not a single one passed. Chiffon finished off everyone with a single hit. Miss Phoenix, I'm sorry to say this, but none of these people passed. It seems that I can only recruit members on my own, Chiffon said, smiling at Phoenix Rain. Hearing Chiffon's declaration, the reserve members instantly paled. Chiffon had extinguished their previous arrogance and confidence. They could not even bring themselves to muster a retort. If none of them passed, it can't be helped. I still have to deal with some procedures regarding the participation rights. As for the battle team members, I'll leave it to guild leader Black Flame. Phoenix Rain inwardly rolled her eyes at Chiffon. It was obvious that Chiffon had no intentions of letting her subordinates join the battle team. Finished speaking, Phoenix Rain left the Divine Colosseum with her group. Meanwhile, Chiffon hailed a horse carriage and hurried towards White River City's teleportation hall. Phoenix Rain can't be underestimated. She was actually able to recruit 3 refinement realm experts. It seems that I'll have to hasten Fire Dance and the others' training. Chiffon had a clear understanding of his companion's strength. If not for his intention to widen the guild's core members' horizons in the Dark Arena, Phoenix Rain's top 3 reserve members definitely qualified to become official members. After all, refinement realm experts were rare in God's domain. A battle team with 3 of such experts could definitely rank in the middle among all battle teams participating in the Dark Arena. This was also why Phoenix Rain believed that the battle team had the chance to rank within the top 100. Of course, that was not to say that Fire Dance and the others were weaker than Grey Eagle's Group A players'. Combat power could not be determined by combat techniques alone. Attributes and skills also made up a rather large ratio. Upon arriving at the teleportation hall, Chiffon quickly discovered Fire Dance and the others, who had been waiting for him for quite some time. Guild leader, we brought what you asked for. However, haven't we bought a few too many? Aqua Rose asked, feeling a slight sting to her heart. Hunting scrolls and storage space scrolls were already very expensive. A single hunting scroll cost 3 gold, 50 silver, whereas a storage space scroll cost a full 5 gold. If they only needed to purchase a few, Aqua Rose would not have minded. After all, the guild's member count had increased significantly in recent days. The money a 2-star guild could earn through guild quests was quite significant as well. In addition, they also had the profits from the candlelight trading firm. Hence, spending 100 or 200 gold wouldn't be an issue. However, Chiffon had requested 100 hunting scrolls and 50 storage space scrolls. Furthermore, hunting required other items as well. In total, they had spent more than 800 gold to prepare for this hunting trip. Not even a bronze mount cost that much. You'll understand when the time comes. This amount is nothing considerable. Chiffon laughed. In the past, to obtain a slightly better guild mount, various large guilds had spent astronomical sums of money. In comparison, they had only spent around 800 gold. Aqua Rose grew frustrated by Chiffon's response. Fortunately, Zero Wing still had the candlelight trading firm to support it. Otherwise, this hunting trip would have punched a huge hole in the guild's finances. Let's head to the Great Forest of Soria. Saying so, Chiffon approached the teleportation magic array. Upon discovering their destination, everyone involuntarily trembled. The Great Forest of Soria. Anyone who researched high-level maps knew that the Great Forest of Soria was a level 50 map. To current players, it was a death trap. Furthermore, the Great Forest of Soria was different from ordinary leveling maps. It was a forbidden land for the human race. Chapter 634, Starfall City. Very quickly, Chiffon paid the party's teleportation fees. Each person cost 80 silver for a total of 4 gold, 80 silver for the whole party. An ordinary party could not afford to spend that much money even if they bankrupted themselves. The Great Forest of Soria was a neutral area situated between the Black Dragon Empire and the Star Moon Kingdom. Current players were not nearly strong enough to survive. The area players also knew the Great Forest of Soria as the Forest of Death. It was a level 50 to level 70 leveling map, and it was 3 to 4 times larger than ordinary leveling maps of the same level. However, the map's high level wasn't the greatest threat. The reason behind the Forest of Death nickname was the utter lack of fortresses or safe gathering locations for humans. Instead, the map was a haven for demonic beasts and half-orcs. The Great Forest of Soria was a kingdom of half-orcs, and it posed a great threat to players as the half-orc race was highly prejudiced against outsiders. Players could encounter the half-orc patrol squads at any time inside the Great Forest. Not only were these patrol squads extremely powerful, but they would also call for their other companions to ambush players. Hence, survival within the Great Forest was, to say the least, challenging. Through the teleportation array, Shifeng's party quickly arrived at Starfall City, a city near Starmoon Kingdom's border. Starfall City was the second largest city in Starmoon Kingdom's northern region. Although the city was near the kingdom's border, it was the most prosperous of all the cities in the northern region. Starfall City was of similar rank to White River City. Only, the city had a few more Tier 4 NPCs guarding it than White River City. There were a total of 7 Tier 4 NPCs. The city's defensive power greatly surpassed White River City and was only weaker than Starmoon City. This place is impressive. Blackie could not help his shock when he saw the busy street. There were a lot of NPC guards patrolling the streets, at least twice that of White River City. Other than the NPC guards, there were also plenty of merchants roaming about. One could also see many horse carriages carrying cargo coming and going. Moreover, these merchants were not limited to NPCs. There were also plenty of player merchants. These player merchants similarly rode horse carriages around the city. There were also plenty of player merchants who had parked their carriages in one place and hawked and bought various items. What are they doing? Cola noticed that these player merchants were frantically purchasing various materials and equipment from other players. There were even some who purchased common items from NPC merchants. Moreover, these player merchants purchased these common items in large quantities, costing up to dozens, or even more than 100, gold. Such an amount would be enough to fund a small guild for a relatively long time. None of White River City's players would be so insane as to purchase so many common items from NPC merchants. Those people are reselling goods and making a profit through the price differences. Shifeng explained. Making a profit through the price differences? Blackie was confused. But the NPC's prices are the same throughout Starmoon Kingdom. Only some unique items can be resold for a profit. Even so, there aren't usually many of those items available for sale, and normally, when the NPCs restock, large guilds usually buy everything, keeping them for their own use. Who are they planning to sell these common items to? To players, of course, Shifeng said, laughing. Although NPCs' common items in Starmoon Kingdom have uniform prices, the prices may be different in other kingdoms and empires. Some items sold in Starmoon Kingdom might be more expensive in the Black Dragon Empire, while some items might be cheaper. Meanwhile, these people are trying to make a profit through the difference in prices. Then, aren't there teleportation arrays? Wouldn't it be easier just to deliver their products using teleportation arrays? Blackie asked curiously. Why must they use horse carriages? Very simple. The transportation fees would be too high if they used the teleportation arrays. Moreover, only the capital city has an array that enables teleportation between other kingdoms and empires, and each teleportation would cost more than 1 gold. Their profit margin is not high. Moreover, a player can't carry enough items. They might even incur losses if they used teleportation arrays to conduct their trades. Meanwhile, a horse carriage can carry more than a dozen times that of players. Some good horse carriages can even carry up to 20 or 30 times. Although one may waste some time and encounter some dangers if they travel to the Black Dragon Empire via a horse carriage, in general, they can earn a lot of money with a single trip. These player merchants earn even more money than our guild's elite players. Shifeng had some knowledge regarding the merchant subclass. In the past, his guild had frequently organized caravans to conduct cross-border trade, earning significant funds for the guild. Meanwhile, Starfall City offered a natural advantage for cross-border trade. This was also why many merchants throughout Starmoon Kingdom specifically traveled all the way to Starfall City to develop themselves. Everyone came to a realization upon hearing Shifeng's explanation. They had never imagined that the cross-border trade was such a profitable business. The wages Zero Wing offered were among the highest of all guilds in Starmoon Kingdom. The money its elite members earned each day was several times more than the elite members of other guilds. The money they earned could even rival that of ordinary experts, yet these merchant players actually made more money than Zero Wing's elite members. In other words, these merchant players made more money than even the ordinary experts in God's domain. All right, split up and look for any caravans that are about to depart. Shifeng ordered. There was a great distance between Starfall City and the Great Forest of Soria. If a player relied on their own 2 feet to travel, it would take over 10 hours to reach the Great Forest. If Shifeng were traveling alone, he could simply teleport to the Great Forest with the aid of the 7 Luminaries ring, saving him a lot of hassle. Unfortunately, none of his other party members possessed the 7 Luminaries ring. Hence, they would have no choice but to travel to the Great Forest on foot. Meanwhile, if a caravan were about to embark from Starfall City to the Black Dragon Empire, they would have to pass through the outermost region of the Great Forest of Soria. If one traveled via horse carriage, the journey to the Great Forest would only take 3 or 4 hours. It was much faster than even common mounts. However, the road to the Black Dragon Empire was not easy for a caravan. A caravan normally required an escort of guards. Meanwhile, powerful players would often accept such escort quests as they were extremely profitable. The money one could earn from these quests was several times higher than ordinary high-level quests. Only, one would have to invest a lot of time to complete the quest. A dozen minutes or so later, Aqua Rose located a caravan that was about to depart for the Black Dragon Empire. This caravan was not particularly large. In total, there were only a dozen or so horse carriages. Moreover, it was a caravan that consisted entirely of players. It was far less safe than NPC caravans. After leaving the city, caravans could encounter all sorts of trouble such as monster attacks and player robberies. In the past, Shifeng had even tragically been mugged by a Tier 4 Sword Emperor NPC. Meanwhile, in an NPC-organized caravan, there would usually be some NPC guards escorting the caravan. Ordinary players would not dare consider robbing such caravans. Monsters offered the greatest danger. These caravans. Player-organized caravans, on the other hand, were often the targets of players who had joined the dark forces. Of course, with risk comes opportunity. If player merchants joined an NPC-organized caravan, their profits would decrease sharply. The maximum amount of money they could earn from a single trade was only 1/3 of the money they could make if they joined a player-organized caravan. Of course, even this was still a significant amount of money to an ordinary player. In other words, a player-organized caravan's profits were 3 times that of an NPC-organized caravan. Naturally, courageous or strong players would take this risk. Our Red Rain caravan is not some weak caravan. We don't welcome weaklings here. Not to mention, you guys are only planning to join us to the Great Forest of Soria. You will occupy our guard slots for nothing. A female ranger with a charming and flirtatious look sneered. This female ranger had black, shoulder-length hair and wore a black and red tight-fitting leather jacket. Chapter 635, Rainless Sword. Just as the female ranger had said, the Red Rain caravan's strength could not be underestimated. Although the Red Rain caravan was slightly weaker than the other caravans that consisted of over 30 horse carriages, their horse carriages were of higher quality. 2 horses pulled the Red Rain caravan's carriages, unlike the normal horse carriages that other caravans used, which were only pulled by 1 horse. Not only were the Red Rain caravan's carriages faster, but they could also hold considerably more cargo, with each carriage holding up to 24 times that of an ordinary player's bag space. Moreover, due to the horse carriages being of a higher rank, they could hire 2 more guards than ordinary carriages. Forming such a powerful caravan at this stage of the game displayed the great capability of this player group guild leader. Although there are several other caravans that are about to leave, we'll have to wait for another 3 to 4 hours for them to resupply before they set out. However, this caravan doesn't want guards that will quit halfway through the journey, Aqua Rose reported. Although there were many caravans in Starfall City, that did not mean that a caravan was available to set off at any time. It's their loss for not picking powerful guards like us, Cola snorted. He had just replaced his old shield with the divine Bluefire shield, his strength increasing significantly, so he felt somewhat irritated by the fact that the Red Rain Caravan had ignored him. Shafeng swept a glance over the Red Rain Caravan that was recruiting guards some distance away. The Red Rain Caravan consisted of a total of 16 bronze carriages, each holding a maximum of 5 people. That was 2 more than common carriages. In other words, the Red Rain Caravan could carry a total of 80 people. After including the caravan's merchants, they could recruit up to a maximum of 50 guards. If the caravan allowed Shafeng's party of 6 to take up 1/8 of the remaining slots, it would greatly strengthen the caravan. Currently, Shafeng's group wore black cloaks to hide their identities. Outsiders could not discern their appearances at all, not to mention their guild with Zero Wing's influence in Starmoon Kingdom. The Red Rain Caravan would definitely show some deference and allow their party to join. However, Shafeng did not wish to expose their tracks. Every large guild had their own investigation team that was responsible for collecting information on and tracking the important members of other large guilds, taking the opportunity to investigate their movements or seek opportunities to assassinate these members. Everyone in Starmoon Kingdom knew of Zero Wing. Naturally, their actions would attract the attention of many parties. Not to mention, Zero Wing had plenty of enemies. If someone discovered their tracks, some of these enemies might go out of their way to deal with them. Although Shafeng was not afraid of his enemies, he did not wish to risk exposing the location of a rare guild mount and the method of capturing it. That would be a huge loss for him. Therefore, Shafeng had everyone in his party hide their identities. I'll negotiate with them. Shafeng shook his head and smiled. He then walked towards the lead female ranger. Why are you here again? Haven't I said that our guard slots are precious and that we can't afford to hire people that will quit halfway through the trip? The female ranger named Red Rain said, we don't want any remunerations. I'll even give you 1 gold as a traveling expense. How about it? Shafeng took out a shining gold coin from his bag. Although the Red Rain Caravan transported a lot of goods, they could not earn much. To the caravan, 1 gold was a significant amount of money. Hearing Shafeng's offer, Red Rain hesitated. Although the Great Forest of Soria is only halfway, most of the dangers on the way to the Empire come from the Great Forest itself. As long as you get through the Great Forest, you shouldn't encounter any problems on the remaining journey. We'll part ways only after we exit the Great Forest. How about that? Shafeng offered another suggestion. This Red Rain was clearly tempted indeed. Just as Shafeng had stated, the truly dangerous area from Starfall City to the Black Dragon Empire was the Great Forest of Soria. The Great Forest was the best place for players to set up an ambush. At the same time, the Great Forest was also where caravans would most likely encounter monster attacks. As long as they passed through the Great Forest, their trip to the Black Dragon Empire could basically be considered a success. Just agree to their offer. Our Red Rain Caravan is famous in Starfall City. Those bandit players normally take the long way around to avoid us. What's wrong with earning a little more money? A level 29 swordsman youth asked. Even if we encounter some trouble on the second half of the journey, doesn't the caravan still have me? While the swordsman youth was speaking, Shafeng activated omniscient eyes to size up the young man. The swordsman's name was displayed as Rainless Path. The majority of his equipment was level 25 fine gold rank, with a few pieces of level 30 secret silver equipment. There was even a piece of level 25 dark gold equipment. Rainless Path? When Shafeng saw this name, he suddenly recalled something about this swordsman in the past. Rainless Path had been a famous swordsman in Starmoon Kingdom. At his peak, he had ranked within the top 30 swordsmen in Starmoon Kingdom. Back then, he had also been known as Rainless Sword. His name had shaken the entire Starmoon Kingdom. Unfortunately, his growth had been limited by the fact that he was an independent player. For an independent player like Rainless Path to place within the top 30 of the kingdom's swordsmen was an amazing feat. Alright, then. I accept your offer. However, we have to make a contract first. Red Rain sighed as she conceded. She thought that she was behaving too conservatively. After all, the Red Rain Caravan was a well-known caravan in Starfall City. Bandit players normally would not try to make an enemy of their caravan. Even in the off chance that someone did try to rob them, they still had an expert like Rainless Path. Okay. Shafeng did not object to signing a contract. With a contract, both sides could feel at ease afterward. Shifeng and his party entered into a contract with the Red Rain Caravan. The contract required Shifeng's party to pay a remuneration of 1 gold to the Red Rain Caravan. In return, the Red Rain Caravan would transport his party to the Great Forest of Soria. The two groups would part ways once they exited the Great Forest. After another dozen or so minutes, the Red Rain Caravan recruited enough players to fill the remaining guard spots. Shortly after, the caravan departed from Starfall City. The bronze carriages were very fast. Moving along the highway, it took only 2 hours for the Red Rain Caravan to reach the Great Forest of Soria. Level 50 monsters roamed the Great Forest's outermost region. However, due to the Starmoon Kingdom and the Black Dragon Empire armies often clearing the monsters around the highway, the Great Forest's monsters did not dare approach the highway casually. This allowed players to organize their own caravans to travel between these two countries. Moreover, with the current level of players, as long as they possessed some equipment that had the Ignore levels attribute and the protection skills unique to caravans, even a player caravan could pose a certain degree of threat to level 50 monsters. As long as there were not too many monsters, a player caravan could even kill off the level 50 monsters only. During transport, the players in a caravan would not get any loot or EXP from the monsters they killed. Hence, players were unable to take advantage of the caravan's strength to grind for EXP and items. Moreover, the carriages could only travel on commercial roads, they could not travel to other locations. Otherwise, players would not need to purchase mounts. Shortly after the Red Rain Caravan entered the Great Forest of Soria, a thinly-built ranger hiding in a towering tree noticed the caravan. This ranger then activated Eagle Eyes and carefully observed his target boss. Another caravan has arrived, the ranger said through the team chat. Which caravan is it? A rough and barbaric voice came from the other side. Looking at the symbol, it seems to be the Red Rain Caravan, the thinly-built ranger said, licking his lips. Red Rain Caravan. Excellent. I'll show that slut, Red Rain, that struggling is useless, even if she has Rainless path. Send me their coordinates. Today, the 1,000-mile killers will take this opportunity to lay our hands on the Red Rain Caravan for never paying tolls. The thinly built ranger immediately sent the Red Rain Caravan's coordinates to his boss. Ha. We're going to make a fortune. I heard that the Red Rain Caravan is as rich as an oil baron. The caravan has even given Rainless Path a dark gold weapon. Their riches will be ours, the 1,000-mile killers. The thinly built ranger drooled as he watched the bronze carriages of the Red Rain Caravan. Chapter 636, Dark Guild. The Red Rain Caravan did not have an easy journey through the Great Forest of Soria. They oftentimes encountered attacks from 1 or 2 level 50 wind leopards, forcing the caravan to halt their advance and face these demonic beasts. Wind leopard, demonic beast, common rank. Level 50. HP 50 000 50 000. Although the wind leopard was only a common monster and its HP was very low, its speed and damage could rival even that of a level 30 chieftain. Ordinary players would not survive more than 3 hits from this monster. If an ordinary player encountered a wind leopard, only death awaited them. They would not even have a chance to escape. However, when a caravan was in the process of delivering goods, it gained special skills. There was no need for players to risk their lives to defend their cargo. They could deal significant damage to these monsters just by relying on the bronze carriage's attack skills. The bronze carriages could also enhance players' attributes within a certain range. A level 30 player could receive such a massive buff that it gave them the attributes of a level 40 player. Hence, as long as a player was somewhat skilled, it was not entirely impossible for them to defeat level 50 monsters before Shifeng's party even descended from their carriages. Rainless Path was already charging towards the 2 wind leopards. And before the 2 wind leopards could react, Rainless Path activated Chop and dealt 3 damages of over -1,000 points to one of the demonic beasts. AO. The injured wind leopard released an angry howl. It then pounced at Rainless Path, brandishing its sharp claws at the swordsman. At the same time, the other wind leopard darted towards Rainless Path with its fangs bared. However, before the 2 wind leopards could touch Rainless Path, the 6 frontmost bronze carriages each fired a blue beam at the 2 monsters. The beams were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they struck the wind leopards, knocking them back. Each beam dealt -3,000 damage and severely injured the 2 monsters. Rainless Path circled to the wind leopards' backs, aiming Earth Splitter at their hind legs. The keen edge of a dark gold longsword was extraordinary. Immediately, Rainless Path's weapon sliced through the leopard's thick hide, damaging the tendons and greatly reducing the monster's mobility, following which, the other bronze carriages fired beams as well, and in a short moment, the two wind leopards were dead. Meanwhile, Rainless Path had even not received a single point of damage. The coordination between player and carriages was perfect. Shifeng and the other guards had no chance to display their skill at all. Sheathing his long sword, Rainless Path leaped back onto his carriage and said, "Let's go." This scene shocked many of the caravan's guards. Rainless Path was able to defeat two level 50 wind leopards without suffering any damage. In all of Starfall City, very few were capable of such a feat as expected of Red Rain Caravan's Rainless Path. "It seems that the only thing we'll do on this trip is fill our pockets with money," many of the guard players said in celebration. Although the remuneration and EXP for a caravan's escort quest were abundant, the quest itself was not an easy one. One would encounter many life-threatening dangers on the road. Hence, not many players in Starfall City were willing to accept an escort quest. However, it was a different story if the escort quest was for a powerful caravan. In such cases, taking on the quest would be the equivalent of free money and EXP. If he already has such precise physical control now, chances are that, among those in the guild, only Fire Dance and Violet Cloud can defeat him. It's no wonder why he was able to make a name for himself in Starmoon Kingdom despite being an independent player. Shifeng was able to gauge Rainless Path's combat standards during his previous battle. The current Rainless Path was many times stronger than Shifeng when he had first logged into God's domain in this life. At a stone bridge in the Great Forest of Sauria's outer region, multiple level 27 and higher players hid in the surrounding forest. At such a distance, ordinary players traveling the road could easily discover these players. However, they had used isolation scrolls. Although they were not invisible, the scrolls blurred their bodies, making it very difficult to notice them by sight alone while they hid in the forest. The person leading this team was a level 29 berserker wearing black scale armor and wielding a silver greatsword. Watching the quickly approaching caravan, he sneered as he said, "They're finally here. Get into position." Upon receiving this man's command, every team member took out an earthy yellow magic scroll from their bags. The moment the Red Rain Caravan's carriages entered their encirclement, the leading berserker shouted, "Go." The members of 1,000-mile killers immediately activated the yellow magic scrolls. In the next moment, thick walls rose from the road, sealing off the path ahead and behind the Red Rain Caravan, preventing the carriages from advancing or retreating. The ambush took the Red Rain Caravan's players by surprise before anyone could react. Nearly 100 players burst from the forest on both sides of the road. Normally, when attempting to plunder a caravan, one could not have too many players because if too many players joined the fight, the caravan's special skills would grow stronger, making the caravan far more difficult to deal with. When attacking a caravan consisting of a dozen or so carriages, a small army of 100 players offered the best results. 1,000-mile bear. Red Rain's expression sank, her beautiful eyes glaring at the berserker amidst the crowd. "We have never interfered with each other's business. What is the meaning of this?" The 1,000-mile killers was a red name team that had already plundered countless caravans. 1,000-mile bear was their leader. However, the 1,000-mile killers had never attempted to rob Starfall City's famous caravans. Hence, the various famous caravans had never bothered to join hands to deal with the 1,000-mile killers. Red Rain had never thought that 1,000-mile bear would break the unwritten rule after all this time and target their Red Rain caravan. "Red Rain, do you really think that I don't normally target you guys because I am afraid of you?" 1,000-mile bear grinned. Coldly, he said, "Hand over 1 piece of dark gold equipment and 5 pieces of fine gold equipment. Oh, and leave your carriages behind. Otherwise, none of you will leave here alive." 1,000-mile bear, do you think that our Red Rain caravan is that easy to bully? If you're strong enough, take it yourself. Red Rain unslung the dark blue longbow from her back and fired multiple arrows consecutively at the level 29 berserker. Although an arrow was not as powerful as a spell, it was much faster. Rainless Path also unsheathed his long sword and swiftly charged towards 1,000-mile bear. In order to round up bandits, one must first catch their ringleader. If 1,000-mile bear died, the other members of his team would fall into disarray. Since you don't know when to give up, don't blame me for not showing mercy. 1,000-mile bear swung his great sword, deflecting the incoming arrows. He then called out to the 12 black-robed players behind him, saying, "It's up to you guys now." All 12 black-robed players hid their identities. Their appearances were also indiscernible. However, all 12 radiated a bone-chilling aura. The 12 players nodded silently before splitting up and charging towards the caravan. They did not bother dealing with Rainless Path as a group. "I heard that you are a swordsman expert. I want to see just how strong you are." One of the robed players, a swordsman, unsheathed his pair of swords as he approached Rainless Path, wearing a playful expression. The black-robed swordsman activated Wind Blade, arriving before and brandishing his swords at Rainless Path. As if they were venomous snakes, the black-robed swordsman's 2 swords struck at Rainless Path's heart and neck with deadly precision. The attacks were so fast that Rainless Path barely saw the weapons. "After images, who are you?" Rainless Path was shocked. Hurriedly, he swung his long sword to block the attack. Throughout Starfall City, only a few players were capable of such speed and accuracy, and Rainless Path knew practically every swordsman in the city who could achieve such a feat. However, he could not remember anyone who matched the size and aura of the black-robed swordsman. Dang, dang. 2 rings of metal clashing resounded. Although Rainless Path blocked the black-robed swordsman's attacks, he had been forced to retreat by 2 steps. The black-robed swordsman was slightly stronger than Rainless Path. However, Rainless Path did not lack speed as he slashed at his opponent's black cloak, revealing the mysterious swordsman's true identity. The mysterious swordsman was actually a severely emaciated youth. However, the youth's character ID was as crimson as a deep pool of blood. A black skull also graced the boy's silver armor, and his entire body radiated a faint bloody glow. "What is the Dark Guild, the Million Ghosts, doing here?" Rainless Path could not help his shock when he saw the skull-shaped guild emblem. "You really are powerful. However, what do you think of this?" The swordsman youth laughed. In the next moment, he swung his swords and sent 10 sword images towards Rainless Path. All 10 sword images appeared before Rainless Path's body simultaneously, making them impossible to block or dodge. Chapter 637. Are the Million Ghosts very strong? Facing 10 sword images, even an ordinary expert would be surprised, failing to defend themselves. However, instead of moving to block the attacks, Rainless Path activated Defensive Blade and charged towards the sword images. Rainless Path then used the Tier 1 swordsman skill, 5 consecutive slashes. On the swordsman youth, 5 consecutive slashes was not a particularly powerful skill among Tier 1 swordsman skills. However, this skill increased his attack speed more than any other in his arsenal. When executing the skill, the user would send out a total of 5 slashes, with each subsequent slash receiving a 20% attack speed and damage increase. Hence, each subsequent slash was faster and more powerful than the prior one, making it extremely difficult to counter. Both Rainless Path and the mysterious youth were swordsmen, and both parties were level 29. Although they had extraordinary attack power, their defenses were average. However, in terms of attributes, the youth was stronger. The boy had over 7,300 HP, whereas Rainless Path only had over 6,800 HP. If either swordsman failed to defend his opponent's attack, even if they did not die instantly, they would not have much HP remaining. Facing Rainless Path's suicidal attack, the swordsman youth had no choice but to activate Defensive Blade. Peng. 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 After sparks scattered, both swordsmen pulled away from each other. Though neither received any damage, their defensive blades had been exhausted. For a short time, neither swordsman could use the life-saving skill again. After a series of exchanges, neither side managed to grasp an advantage over each other. Although the swordsman youth had the advantage in attributes, Rainless Path's combat techniques were superior. For a time, the swordsmen were helpless against each other. However, the same could not be said for the battles happening elsewhere. Arrows and spells flew through the air. The bronze carriages added their own magic attacks into the mix, as well. At the rear line, the healers of both sides concentrated on keeping their allies alive. The bridge had transformed into a miniature battlefield. Players could die at any time. When the Red Rain Caravan's guards were killed by red names, they would lose 1 level and drop 2 or 3 pieces of equipment. On the other hand, the ambushing red names suffered a more severe fate. When they died, not only did they lose 2 or 3 levels, but they also dropped the majority of their equipment. There were even some red names who dropped every single piece of equipment they had upon death. However, The black-robed players who had emerged were frighteningly strong. Killing the Red Rain Caravan's guards was like child's play to these players. In a short moment, these black-robed players had killed 8 guards. How could this be? Red Rain suddenly felt a wave of despair. They should not have had any problems dealing with the 1,000-mile killers. However, these 12 powerful experts had rendered even the Red Rain Caravan powerless. Moreover, these 12 experts were members of the Million Ghosts, a dark guild. Dark guilds were different from ordinary guilds in that they focused on slaughtering other players. The members of dark guilds were all red names. Meanwhile, the Million Ghosts was one of the famous dark guilds in the Black Dragon Empire. The Dark Guild's strength could rival even that of a first-rate guild. Only, the guild had far fewer members than a first-rate guild. Red Rain had never imagined that the Million Ghosts would lay their hands on this place as well. Rainless Path was similarly anxious. After all, as his fight against the swordsman youth drug on, more people in the caravan would die. From today onwards, the trade route between Starmoon Kingdom and the Black Dragon Empire belongs to the Million Ghost. You people from Red Rain Caravan, when you return to Starfall City, make sure to tell all the caravans in the city that anyone who crosses this bridge will have to pay a toll, otherwise, they will share your fate. 1,000-Mile Bear arrogantly declared as he overlooked the battling crowd. The Red Rain Caravan's members could not help but despair at these words. The Million Ghosts intended to use them as an example for the people of Starfall City, so that's the case. However, are the Million Ghosts very strong? Shifeng asked, chuckling as he looked down on the level 29 Berserker. Dark guilds would normally occupy some high traffic routes, making a fortune in tolls. However, Shifeng had never imagined that the Million Ghosts Guild would discover the importance of trade routes and begin claiming them so quickly. It was just like how the Candlelight trading firm was charged an export fee when selling their products in other cities. If they exported products to other countries, however, the fees were much higher, charging 30% of the item's price. Hence, once players established a shop in other countries, they normally formed their own caravans to transport their goods, saving a lot on travel expenses. The Candlelight trading firm already possessed shops in a few cities within the Black Dragon Empire. The trading firm similarly had a shop in Starfall City. However, as the level of current players was still somewhat low, Shifeng had not planned to establish his own caravan just yet. Since the Million Ghosts was already eyeing trade routes, Shifeng could not sit idle and do nothing. How dare you provoke the Million Ghost? A level 29 black-robed berserker charged towards Shifeng, sending a heavy strike at Shifeng's head. In response, Shifeng remained motionless as he allowed the berserker's axe to descend on him. Peng. Before anyone knew it, Fire Dance appeared beside a black-robed berserker and used sneak attack, forcing the berserker into a fainted state for 3 seconds. Immediately after, she used the most powerful burst skill an assassin had, Absolute Strike. When her dagger penetrated the berserker's back, the attack threw the latter forward by 10-yard system. Absolute Strike completion rate 85%, resulting in 100% of skill's effect. Skill proficiency plus 3 to 12,056. The black-robed berserker, who had less than 8,000 HP, dropped like a stone as the berserker slammed heavily into the ground. He dropped 3 pieces of equipment. Since the berserker was a member of a dark guild, even though he was a red name and his name was nearly black, his punishment from the system would not be too severe. Only, he would drop slightly more items than an ordinary player. As for his lost levels, he would only lose 1 level like everyone else. However, the black-robed berserker's death immediately silenced the battlefield. Everyone's attention shifted towards Fire Dance, who currently wore a black cloak that blurred her appearance. Who are you? 1,000-Mile Bear asked, his expression turning grave as he stared at Shifeng. The 12 experts the Million Ghosts had sent were all core members of the Dark Guild. Every one of them was extremely powerful. Meanwhile, the berserker that Fire Dance had killed ranked 5th out of the 12 experts. If such a person died from a single hit, even an idiot could tell that Shifeng's group was not ordinary. Red Rain, who had begun to despair, also stared at Shifeng's party in disbelief. So strong, Rainless Path could not help but shiver when he recalled Fire Dance killing the black-robed berserker instantly. When he placed himself in the berserker's shoes, he felt that he would not have even had time to activate Defensive Blade, dying instantly. With such strength, Fire Dance could definitely rank at the very top of Starfall City. She was not someone that he could hope to contend with at this moment. Shifeng waved his hand and said, "Get rid of them." Teach the million ghosts that there are some things that they are not allowed to touch. Fire Dance and the others nodded as they dashed towards the million ghosts experts. Although there was not much of a level difference between them, in terms of equipment, Fire Dance and the others were leaps and bounds above the million ghosts experts. Not to mention the Dark Guild's core members, even the Million Ghosts Guild leader would not have equipment that could compare with a Tier 1 set equipment. Kola charged at a level 29 Black-Robed Assassin and used Divine Shield Strike. The Divine Bluefire shield transformed into a blue meteor that struck the assassin and dealt -2,748 damage. In response, the assassin hurriedly spun to Kola's back and used Backstab on the Guardian Knight. However, shifting his feet slightly, Kola easily blocked the attack with the Bluefire shield, receiving no damage. Immediately after, Kola followed up with a Hammer of Sanctions and Punishment, finishing off the black-robed assassin. The entire battle was over in a flash. If even an MT like Kola could defeat his opponent so swiftly, there was no need to mention the rest of Shifeng's party. With a wave of her staff, Aqua Rose cast Flame Explosion and finished off one of the bandits instantly. As for Fire Dance, she activated Wind Steps, and like Death Scythe, she harvested her enemy's head easily. After a short moment, only a few of the 1,000-mile killers remained. As for the Million Ghosts members, only 4 of the black-robed experts still stood. Nobody would have thought that a party of players could actually render these red name experts utterly powerless. You guys are digging your own grave. 1,000-Mile Bear's eyes bulged from his anger. The Million Ghosts will not let you off the hook. We're retreating. Saying so, 1,000-Mile Bear turned and fled. However, activating Silent Steps, Shifeng immediately appeared behind 1,000-Mile Bear and sent a chop at the Berserker. Shifeng's sword drawing speed was astonishing, and all everyone saw was a silver flash. In the next moment, 1,000-Mile Bear's body fell to the ground. The Berserker could not believe that someone could actually execute such a fast attack. It was so fast that he had no chance to react. The only thing he could do was watch as his HP descend until it reached 0. Chapter 638, Forming a Caravan. 1,000-Mile Bear's instant death stupefied the Million Ghosts members who had been fleeing for their lives. Shifeng was simply too fast. They had only heard 1,000-Mile Bear finish his words, and in the next moment, his body hit the ground. And before anyone had noticed, Shifeng stood beside 1,000-Mile Bear like the god of death monster. This thought immediately possessed the minds of the Million Ghosts members. They finally understood why Shifeng looked down on the Million Ghosts with such strength. Not even the big 3 in their guild would be his match. Both Red Rain and Rainless Path stared in shock at Shifeng quietly standing in the distance. They were very familiar with 1,000-Mile Bear's strength. Even if they worked together, they would need to expend a lot of effort to defeat him. 1,000-Mile Bear might even escape. However, as if he stepped on an ant, Shifeng only needed an instant to kill the Berserker. They could no longer fathom just how strong Shifeng was, and here I thought that his companions were strong enough. I never imagined that the man himself would be even stronger. Thank goodness I accepted his request. Red Rain was somewhat afraid as she thought back to how she had taken a gold coin from Shifeng. Fortunately, she had not offended Shifeng with her words or actions. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. So that's what a real expert looks like. An indescribable excitement rose in Rainless Path's heart when he recalled Shifeng's attack, which had been as quick as lightning in Starfall City. He was already considered one of the city's peak experts. There were not many worthy opponents for him in the city. However, upon seeing Shifeng's stunning performance, he finally understood what a real expert was. A real expert was someone who could exert their body and techniques to their limits, someone who could utilize their strength with maximum efficiency, and someone who was more than just slightly stronger than an ordinary player. After 1,000-Mile Bear died, Fire Dance and the others swiftly dispatched the remaining Million Ghosts members and collected some excellent equipment. Although these level 25 dark gold and fine gold items were of no use to Fire Dance and the others, there were a bunch of people in the guild who would fight over for them. Hence, the party silently pocketed the equipment, not bothering to leave any for the Red Rain Caravan. Many thanks for Big Brother Expert's help. Without you taking action, our Red Rain Caravan would have been obliterated. Red Rain repeatedly expressed her gratitude to Shifeng. Although Shifeng hid his name, from the vague appearance Red Rain saw beyond the cloak, she could tell that Shifeng was not a child. Hence, she referred to Shifeng as Big Brother Expert. There is no need to thank me. I am only doing my job as a guard. Shafong waved his hand. He then shifted his eyes to the million ghosts' corpses, commenting softly, a dark guild is already targeting this trade route. In the future, any caravans that pass through here will have to pay a toll. I wonder what plans Miss Red has for the future. Compared to ordinary guilds, dark guilds were far more overbearing. They would not give up a potential source of income just because of one failure. They would mobilize their forces, attacking again and again like a pack of hungry wolves. They would not give up before achieving their goals. After all, dark guilds had significantly fewer sources of income than ordinary guilds. In order to develop themselves, it was a necessity to resort to such desperate actions. Moreover, as players' levels increased, trade routes would become increasingly prosperous. One could collect astronomical tolls. Moreover, it was a costless business. If a dark guild managed to take control of multiple important trade routes, its income would most likely exceed even the candlelight trading firms, which was why it was impossible for the million ghosts to give up on the trade routes. For a caravan of independent players like the Red Rain Caravan, there was no safety to speak of. Even an expert like Rainless Path could not change the outcome. After all, an independent expert's strength was limited. In the past, after Violet Cloud left Ouroboros, she had similarly established her own workshop to serve as her foundation. Otherwise, she would not have become a Tier 6 cleric god. Being questioned by Shafong in such a way, Red Rain quickly realized the severity of the situation. Even if an independent caravan were powerful, it could not stand against a large guild. If this path is too risky, then our Red Rain Caravan can only move to other cities to develop ourselves. Red Rain could not help but sigh. She had never imagined that, shortly after the Red Rain Caravan improved and was about to follow a profitable path, an incident like this would happen. Move to other cities, huh? Very quickly, Rainless Path noticed a crucial point. Shaking his head, he said, "Sis, I think the other cities will have the same issue. It's only a matter of how high the tolls they are." Red Rain's mood soured further upon hearing Rainless Path's logic. If that were the case, independent players could no longer survive. "Miss Red, if you still wish to continue transporting goods, I know of a good option. I'm just not sure if you will be interested," Shafong said, smiling. "Big brother expert, please, tell us." Red Rain was definitely interested in what Shafong had to say. The candlelight trading firm has recently begun to hire caravans to ship its goods to other kingdoms and empires. With the backing of the trading firm, you won't have to worry about large guilds robbing you when transporting goods in the future. Shafong finally revealed his true goal. Red Rain and her group were experienced in the transportation of goods. As the candlelight trading firm continued to develop, sooner or later, it would require its own caravan. By recruiting the Red Rain Caravan, not only would he establish a foundation for the trading firm in advance, but he could also deepen his connection with Red Rain and Rainless Path. The candlelight trading firm? Is that the famous trading firm that Zero Wing established? Red Rain's breathing grew a little rushed. If the candlelight trading firm were really hiring caravans to transport goods, this would be a heaven-sent opportunity for them. With the support of the trading firm, they would gain an additional layer of protection. The only issue was that they would have to prioritize the candlelight trading firm's goods. However, in the future, the Red Rain Caravan would no longer have to worry about robbery. Zero Wing was currently like the midday sun throughout Star Moon Kingdom. It was a guild that even the super first-rate guild, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, was helpless against. There was no need to mention the other guilds in Star Moon Kingdom. Thank you for the advice. I'll begin preparing once we return to Star Moon Kingdom. Red Rain repeatedly thanked Shafong, following which, Red Rain and the others began to clear the battlefield. After completing this shipment, they intended to try their luck with the candlelight trading firm. Standing beside Shafong, Aqua Rose asked curiously, "Guild leader, since when did Candlelight begin recruiting caravans? Why didn't you tell me about this before?" It was not an easy task for a caravan to transport goods. The previous battle made this obvious. There were many problems involved in such an operation, and they were extremely troublesome to deal with. "I just decided it," Shafong laughed. Aqua Rose was speechless. She could not help but shift her gaze towards Red Rain, before returning her gaze to Shafong, a meaningful smile appearing on her face. She looked at Shafong as if saying, "I see." Half an hour later, the Red Rain Caravan arrived at the exit of the Great Forest of Soria. Reaching this point, Shifeng and the others had fulfilled their agreement. After parting with Red Rain and the others, the party advanced into the inner regions of the Great Forest. Roughly 4 hours later, Shifeng's party arrived at a small lake. In the forest. Guild leader, aren't we trying to capture a guild mount? Why aren't there any monsters here? Blackie glanced at his surroundings, failing to find a single monster around the lake. No matter how he looked at it, this was not an area for capturing mounts. Shortly after Blackie finished speaking, the sound of wings reached his ears. Turning to the source of the sound, Blackie noticed a golden-winged lion that was over 20 meters long descending from the sky, landing beside the clear lake. A great lord. Blackie gaped as he saw this monster. Every member of the party was shocked. Chapter 639, Rare Mount. Guild leader, don't tell me we're going to capture that. Blackie inquired. He gulped audibly as he stared at the massive figure in the distance. The golden-winged lion king before him was a bona fide great lord. Moreover, it was no ordinary great lord. It was a level 60 great lord. It was definitely part of the ruling class of monsters. It could obliterate them with a sneeze. Golden-winged lion king, demonic beast, great lord. Level 60. HP 30 000 000 30 000 000. Capture it. Shifeng rolled his eyes at Blackie, saying, "You must be crazy." Although the golden-winged lion king could be captured, it was a level 60 great lord. He wasn't that good. Unless they had a 100-man team of level 70 tier 2 players or above, they had absolutely no chance of capturing the great lord. Shifeng's reply left Blackie speechless. However, the other members of the party released a sigh of relief. Capturing a monster was several times more difficult than killing one. We'll head over once it leaves, Shifeng said in the team chat. This golden-winged lion king was this area's overlord. Hence, no other monsters dared to approach the area around the lake. However, nobody would have thought that not only was the golden-winged lion king a field boss, but it was also a guardian boss. It was a boss specifically tasked with guarding a treasure. In the past, after Fantasy Extinguisher led a team of players to exterminate this golden-winged lion king, they discovered a secret. When that secret got out, it shocked the various large guilds throughout God's domain. Back then, even ordinary players had their own mounts. The various large guilds had also realized the importance of rare mounts and constantly searched for their own unique monster. The commotion these guilds caused as a result had disrupted God's domain's peace and tranquility. However, nobody would have imagined that the Fantasy Shrine had actually managed to obtain a 5-star mount. The star ranking of a mount represented its growth potential. A guild mount's rank could be upgraded when properly nurtured. Furthermore, with a higher star rank, a mount had a higher promotion success rate. The majority of the guild mounts throughout God's domain were 1-star mounts. A 1-star mount started out as a common mount. It was a general mount, and most guilds would not capture a 1-star mount for a guild mount as there was only a 10% chance for it to become a bronze mount. A 2-star mount started out slightly stronger than a 1-star mount, and there was a 20% chance that it could become a bronze mount. As long as guild members were willing to pay the price, they could nurture their 2-star mount into a bronze mount. It was much cheaper than just purchasing a bronze mount, as for 3-star mounts, they were rarely seen. Not only could the additional movement speed they provided initially reach 110%, but there was also a 30% chance that they could nurture them to become bronze mounts. However, few guilds were capable of obtaining 3-star mounts. A 4-star mount was a rare mount. Not only could its initial movement speed reach 115%, but there was also a 50% chance for it to become a bronze mount. Impressively, there was a 15% chance for it to become a mysterious iron mount. This was a potential that 1-star to 3-star mounts did not possess. Hence, 4-star mounts and above were considered rare mounts. Various large guilds throughout God's domain drooled over the idea of their own 4-star mount. Although there was only a difference of 1 rank between a bronze mount and a mysterious iron mount, the latter possessed storage capabilities. Moreover, unlike bronze mounts, mysterious iron mounts' combat capabilities allowed them to make a difference in a battle. 5-star mounts were even more powerful. The additional movement speed they provided initially could reach 120%. Its speed was practically equivalent to an ordinary bronze mount. Only, it did not possess any combat capabilities. However, 5-star mounts had a 70% chance to become bronze mounts. Not only could they be upgraded within a short amount of time, but they also had a 30% chance to become mysterious iron mounts and a 3% chance to become secret silver mounts. The most powerful guild mount Shifeng had seen in the past was a 6-star mount. Its rarity could even rival that of a legendary item. There was a 90% that it could become a bronze mount, 50% chance for mysterious iron rank, and 10% chance for secret silver rank. Just the thought of a guild outfitting its members with secret silver mounts was frightening. After all, unlike mysterious iron mounts or below, secret silver mounts possessed skills that could assist players in battle, increasing their combat power significantly. This was also why so many guilds had been so desperate to collect rare mounts in the past. After Fantasy Extinguisher's team killed the golden-winged Lion King, they discovered a 5-star mount and became one of the few large guilds throughout God's domain to possess one. After over an hour, the golden-winged Lion King finally quenched its thirst and finished its rest. It then flew from the clear lake. "All right, everyone, drink your potions and follow me." Shifeng did not bother to explain much. Immediately, he retrieved a deep blue potion from his bag and emptied the bottle's contents. The underwater breathing potion allowed players to breathe underwater for 2 hours. After drinking the potion, Shifeng led his team and dove into the lake. Although the golden-winged Lion King was a guardian monster, it did not guard this place constantly. It normally left the area for an hour or so, giving players a loophole to exploit. Otherwise, Shifeng would not have been confident of capturing 5-star mount that hid behind a great lord. After swimming for about a dozen minutes or so, the party discovered the ruins of a shrine. However, the shrine's thick, stone doors were currently shut tight. Even after combining their strength, they could not open the doors. It was obvious that they needed some sort of item to gain passage. Just as everyone was at a loss on what to do, Shifeng activated the 7 Luminaries Ring space movement and entered the space beyond the stone doors. A minute later, the stone doors slowly opened. Everyone was amazed by this scene. They had not thought that the doors could be opened like this. "I wish I had an item with space movement. I could easily teleport into any shrine I find without wasting effort looking for a way to open the doors," Blackie said enviously. "This method is only viable for shrines that are not magically sealed. You wouldn't be able to teleport into shrines with magic seals or their own spaces." Shifeng wished the same, but there were very few non-magically sealed shrines throughout God's domain. There were even fewer items with skills similar to space movement. Normally, in order to enter this shrine beneath the lake, players were required to obtain the key by killing the golden-winged Lion King. "All right, we don't have much time left. We have around 40 minutes before the Lion King returns. We need to finish the job within these 40 minutes. Shifeng no longer bothered to explain. Immediately, he swam further into the shrine. The shrine was not large, being only 3 stories tall. The first floor was completely flooded. There was nothing special about the second floor beyond the various idols that cluttered the space. However, upon reaching the 3rd floor of the shrine, the party felt as if they had entered a different space entirely. The 3rd floor was actually a forest. Various wild beasts and demonic beasts lived here, and the monsters were all level 50. However, the beasts living here would not actively attack players. Meanwhile, slumbering in this forest's heart was a blue wolf that stood over 3 meters tall. Despite being asleep, blue arcs of electricity flashed around the wolf's body, preventing others from approaching it. Thunder Wolf, demonic beast, Lord. Level 50. HP 9000009000000. Such a handsome wolf. Kola was immediately mesmerized by the Thunder Wolf. In comparison, the horses of the Red Rain Caravan's bronze carriages looked like ugly toads. The Thunder Wolf was twice as large as a horse. If he could ride the beast through the city, he would become the envy of all. We only have 30 minutes left. Get into position as I taught you. If we fail, we'll have to spend a long time running back to this place, Shifeng hurriedly commanded. Quickly, everyone stealthily approached the Thunder Wolf under Shifeng's command. Chapter 640, Astonishing Attack Power. The Thunder Wolf cracked opened its eyes upon detecting Shifeng's party. It then emitted a low growl, warning the approaching humans. Although the demonic beasts on the 3rd floor would not actively attack players, they would give warnings when players got too close. If the players refused to heed their warning, they would attack Kola. Make sure you're ready to aggro the wolf. Blackie, focus on using Guardian of Light. Violet, focus on healing. Everyone else, use the hunting scroll when the time arrives. Shifeng hurriedly commanded his team when he noticed the Thunder Wolf beginning to stand normally. It was practically impossible for them to capture a level 50 lord. However, the Thunder Wolf was slightly special. One could use a special method to capture it. The first condition for capturing a wild beast or demonic beast was to lower the monster's HP to exactly 10%. If its HP were above or below 10%, one could not capture the monster. It was a stringent condition, and it was one of the reasons why killing a monster was much easier than capturing one. Kola was currently level 30 and wore a complete Tier 1 set equipment. He also had the divine Bluefire shield. Even so, he could not hope to tank a level 50 lord. Finished with his commands, Shifeng revealed the Bible of Darkness and began activating demon summoning. Emerge, demon. When Shifeng finished chanting the incantation's final verse, the demon gate slowly opened. From behind the gates, a human-shaped demon, an evil blade spirit, stepped out. Sharp spikes and black scales covered the demon's body. This demon was a pure attack type and would not possess any support spells like the Heart Devourer. Evil blade spirit, evil spirit. Level 36. HP 3000003000000. Not bad. At least it's a Tier 2 demon. Shifeng smiled at the evil blade spirit in satisfaction. Although it was not as strong as the Thunder Wolf, it would still be of significant help. It was fully capable of pinning down the Thunder Wolf for a long period. Everyone, assist the evil blade spirit and attack the Thunder Wolf. Make sure you dodge the wolf's lightning attacks. Shifeng then commanded the evil blade spirit to charge at the Thunder Wolf. The evil blade spirit fought like a berserker. Activating Shadow Charge, it appeared before the Thunder Wolf like a ghost. The blade spirit's sword-like arms then sliced fiercely at the Thunder Wolf's body. 17, 519-16, 749. 2 damages that were over -10,000 points appeared above the Lord's head, shocking the team. Such a high attack power. Shifeng was also surprised. We lucked out. This Tamir level 36 Lord had no chance against a level 50 Lord. The latter's defense was many times higher. The Thunder Wolf's defense was even greater than an ordinary level 35 Great Lord. For Shifeng, he would have to enter his twofold berserk state to inflict more than -10,000 damage to the Thunder Wolf. Yet, the similarly Lord-ranked evil blade spirit could easily deal more than -10,000 damage. The demon's attack power was stronger than even a high lord of the same level. Wu. The Thunder Wolf howled. Countless blue arcs of electricity suddenly appeared and surrounded its body, significantly increasing its speed. It then swung its claws at the evil blade spirit. The Tier 2 evil spirit had no opportunity to block or evade before the attack struck and sent it flying backward by more than 10 yards. As it crashed to the ground, the resulting impact formed a large crater. The Thunder Wolf's claws easily sliced through the evil blade spirit's scale armor, leaving multiple scorched scratch marks. The evil blade spirit's HP instantly fell by 41,864. The difference in strength between them was instantly obvious. Isn't its attack a little too powerful? If I don't activate life-saving skills, I'll most likely die with a single hit. Standing a short distance away, Kola gulped when he saw the Thunder Wolf's damage. He no longer dared underestimate the demonic beast. The Thunder Wolf's attack power was many times stronger than even the Great Lord-ranked Bluefire Crow King. Just how were they supposed to lower this monster's HP to 10%? Violet, heal the evil blade spirit. Everyone else, attack from a distance. Shifeng was not particularly surprised by this result. Level 50 was another great divide of levels. At level 50, players could become Tier 2 classes. Hence, monsters would become a lot more powerful after reaching level 50 as well. Moreover, the Thunder Wolf was a super attack type demonic beast. Naturally, its attack power was dismaying. However, this astonishing attack power was the key factor in capturing the Thunder Wolf, following which, Shifeng controlled the evil blade spirit and began to lure the Thunder Wolf elsewhere. At the same time, Violet Cloud continuously healed the evil blade spirit. Although each of her heals could only recover several thousand HP for the Tier 2 evil spirit, they added up. As long as the evil blade spirit fought while it fled, it will soon recover to full HP. Meanwhile, Blackie and Aqua Rose were the party's main damage dealers. Unfortunately, when Aqua Rose used the Tier 1 spell, Fire Dragon's Dance, she only caused a little over -1,500 damage. As for Blackie, who wielded an epic staff, He only dealt over -2000 damage with the Tier 1 spell, Darkness Ball. Against the Thunder Wolf's 9 million HP, their attacks were practically negligible. Only after including the Evil Blade Spirit's attacks did their damage surpass the Lord's battle recovery. After Shifeng lured the Thunder Wolf to a low-lying area, he stopped actively controlling the Evil Blade Spirit and allowed it to attack on its own. This should be the place. Shifeng observed his surroundings. After confirming that there were no problems, he recovered a dark blue Tier 2 magic scroll from his bag. Everyone, distance yourselves 50 yards from the Thunder Wolf. Hearing Shifeng's command, although Blackie and Aqua Rose wondered why he wanted them to stop attacking, they had no choice but to back away from the Thunder Wolf. After seeing Blackie and Aqua Rose retreat, Shifeng unfurled the magic scroll and began chanting the incantation recorded within. At this moment, the Evil Blade Spirit, which confronted the Thunder Wolf head-on, lost HP rapidly. Each of the Thunder Wolf's attacks dealt over -40,000 HP, while its skills dealt over -70,000 damage. The Evil Blade Spirit only had 3 million HP. Very quickly, the demon's HP fell below 2 million. On the other hand, the Thunder Wolf had only lost around 100,000 HP. Blackie, use Guardian of Light on the Blade Spirit. Shifeng said sternly through the party chat. After completing his preparations immediately, Blackie cast Guardian of Light on the Evil Blade Spirit. Guardian of Light was an additional skill of Mavis's guard. When activated, the skill granted immunity to all magic damage, reduced physical damage taken by 80%, and recovered 5% HP every second for 20 seconds. It was one of the most powerful life-saving skills at this stage of the game. After receiving Guardian of Light, the damage the Evil Blade Spirit received fell sharply from over -40,000 points to just over -2,000 points. Moreover, it also recovered 5% of its HP every second. For the Evil Blade Spirit, that was 150,000 HP every second. Not only did the Evil Blade Spirit stop losing HP, but its HP also recovered rapidly. What's going on? Aqua Rose was surprised. The Thunder Wolf had initially dealt over -40,000 damage to the Evil Blade Spirit. Even if its damage were reduced by 80%, it should still deal over -8,000 damage. Yet, now, its attacks only inflicted over -2,000 damage. Before Aqua Rose could make sense of the situation, Shifeng activated the Tier 2 magic scroll, Waterfall, in his hand. Suddenly, a massive magic array appeared above the Thunder Wolf. A torrent of water then gushed out of the magic array, pummeling the Thunder Wolf and causing damages of over -4,000 points to appear above the Lord's head. The magic scroll's effect lasted for 4 seconds. We're finally done. All we need to do now is to watch the show. Shifeng smiled faintly. Watch the show? Doubt flashed in Fire Dance's eyes. Everyone was clearly confused. They did not understand Shifeng's actions. It was merely a Tier 2 magic scroll. Moreover, it wasn't dealing much damage in the next moment. However, everyone's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. Suddenly, damages of more than -60,000 points started appearing above the Thunder Wolf's head. This is when Fire Dance noticed the Thunder Wolf's claws falling into the pooled water from the waterfall and it receiving massive amounts of damages as a result, she immediately came to a realization. That's right. The Thunder Beast's attacks are mainly lightning-type magical attacks. Using the electrical conductivity of water, although the water will amplify the power of its attacks, it will also become a victim of its own power, Shifeng explained, grinning. If it were any other monster, he would have no method to capture it. Unfortunately for the Thunder Wolf, its attacks were lightning-based, so its greatest weakness was water. Hence, when the Fantasy Shrine had faced enemies with water-type AoE spells, they would not utilize their Thunder Wolf mounts to assist them in battle, as doing so would cause more harm than good. For a time, the Thunder Wolf's 9 million HP rapidly decreased. Everyone, get ready. Watching the Thunder Wolf's HP about to reach 10%, Shifeng immediately ordered everyone to retrieve a hunting scroll and begin the capturing process. Chapter 641, Battle Demon. Black Dragon Empire, Sandstone Town. Sandstone Town occupied the Black Dragon Empire's southern border and was the nearest town to the Starmoon Kingdom. Unfortunately, the forces of darkness occupied this town, so ordinary players could not venture here. Only players who had joined the forces of darkness could enter the town safely. The forces of darkness controlled very few towns, so many dark guilds were based in Sandstone Town. Among them, the most powerful dark guild was the Million Ghosts. One could say that the Million Ghosts was Sandstone Town's absolute overlord. 1,000 Miles team was defeated. Impossible. We sent 12 core members to assist them. With the strength of the independent caravans that travel between Starfall City and Copper Mountain City, how could they possibly lose? Inside the conference hall of the Million Ghosts, the Dark Guild's upper echelons were flabbergasted when they received news of Thunder Milebear's defeat. Dark Guilds were different from ordinary guilds. Their members relied on strength to raise their positions within the guild. Meanwhile, every person who became a core member was an expert who had fought hundreds and thousands of guild members to get to there. There were only slightly more than 100 core members in the Million Ghosts. If these core members were members of any of the ordinary large guilds, everyone would easily become one of the top few experts within the guild. Yet, of the 12 core members they dispatched, not a single one managed to return alive. It was simply inconceivable. What did the 12 that died have to say? The middle-aged man, who occupied the guild leader's seat, asked. This middle-aged man had dark eyes, a stalwart body, bronze skin, and a chiseled face. When this man spoke, the conference hall immediately fell silent. Nobody dared to act presumptuously before this man. This man was the Million Ghosts guild leader, Lifestealer. He was also an intimidating character who the various large guilds in Black Dragon Emperor had nicknamed Battle Demon. In an ordinary guild, the position of guild leader was only a symbol of status, not a symbol of strength. This held true for most guilds in God's domain. However, for dark guilds, the position of guild leader was the symbol of both status and strength. The fact that Lifestealer had become the Million Ghosts guild leader proved that his strength ranked number 1 in the entire guild. Due to Lifestealer's presence in the Million Ghosts, the various large guilds in the several nearby cities avoided provoking the Million Ghosts at all. Even the guild ruling over Bronze Mountain City, the Holy Church of War, deferred to the Million Ghosts. The Holy Church of War was a second-rate guild with control over 5 cities. It was a top-tier second-rate guild that had over 300,000 members. The guild also had 2 experts who ranked on the God's Domain experts list. Yet, such a guild still allowed the Million Ghosts to manage the trade route to Starmoon Kingdom freely. This was all due to the Battle Demon Lifestealer. Their opponents wore cloaks, so they did not see who they were fighting. However, judging by the enemy's tone, it seems that they looked down on the Million Ghosts. They even warned us not to touch the trade routes. They're taking us too lightly. Guild leader, let me lead some men and hunt down those bastards. If we don't do anything about this, the reputation our guild has built will be ruined. Guild leader, I'll go as well. The nearby large guilds should have learned of this by now. The Holy Church will also be watching. If we show them what the consequences are for messing with us, the Holy Church won't dare consider vying for dominance. The elders in the conference hall began stepping up, one after another, all wanting to teach those who dared provoke the Million Ghosts a lesson. It seems that our guild's reputation isn't as well known as it should be, to think that even the people from Starmoon Kingdom dare provoke us. However, there is no need to be anxious. Since they have done such a thing, it shows that they possess certain confidence and background. Have our members stationed in Starfall City investigate this matter. Once we know who we're dealing with, we'll give them a taste of hell. Lifestealer revealed a malicious grin. Seeing the smile on Lifestealer's face, everyone involuntarily shuddered back when the third-rate guild, Divine Flurry, had provoked their guild leader had revealed this exact smile. 4 days after the initial incident, every core member of Divine Flurry died over a dozen times, and the guild disbanded as a result. Now that Lifestealer wore this smile once more, Starfall City would most likely fall into chaos. Meanwhile, inside the shrine in the Great Forest of Soria, watching the Thunder Wolf's HP rapidly approach 10%, tension grew in the party. This was the crucial moment to capture the Thunder Wolf, and any mistakes could waste all of their previous efforts. Suddenly, Chiffon controlled the evil blade spirit to leave the flooded area. Meanwhile, Fire Dance and the others dashed towards the Thunder Wolf, each holding a hunting scroll. 12%. 11%. 10%. Start. Chiffon immediately lured the Thunder Wolf out of the flooded area, the Lord's HP stopping at precisely 10%. Upon reaching her position, Fire Dance chanted the last verse of the incantation and activated the hunting scroll. A pitch-black chain emerged from the hunting scroll and bound one of the Thunder Wolf's hind legs. Meanwhile, Fire Dance affixed the scroll on the ground. The hunting scroll's purpose was to trap the targeted beast. However, its effect only lasted 1 short minute. At the same time, everyone else in the party also activated their hunting scrolls, binding all 4 of the Thunder Wolf's limbs and preventing the demonic beast from moving a woo. The Thunder Wolf howled in anger. Suddenly, dense dark clouds condensed above the fight, releasing blue strikes of lightning towards the affixed hunting scrolls. Reacting quickly, Fire Dance activated Wind Steps, utilizing the skill's nearly 1 second invulnerability to block the oncoming lightning strike. However, though she was unscathed from the attack, the hunting scroll was obliterated. Continue using hunting scrolls. Do not let it go no matter what. Shifeng also retrieved a 5-star cage from his bag and charged at the Thunder Wolf. The second key aspect when capturing a beast was timing. Cages required time to activate. During this period, the target must not escape the cage's range. Otherwise, the capture will fail, rendering the cage useless. Fire Dance and the others understood what they needed to do. They retrieved more hunting scrolls from their bags and activated them. Meanwhile, the Thunder Wolf continuously destroyed the affixed hunting scrolls in a fit of rage. At this moment, Shifeng found an opportunity as he abruptly leaped into the air, jumping above the Thunder Wolf and activating the cage. Fixing the cage to a specific location required approximately 2 full seconds. However, the 5-star cage's enclosure was not large. The Thunder Wolf released an angry howl. Suddenly, more dark clouds collected in the sky, the lightning strikes increasing in number as well. Immediately, 2 of the 5 affixed hunting scrolls were destroyed. The Thunder Wolf then made an angled jump, escaping the cage's enclosure in the nick of time. Capture failed. Following which, Fire Dance and the others hurriedly used more hunting scrolls to pin down the demonic beast. However, Shifeng's second capture attempt also failed. Meanwhile, Shifeng only had 2 5-star cages remaining. In other words, he only had 2 chances to capture the Thunder Wolf left as expected of a 5-star rare mount. It really is lively. This was the first time Shifeng had attempted to capture a 5-star mount in either life. The Thunder Wolf was far more difficult to capture than he had expected. However, Shifeng was not someone to be trifled with. For his third attempt, he activated one of the Abyssal Blade's skills, Abyssal Curse, preventing all targets within a 30-yard radius from moving for 5 seconds. Although the Thunder Wolf was a level 50 lord, the skill would still affect it somewhat suddenly. The Thunder Wolf's movements visibly slowed. Shifeng then activated Heavenly Dragon's power and used Thunder Flame Explosion on the demonic beast 8679. Although his damage was negligible, Thunder Flame Explosion had a movement speed reduction effect. As a result, the Thunder Wolf's speed dropped. Further use the hunting scrolls quickly. Shifeng shouted anxiously. Hearing Shifeng's command, Fire Dance and the others activated their hunting scrolls. This time, 5 chains simultaneously bound the Thunder Wolf. Still not satisfied, Shifeng activated Abyssal Bind as well. 9 chains suddenly sprouted from the ground, locking the Thunder Wolf in place. However, despite the many restrictions, the chains began to shatter. One after another, Shifeng began setting a cage into position once more. For a moment, everyone forgot to breathe just to hold the Thunder Wolf in position. They had used more than 60 hunting scrolls. Each person only had a few hunting scrolls remaining. The cage's channeling time slowly decreased. 2 seconds. 1 second. In you go. Shifeng roared. Immediately, a massive steel cage fell from the sky, trapping the Thunder Wolf within. Chapter 642, Formation of the Dark God's Legion. The Thunder Wolf struggled desperately inside the cage, repeatedly slamming its body against its steel bars. The 5-star prison even began showing signs of strain. Seeing this scene, Shifeng hurriedly chanted an incantation. In the next moment, the magic runes carved into the cage glowed. The cage itself then proceeded to shrink, only stopping when it was squeezing the Thunder Wolf. At this point, the Thunder Wolf no longer had space to generate enough momentum for a powerful charge. It sure is difficult to capture a demonic beast. Aqua Rose swept a glance at the numerous little craters around her, the aftermath of the Thunder Wolf's attacks on the anchors of the chains binding it. Fortunately, the few of them managed to react and evade the Lord's lightning attacks quickly, allowing them to capture the Thunder Wolf without any fatalities. Let's get ready to leave, then. Shifeng took a look at the time. They were cutting things fine. The golden-winged Lion King would return soon. He then retrieved a bunch of storage space scrolls from his bag. Although they had already captured the Thunder Wolf, The demonic beast's massive frame was over 3 meters tall. In addition, there was the massive steel cage. Transporting the Thunder Wolf out of this place would be extremely troublesome. They would require many players with high strength just to lift the cage and the Thunder Wolf. And even if they did manage to lift them, their movement speed would be significantly reduced. They would also encounter many dangers while carrying the demonic beast. Who knew just how much time they would have to waste conveying the Thunder Wolf back to White River City? Hence, storage space scrolls were available for purchase in God's domain. These scrolls could be used to store large items. Not only was the Thunder Wolf massive, but it was also a living creature. Shifeng had to use a total of 20 storage space scrolls in order to fit the Thunder Wolf into his bag space. The Thunder Wolf instantly took up 20 slots there. However, the duration of the storage space scrolls was not indefinite. They could only be used to store items for up to half an hour, following which, everyone used returned scrolls and departed from the shrine. White River City, Zero Wings Guild residence. After Aqua Rose and the others went to rest, Shifeng went to the warehouse inside the guild residence by himself. He then placed the Thunder Wolf inside the warehouse, as well as took out several magic crystals from his bag and put them inside the Thunder Wolf's cage. Demonic beasts were different from wild beasts. Their primary source of food was magic crystals. Just a single crystal could sustain a demonic beast for a long time. Now that I've obtained a rare mount, next up will be constructing a stable. When Shifeng looked at the ferocious Thunder Wolf, he grew eager to construct a stable as soon as possible. Only after he had a stable could he begin taming the Thunder Wolf. Demonic beasts were much more difficult to tame than wild beasts. Moreover, the higher the star ranking of a creature, the longer the time required to gentle it. Complete taming of the Thunder Wolf would need at least 10 to 15 days. If he could finish the stable even a day sooner, he might be able to have the Thunder Wolf trained by the time the guild's core members reached level 40. If he could pair every core member with a Thunder Beast, their combat power would soar through the roof. Only too many materials were required to construct a stable. The stable was different from the other structures inside the guild residence, which needed only money to build. Moreover, many of the materials required for a stable were obtainable only from large-scale team dungeons. I need to speed things up a little bit. Shifeng then thought about forming the Dark Gods Legion. Whether it was the collection of the materials for the stable or for the Candlelight Trading Firm's future development, he needed to form a powerful Dark Gods Legion right away. Shifeng had already experienced the development process of God's domain before, so he knew full well that as players reached higher levels, battles between players would occur more frequently. Guild wars would also grow increasingly intense. If a guild did not possess a formidable legion that could serve as a deterrence, said guild would get embroiled in many wars in the future, following which, Shifeng instructed Aqua Rose to pick roughly 300 elites to form the Dark Gods Legion. Meanwhile, the equipment provided to the members of the Legion would be inferior only to that of Zero Wings' main force. Shortly after Shifeng began establishing the Dark Gods Legion, news of this matter spread like wildfire throughout the entire White River City. The development immediately attracted the attention of the many guilds in the city. However, the ones paying the most attention to this matter were still the independent players at this point. Zero Wing was no longer the small guild it was in the past. Not only did it have over 100,000 members, but it also had the strength to clear the hell mode ruins of the Crow God. Whether it was grinding monsters or questing out in the fields, not a single guild dared to do anything to the members of Zero Wing within the region of White River City. This situation had made many independent players envious of the members of Zero Wing at this stage of the game. Large guilds already occupied all available high-resource maps. As independent players, even when they were out doing a high-level quest, there was a chance that guild players would target and kill them. As a result, leveling up and upgrading equipment became extremely difficult for them. Hence, many independent players were considering joining a powerful guild. Meanwhile, Zero Wing was currently forming a Dark Gods Legion. Moreover, the members of the Legion received treatment that was inferior only to the guild's main force. It should be known that, while every guild had plenty of ordinary teams in its midst, there would be only one main force. Zero Wing's formation of a legion was equivalent to establishing a second main force. This situation tempted many independent players to join Zero Wing for a time. The number of players trying to enter Zero Wing surged once more. Shifeng spent 2 whole days carefully choosing the members of the Dark Gods Legion. After all, The number of people he could use Light of Darkness on was limited. Even though he could take back the power of darkness he bestowed, he still preferred not to flaunt it. Meanwhile, during this period, Shifeng produced quite a number of intermediate mana armor kits, which were all meant for the members of the Dark Gods Legion during these 2 days. Many things happened throughout God's domain as well. One of these developments was that many guilds had succeeded in raiding 50-man team dungeons and had moved their competition onto 100-man team dungeons. However, 100-man dungeons were significantly different from 50-man dungeons. One could say that 50-man dungeons were warm-ups for 100-man dungeons. The number of monsters and the monster's strength inside a 100-man dungeon were both significantly higher than in a 50-man dungeon. Of course, the loot from a 100-man dungeon would also make many players drool initially. Level 30 fine gold equipment was extremely difficult to obtain. However, it's much easier to get in a 100-man hard mode dungeon. Even the chieftain-ranked monsters inside the dungeon would drop it. There was also fine gold set equipment specifically meant for the various classes. Nevertheless, the most attractive part about 100-man dungeons would still have to be the forging designs and various sorts of rare potion recipes that were not obtainable from any other place. Getting even a single design or recipe would mean endless riches. Meanwhile, Zero Wing was also desperately trying to raid a 100-man dungeon. However, despite obtaining the power of darkness, the progress of Zero Wing's main force was only subpar at best. A 100-man dungeon had a total of 6 main bosses. Currently, Zero Wing had managed to defeat only 2 of them. They had yet to see what the final boss looked like. Aside from competing over 100-man dungeons, the next thing that excited players the most was the activation of the Colosseum list to experts. This was a relatively good benefit. The Colosseum list also served as an incentive for players to improve their skill completion rates and combat power. The Colosseum list was the combat power rankings of the Divine Colosseum. As long as one managed to rank within the list, they would obtain the corresponding Colosseum points. Players could use these points to exchange for many items such as equipment, skills, potions, rare materials, and many more items. Among them, the greatest attraction was the equipment available. Not only was there level 30 dark gold equipment available, but even level 30 dark gold set equipment was also up for exchange. Due to this reason, Divine Colosseums throughout God's domain became extremely popular. Many players fought desperately to raise their rankings on the Colosseum list. Large guilds sent their core members one after another to challenge the Divine Colosseum. For a time, many hidden experts emerged throughout God's domain, giving players a great shock. Nobody had thought that there were actually so many experts in God's domain. Meanwhile, Shifeng was currently seated in a large private room in the Divine Colosseum of White River City. Chapter 643, Astonishing Financial Resources. Inside the towering Divine Colosseum, dozens of large screens hung inside the main hall of the Divine Colosseum were currently displaying the battle videos of experts who had managed to reach the 4th floor of the Colosseum. The challenges inside the Divine Colosseum were purely meant to test how much combat power a player could exert. The quality of a player's equipment was irrelevant in these challenges. Even a player wearing only bronze equipment could get past the 4th floor. However, ordinary players would have a difficult time just getting through the 1st floor of the Divine Colosseum, not to mention the 4th. In White River City, experts capable of breaking through the 4th floor were as rare as a phoenix's feather. As for players who did not have any magic crystals to challenge the Divine Colosseum, they could also watch the battle videos of experts at the main hall. Of course, these videos were only released with the consent of the players involved. Players could also use this opportunity to make a name for themselves. Look, Heaven's Burial is here again. Everyone in the hall quickly noticed the arrival of a group of players. These players were uniformly level 30, and they were members of Heaven's Burial's current main force. If not for the fact that they were aiming to obtain the first clear of a 100-man dungeon, these players would have long since leveled up. Even so, their levels were currently far ahead of ordinary players. Besides their levels, the equipment of Heaven's Burial's members was also extremely eye-catching. Most of them boasted level 30 fine gold and dark gold equipment, with the most inferior being level 25 dark gold equipment. In contrast, the typical equipment of current ordinary players was only level 25 mysterious iron equipment. Only elite players possessed several pieces of level 25 secret silver equipment. Not only does Heaven's Burial have so many experts, but these experts also come here to train multiple times each day. It makes you wonder just how strong they are. What do you even know? Having more experts in a guild is better, of course. Moreover, by training here, they can increase their rankings on the Colosseum list and earn points to exchange for dark gold equipment, aside from improving their combat techniques. That's killing two birds with one stone. Why wouldn't they do it? Recently, Heaven's Burial has been growing increasingly stronger. Initially, they had less than 10 members who managed to pass the 4th floor. Now, after only a few days, that number is up to 20. 2 members of the guild even have managed to get to the 6th floor. In the entire White River City, Heaven's Burial is only slightly inferior to Overwhelming Smile and Zero Wing. Isn't that only because the guild is rich? Challenging the Trial Tower costs 1 magic crystal each time. Normally, when we raid dungeons, we will only get 1 magic crystal after a lot of difficulties. Even then, we still have to split it among several people. After raiding dungeons all day, our turn to get a crystal might still not come. Meanwhile, the members of Heaven's Burial's main force get a daily allowance of 5 magic crystals, so they get to challenge the Trial Tower 5 times a day. With 100 members in the main force, Heaven's Burial has to spend 500 magic crystals per day. Due to the Divine Colosseum, the current price of magic crystals has long since gone up by several fold. Right now, each crystal is worth 20 silver, yet there is a shortage. There is still room for prices to rise. That's right. I knew I should have stocked up on some magic crystals. I would have been able to make a small fortune by now. It would be great if I could become a member of Heaven's Burial's main force. Many players looked on with envy as the members of Heaven's Burial walked towards the Trial Tower. Not even the wealthy Overwhelming Smile could afford such extravagance. Currently, 500 magic crystals were equivalent to 100 gold. Of course, a majority of these magic crystals came from the dungeons raided by the guild. Otherwise, even Heaven's Burial would find it extremely taxing to fork out 100 gold every day. Meanwhile, Shifeng, who had rented a large private room in the Divine Colosseum, was currently standing before 300 people. These people were all players he had selected for the Dark Gods Legion. Currently, everyone in the Dark Gods Legion was feeling excited. These members had not expected to be able to meet their legendary guild leader, Black Flame, in person. Moreover, Black Flame was even going to nurture them himself. This training was a privilege that was not available anywhere else in the entire Starmoon Kingdom. Nobody in Starmoon Kingdom did not know of one-hit Asura, the publicly acknowledged #1 expert of Starmoon Kingdom. Tuition with the #1 expert of Starmoon Kingdom was a privilege beyond price. I'll put this out first. Although you all official members of the Dark Gods Legion and get to enjoy extremely high benefits, the Dark Gods Legion operates on an elimination system. Waiting behind you are 700 reserve members. If your strength is found wanting, a reserve member will take your place, Shifeng said in a somber tone. From today onwards, each of you will receive 10 magic crystals daily to challenge the Trial Tower. I will rank you based on your battle record in the Trial Tower. At the end of each week, I will compare the last 30 official members with the top 30 reserve members. The winners will be official members, while the losers will go on the reserve team. Everyone could not help but gasp. The competition was incredibly intense. Up to 30 people might switch out each week. However, everyone was also shocked at Zero Wing's generosity. The Dark Gods Legion had 300 members in all. If every member could spend 10 magic crystals a day, that meant that Zero Wing would expend a total of 3,000 crystals, or 600 gold daily. This outlay was simply inconceivable. Even a first-rate guild did not boast such frightening financial resources. What no one knew was that, even if Zero Wing had that much money, it was impossible to purchase so many magic crystals. Currently, the various large guilds were treating magic crystals like strategic resources. They would not sell any of their magic crystals at all. One could only purchase a small amount from independent players. However, even before the release of the Divine Colosseum, Shifeng had already tasked Melancholic Smile with purchasing magic crystals in bulk. They had spent practically all the coins they earned stocking up on magic crystals. Currently, the Candlelight trading firm had several warehouses full of magic crystals. Right. I forgot to mention one more thing. The top 30 people will receive an invitation to undergo training together with the guild's top-tier experts. Shifeng laughed. I believe that all of you have probably heard how Zero Wing has a special training ground. Whether you will be able to go there and train will depend on your efforts. Guild leader, you're not tricking us, right? Can we really go to that place? Many Dark Gods members asked in anticipation. They had indeed heard that Zero Wing possessed a specialized training facility in the real world. There, one could ramp up their combat techniques. One could also learn the rumored advanced combat techniques and become a true top-tier expert. Originally, training at that place was a privilege available to only a limited number of core members. Nobody had expected that even official members of the Dark Gods Legion could receive such a treatment. As long as you can enter the top 30, you can naturally go. Shifeng shook his head and laughed. The Big Dipper Training Center completed the renovation of the Greenwater Villa only recently. The villa was outfitted with all kinds of training apparatuses and could now accommodate more people. Otherwise, he really would not be able to extend its use to the members of the Dark Gods Legion. When Shifeng was done speaking, the atmosphere inside the private room instantly changed. Everyone there was flushed with fighting spirit, and they could not help but want to dash to the trial tower right this instant to raise their rankings. After Shifeng distributed the magic crystals and concluded the meeting, everyone promptly rushed out of the private room and ran as fast as they could towards the trial tower. This scene stupefied the players inside the main hall. Chapter 643, Astonishing Financial Resources. Chapter 644, Secret Competition. How rich is Zero Wing? They're actually sending so many people to the trial tower all at once. They should be members of the newly formed Dark Gods Legion. I heard that the benefits they receive are only beneath what Zero Wing's main force enjoys. Being a guild's core member must be great. They get to enter the trial tower every day. On the other hand, independent players like us can only enter once in a long while. I know, right? Magic crystals drop rate is simply too low in party dungeons. It's only higher in team dungeons. As expected of the number 1 guild of White River City. Even Overwhelming Smile can only send 200 members each day, while Heaven's Burial only sends 100 members. On the other hand, Zero Wing is sending 300 people in one go. Moreover, they are only members of the Dark Gods Legion. Everyone was incredibly jealous. Only the members of large guilds had access to such a large supply of magic crystals each day. Independent players had to struggle just to obtain a single crystal. As for small guilds, although they could also afford to supply their members with magic crystals, they could not afford to offer a large amount every day. One could gauge a guild's financial strength in White River City by the number of members that entered the trial tower. What's so amazing about Zero Wing? Can its financial strength compare to Overwhelming Smile? The level 30 Guardian Knight, Lone Tyrant, sneered as he entered the Divine Colosseum. Ever since the Dark Star's disbandment, Lone Tyrant held firm to his hatred of Zero Wing. If not for Zero Wing, Dark Star would have been White River City's ruler, and he would have stood as its emperor. Due to Zero Wing's constant rise, he was now only one of Overwhelming Smile's core members. He was not even the guild's chief MT, he was nothing more than cannon fodder. However, it was also because of this that he was able to experience just how frightening Underworld was. Particularly, after the third evolution of God's Domain, Underworld had increased its investment in God's Domain by several folds, pouring a massive sum of money into the game. Not only did the organization begin recruiting a large number of experts, but it had also collected a large stock of magic crystals, which were extremely important to current players. Even a first-rate guild could not compete with Underworld's financial resources. Underworld's influence covered a vast expanse of God's Domain. It could purchase magic crystals through several avenues. This was an advantage that many first-rate guilds did not possess. With all these magic crystals, Underworld could quickly nurture plenty of experts through the Divine Colosseum. God's Domain was not a game that could be dominated by a single player's strength. Even if Shifeng were stronger, he could only defend White River City. However, White River City was not the only city in Starmoon Kingdom, much less God's Domain. As far as Lone Tyrant knew, Underworld had yet to give up on the feast that White River City offered. Hence, the organization had once more invested significant funding and magic crystals, enough to even put a first-rate guild to shame. On the surface, Overwhelming Smile sent only 200 members to the trial tower each day. Moreover, every member could only challenge the trial tower 3 times a day. In reality, however, Overwhelming Smile secretly sent a large number of hidden experts to challenge the trial tower as well. This group of experts consisted of nearly 400 people, double that of what the guild sent openly in total. Overwhelming Smile sent nearly 600 people to the trial tower every day, affording each member 3 challenges. The public was already astounded by Heaven's Burial's financial strength. Unfortunately, compared to Overwhelming Smile, Heaven's Burial was nothing. After including the additional resources that War Wolf and his group of top-tier experts had received, Overwhelming Smile was spending nearly 2,000 magic crystals every day. What did Heaven's Burial's expenditure of 500 magic crystals amount to? Lone Tyrant, control your mouth. It is not the time for Overwhelming Smile to display its strength. Let Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial bask in the limelight. Watching the Dark God's Legion enter the trial tower, a faint smile appeared on Feng Xuanyang's face. With pride and arrogance, he said, "Black Flame, your complacency won't last." In truth, Feng Xuanyang had not expected Underworld to continue investing in White River City. He had thought that the organization would just let Overwhelming Smile, the guild he controlled, fend for itself. Currently, there were extremely few experts who had managed to pass the 4th floor of the Divine Colosseum. Among them, Zero Wing had the most with a total of 36 people. Overwhelming Smile came in second. It had 29 people in total. Next up was Heaven's Burial. It had 20 people. Assassin's Alliance stood in 4th place. The guild only had 14 people at 5th place, Cloud9 had 12 people at 6th place, Yin Yang Court had 11 people. However, Overwhelming Smile had hidden a large fraction of its forces. For example, their 29 experts did not include War Wolf and his team. In reality, the guild had more than 50 people who had passed the 4th floor. Overwhelming Smile had long since surpassed Zero Wing by leaps and bounds. Moreover, as time passed, that number would only increase. Soon, it would be Overwhelming Smile's turn to rule over White River City. While the various large guilds in White River City competed over the first clear of a 100-man dungeon and compared their progression in the Divine Colosseum, Shifeng had used the Bible of Darkness to travel to the Evil Ghost domain. After his 2-day absence, Shifeng found that District 1 had developed rapidly. The shelter had annexed 6 other shelters and invested all of the soul crystals they obtained into promoting the Lion's Bar, upgrading it to a 2-star bar. Now, the 100-berry wine's production had increased to 50 bottles per day. According to Shifeng's arrangements, 20 bottles would be held for District 1's shelter, while he would take the remaining 30 with him. Shifeng had been away for 2 days now, so he had a stockpile of 60 bottles. Shifeng had also brought with him a huge stock of lightstones for Blue Frost and the others. The nights in the Dark Den were longer than the days. Hence, lightstones were far more useful to these players. Having a guild is awesome. I never imagined that we would get our hands on an item like this. Even at night, our top 10 parties will be able to grind safely. Blue Frost expressed his shock as he stared at the lightstone in his hand. Not a single shelter in the Dark Den had anything like the lightstones other than grinding and questing. The lightstones could also be used during monster attacks to weaken the monsters, making it much easier to defend the shelterite. "My main goal in coming here this time is to give this to you," Shifeng said as he retrieved the Chapter of Shelter from his bag. The Chapter of Shelter was an item that could promote a shelter by a single rank, up to a maximum of large shelter. When everyone saw the Chapter of Shelter, they were stupefied. Up until now, large shelters were something that only guild forces possessed. Although they had thought of upgrading District 1's shelter to a large shelter countless times before, it was simply too difficult for independent players. They would require at least a month to gather the required manpower and resources. That time might be extended further depending on their progression on the quests involved. Now, however, with the Chapter of Shelter, they could upgrade District 1's shelter into a large shelter without going through all that trouble. They would then qualify to compete for dominance in the Dark Den. Zero Wing was astonishing. Shifeng's generosity had engraved this notion on Blue Frost and everyone else's hearts. The many guild forces in the Dark Den had spent a ridiculous amount of effort to upgrade a medium shelter to a large shelter. They had gathered all of the resources from the shelters under their control and had spent significant time to do so. On the other hand, Shifeng had completed a similar feat by casually revealing a Chapter of Shelter. If the other guild forces discovered this, they would definitely be dumbfounded. "Lotus, begin the preparations. We're going to upgrade the shelter," Blue Frost proclaimed, grinning at the chapter of shelter in Shifeng's hand. Chapter 645, Administrator. The evil ghost domain was vast. It was roughly the 1/5 the size of Starmoon Kingdom. There were also several shelters within the domain. Among these shelters, some were under the control of large guilds. However, not a single shelter within the evil ghost domain had been promoted to a large shelter until today. One could just imagine how difficult it was to promote a medium shelter to a large shelter. When a medium shelter became a large shelter, its player capacity increased from 30,000 to 100,000. Not only would this increase the shelter's defensive capabilities, but the larger population would also improve collection speed of soul crystals by several times. Most importantly, upon becoming a large shelter, a shelter could have 3 specialties, which was 2 more than a medium shelter. Moreover, these specialties' production volumes would increase significantly. Originally, the 1-star Lion's Bar only produced 20 bottles of 100-berry wine per day. After becoming a large shelter, the Lion's Bar's production of 50 bottles a day doubled. In other words, the 2-star Lion's Bar could produce 100 bottles of 100-berry wine each day. The 100-berry wine was a rare tool that could increase a player's compatibility rate with their weapons for a short time, allowing players to grasp the feeling and subtlety of improved compatibility rates. It was the best item for cultivating experts. The 100-berry wine was far more effective than the trial tower of the Divine Colosseum. Otherwise, with no Divine Colosseums inside the Dark Den, these players would stagnate and fall far behind players elsewhere. Half an hour later, the heavenly crystal pillar inside District 1's shelter released a dazzling red light that shot into the sky. A faint red barrier then began to form around the shelter. For a time, aside from Shifeng and the others who were currently inside the heavenly crystal pillar, every player was teleported out of the shelter. In the next moment, the shelter began to expand. At the same time, new buildings began appearing, one after another. A short while later, the medium shelter's size had increased by tenfold. When the shelter stopped expanding, a system announcement reached out to every player inside the Evil Ghost Domain. Evil Ghost Domain System Announcement. Congratulations to the shelter of District 1 for becoming the first in the Evil Ghost Domain to become a large shelter. Rewarding 1,000 soul crystals to the shelter. All players of District 1 will receive a 2-day protected buff that increases all attributes by 10%. Production volume of the shelter's specialties will be increased by 100% for 7 days. The system announcement excited District 1's stunned players. Our District 1 is too amazing. We actually became a large shelter. We won't have to worry about getting mounts once we reach level 40. Everyone celebrated the new achievement. Currently, the shelter's players were nearing level 40. It wouldn't be long before they reached that milestone. However, upgrading a medium shelter to a large shelter was not achievable in a short amount of time. If they wanted to obtain mounts, they would have no choice but to travel to other large shelters and pay an exorbitant fee to purchase one. Moreover, they had to obtain permission from the ruling parties of said shelters beforehand. Otherwise, they would not be able to purchase a mount even if they could afford one now. However, they no longer had to worry about such problems. They could just buy a mount at cost price from their own shelter. Meanwhile, the various other shelters in the Evil Ghost Domain were stupefied. Normally, to promote a medium shelter to a large shelter, one had to pool the majority of the resources available within a domain and invest a lot of time. Although District 1 was one of the strongest shelters in the Evil Ghost Domain and had annexed several competitors, it should still require a long time before becoming a large shelter. Yet, after only a few days since District 1 began annexing other shelters, it had successfully upgraded to a large shelter. It was simply inconceivable. Contact the leader of District 1's first party, Blue Frost, immediately. Tell him that our District 9 is willing to submit. How did they manage this so quickly? Wouldn't it be more beneficial to join District 1, rather than joining a guild force, now? We need to head to District 1 and discuss an alliance. Shortly after the system announcement, the top 10 parties of many shelters discussed currying favor with District 1. When a medium shelter became a large shelter, it could hold 70,000 more players than before. It could easily fit the population of 2 or 3 medium shelters. If they could obtain a slot for themselves, they would not have to worry about obtaining mounts in the future. They could also enjoy the various benefits only available in a large shelter. Meanwhile, inside District 1's Heavenly Crystal Pillar, Blue Frost and the others were similarly surprised. Although they had expected the shelter's promotion, They had never expected their hold over the shelter to become more powerful all along. The shelter belonged to all of its residents. Meanwhile, they, the shelter's top 10 parties, only acted as managers. They were not the owners. The managers were determined through contribution shares. If another party possessed more contribution shares than they did, they would be replaced immediately. Normally, this rule held fast even after a shelter was upgraded only. After a shelter's promotion, the top 10 ranking parties would receive a massive amount of contribution shares, making it more difficult for other parties to compete for the top 10 positions. However, while it might be difficult for a guild force to take over a powerful shelter by force, it was not entirely impossible. However, after Shifeng used the chapter of shelter, the management system had changed. Shifeng had become the shelter's administrator, and administrator was far more powerful than the managers. Shifeng could now arbitrarily delist players from District 1, exiling them from the district and the benefits the shelter offered. No other player possessed this authority, of course. This was useless against the shelter's top 10 parties. Moreover, there was a limit to the number of players an administrator could delist each day. Even so, an administrator's authority was plenty frightening. Now, they had the ability to remove potential threats easily, preventing other shelters from scheming against their shelter. More importantly, an administrator had the authority to veto a decision. For example, if the top 10 parties wished to construct something, even if all 10 parties agreed, the administrator could voice their refusal, and the matter would end there. Moreover, the position of administrator was unrelated to contribution shares. In other words, even if someone else accumulated more contribution shares than the administrator, they could not replace the administrator. The only way to overthrow an administrator and take over a shelter was to assault the entire shelter and destroy it. However, it was not easy to assault a large shelter. In other words, currently, the shelter of District 1 was under Zero Wing's complete control. Outsiders could not steal it, so the chapter of shelter has such a function as well. Shifeng also only learned this after using the chapter of shelter. However, with this, he would not have to worry about losing the shelter to other guilds. He could rule with an iron fist. With that out of the way, he could invest more resources in District 1's shelter, transforming it into an iron fortress, following which, Shifeng left the shelter's management to Blue Frost. He then purchased all of the available bottles of 100-berry wine from the Lion's Bar and took the massive batch of gemstones Blue Frost had prepared before returning to White River City. As the shelter had just upgraded to a large shelter, its specialties production had improved. As a result of the 7-day bonus, the Lion's Bar could produce up to 200 bottles of 100-berry wine each day. However, as Blue Frost and the others had already purchased 50 bottles, there were only 150 bottles remaining. Even so, Shifeng was satisfied with this amount. Even one bottle of 100-berry wine could tempt many experts, not to mention 210 bottles. With this many, he could raise the combat power of Zero Wing's core members to a whole new level. Chapter 646. Killing multiple birds with one stone. Shortly after Shifeng used a return scroll and returned to White River City, the shelter of District 1 hummed with activity. Now that the shelter's population potential had increased so drastically, many players in the Evil Ghost domain planned to migrate to District 1 to enjoy the benefits of a large shelter. Hence, reviewing the invitations demanded a considerable amount of working. Addition, the promotion to a large shelter did not mean that players could purchase mounts immediately. There was a need to construct a taming facility first, and the construction of a taming facility required a massive amount of soul crystals. Meanwhile, after District 1's shelter became a large shelter, many guild forces based in the Evil Ghost domain began to consider it a target. They all wished to conquer the large shelter. In the past, although District 1 occupied valuable land, and the shelter was relatively strong, to guild forces, it had been a trivial opponent. After all, independent players ran District 1. It was of no threat to guild forces. Now, however, things had changed. District 1 had become the first district to own a large shelter in the Evil Ghost domain. This would greatly affect the situation in the Evil Ghost domain. The medium shelters under their control held no advantage against a large shelter. If they could take control of District 1, not only could they extinguish any looming threats, but they could also increase their own strength. They also wouldn't have to waste effort collecting and pooling their guild's resources to obtain a large shelter for themselves. Most importantly, District 1's large shelter had not been promoted by a guild force. As far as they were concerned, District 1 was like a heap of loose sand, its residents were not united. They could take advantage of this and take the shelter by storm with this. They could kill two birds with one stone. Why wouldn't they do it? For a time, the many guild forces in the evil ghost domain secretly plotted to insert their own men into District 1's shelter. Meanwhile, although Blue Frost and the others had predicted these guild forces' intentions, not only did they not attempt to stop them, but they also actively encouraged it. After all, they were not afraid of anyone trying to replace them. They earnestly wished the various guild forces would come and offer them more resources. The matter of District 1 joining Zero Wing was only known by a few of District 1's upper echelons. In the eyes of outsiders, District 1 had only obtained a large shelter due to its managers being very united, powerful, and lucky. Moreover, there were only so many guild forces in the evil ghost domain. Everyone knew which shelters belonged to which guild forces. Hence, everyone believed that District 1's shelter had yet to ally themselves with a guild. Normally, if players wished to join a shelter, the shelter's managers would welcome them with open arms. After all, more players would strengthen the shelter itself and increase the number of soul crystals the shelter could obtain. For District 1, however, other than those who had been recruited by the shelter's upper echelons, any player who wished to join District 1 was required to pay a fee of 1 soul crystal. Although the price was high, current players were much higher leveled than before. As a result, the difficulty of obtaining soul crystals and the price of soul crystals had decreased. Compared to Shifeng's initial arrival in the Dark Den, soul crystals' prices had fallen by 2 to 3 times. Currently, every elite party had at least 1 soul crystal on hand at all times. If they worked hard for a week or so, they could collect 6 soul crystals. Obviously, Guild Force's elite teams had a far easier time of collecting the crystals. Even after Blue Frost and the others recruited some players, there should still be 50,000 spots remaining. Charging 1 soul crystal per person, if they managed to fill all 50,000 slots, they would receive an additional 50,000 soul crystals. A player's ownership of 50,000 soul crystals was vastly different from a shelter's ownership. Take the Lion's Bars promotion for example. If Blue Frost and the others funded the promotion themselves, they would only have to spend 500 soul crystals to promote the bar to 3 stars. However, if they used the shelter's cumulative resources, they would have to spend 10,000 crystals. With 50,000 soul crystals, not only could they easily construct a taming facility, but they could also construct 2 more buildings that supplied specialities and upgrade both buildings to 2 stars. In addition, they would have enough leftovers to upgrade the Lion's Bar to 3 stars, increasing the production volume of the 100-berry wine once more. Meanwhile, Shifeng had returned with a large stock of gemstones and 100-berry wine to White River City. Gemstones were extremely rare. Ordinary players would be reluctant to embed the gemstones they had obtained into their equipment. If the item were destroyed, the gemstones would similarly be destroyed. Players would generally only embed gemstones in top-tier equipment as it was a safer option. When the need arose, they could simply remove the gemstones and reuse them with other top-tier equipment. Currently, Tier 1 gemstones were very cheap in the Evil Ghost domain. Each crystal only cost 3 silver. In Star Moon Kingdom, however, each Tier 1 gemstone sold for 9 silver. As for Tier 2 gemstones, each sold for 30 silver in the Evil Ghost domain, while prices in Star Moon Kingdom fluctuated around 1 gold. Star Moon Kingdom's prices were at least 3 times higher. Shifeng had obtained 30,000 Tier 1 gemstones from Blue Frost. These gemstones had either been secretly purchased from the various shelters in the Evil Ghost domain or traded for light stones. A single stack contained 20 gemstones. Shifeng had returned with a total of 1,500 stacks of Tier 1 gemstones, valued at a total of 900 gold, which practically filled his entire bag. As for Tier 2 gemstones, he had not bothered taking any as he had the Philosopher's Stone. Through alchemy synthesis, he could produce Tier 2 gemstones from Tier 1 gemstones. After returning to White River City, Shifeng first headed towards the Candlelight Trading Firm. At this point, the Candlelight Trading Firm was the most lively location in White River City. It could be considered the business center of all of Star Moon Kingdom. The trading firm was the organization with the highest number of forgers and other lifestyle classes in the entire kingdom. There were all sorts of player-made advanced products for sale on its shelves. If it were available in Star Moon Kingdom, the Candlelight Trading Firm would almost certainly have it. Only certain exclusive items such as the overwhelming trading firm's Fire Dragon Potion were not available, as not even Zero Wing could obtain the designs and recipes for these items. Even so, the wide variety of products they offered was enough to overwhelm players other than Star Moon Kingdom. Thanks to Phoenix Rain's help, the Candlelight trading firm had also set up branch shops in the major cities of neighboring kingdoms and empires. The trading firm's daily profits reached several thousand gold. However, this placed a heavy burden on the firm's manager. Melancholic Smile. The Candlelight trading firm's ability to earn money far surpassed even first-rate guilds. Only super first-rate guilds and super guilds could rival the trading firm now. However, as time progressed, super first-rate guilds and super guilds would definitely surpass the Candlelight trading firm due to their massive range of influence in God's domain. The resources and contacts they possess far surpassed the Candlelight trading firm. Although the Candlelight trading firm could continue to expand, Zero Wing simply did not possess the required strength and manpower to keep up with it. Fortunately, Shifeng had long since prepared for this situation. He had not been the guild leader of a second-rate guild in the past for nothing. Since the first day he logged into God's domain in this life, he had been thinking of ways to improve his guild's background and had come up with a series of plans. At this point, his plans had finally produced some results. Shifeng retrieved the Philosopher's Stone from his personal warehouse and arrived at his exclusive advanced forging room in the Candlelight trading firm. He then began to synthesize the Tier 2 gemstones. If he sought out the aid of NPC alchemists to synthesize high-tiered gemstones, not only would he have to foot an exorbitant labor fee, but the success rate was also not particularly high. For Tier 2 gemstones, NPCs only had a 30% success rate. Synthesizing a Tier 2 gemstone required 4 Tier 1 gemstones. With acceptable luck, he might obtain 1 Tier 2 gemstone for every 12 Tier 1 gemstones. However, the Tier 2 gemstones was only 10 times more valuable than Tier 1 gemstones. Hence, it was not profitable to synthesize high-tiered gemstones. On the other hand, the Philosopher's Stone in Shifeng's possession had a 100% success rate for synthesizing Tier 2 gemstones. If he synthesized Tier 2 gemstones using the Philosopher's Stone, he could easily multiply his profit. Naturally, Shifeng could not let this opportunity escape him. Only, Shifeng's goal was not to earn money. Tier 2 gemstones have already become a mainstream item among large guilds. If I want Zero Wing's main force to clear a 100-man dungeon even a day sooner, I will have to set Tier 3 gemstones as the standard. Shifeng took out his Tier 1 gemstones and began the alchemy synthesis. Chapter 647, Realm of Experts. Currently, the highest tiered gemstone one could obtain from monsters in God's domain was a Tier 2. As for Tier 3 gemstones, they only dropped from level 30 and above large-scale dungeons. Meanwhile, NPC alchemists only had a 20% success rate to synthesize Tier 3 gemstones. The cost involved was massive. Currently, Tier 2 gemstones sold for 1 gold. Ignoring the labor fees and with average luck, one would require at least 20 Tier 2 gemstones to synthesize a Tier 3 gemstone. The cost alone was 20 gold. It was simply not realistic for a guild to supply its main force with Tier 3 gemstones. However, the attributes Tier 3 gemstones provided were significantly higher than Tier 2 gemstones. Tier 1 gemstones only increased a single attribute by 3 points. Tier 2 gemstones increased a single attribute by 6 points. As for Tier 3 gemstones, they increased a single attribute by 12 points. If one embedded every piece of equipment they had with Tier 3 gemstones, it would be the equivalent of wearing an additional piece of top-tier equipment. This would significantly increase a player's combat power to the large guild's main forces. Upgrading attributes was limited because their equipment had already reached a certain level. If an ordinary player swapped out their full set of bronze equipment for a full set of mysterious iron equipment, their strength would rise by a single level. However, a large guild's main force usually wore the highest quality equipment they could get their hands on. If it were not dark gold rank, then, at the very minimum, they would wear fine gold rank. Hence, it was extremely difficult to upgrade their equipment. If they could receive a bonus to their attributes that had as large of an impact as another piece of dark gold equipment, it would make a huge difference. Without rest, Shifeng spent half the day synthesizing Tier 2 gemstones. In the end, he transformed the 30,000 Tier 1 gemstones into 7,500 Tier 2 gemstones. The success rate for synthesizing Tier 3 gemstones is actually as high as 80%. Shifeng could not help but grin when he saw the message that the Philosopher's Stone displayed initially, Shifeng would have been satisfied with a 60% success rate. After all, NPC Alchemist's success rate was only 20%. Furthermore, Shifeng's luck attribute was also relatively high. That would most likely lower his expenditure even further. 4 hours later, Shifeng had a total of 1,674 Tier 3 gemstones, 174 more than his initial estimation. If I sold all these Tier 3 gemstones, just how many more plots of land could I buy for the candlelight trading firm? Shifeng sighed as he stared at the Tier 3 gemstones cluttering the table. It was no wonder why the Philosopher's Stone was a treasure that could incite war between kingdoms and empires. Moreover, it was currently incomplete. Shifeng could not even begin to fathom just how powerful the complete Philosopher's Stone would be in the past. During God's Domain's initial stages, a Tier 3 gemstone could sell for 25 gold. Its price was more than 10 times higher than Tier 2 gemstones. If Shifeng sold all 1,674 Tier 3 gemstones, he could earn over 40,000 gold. That was enough money to purchase 3 or 4 golden lands. Meanwhile, he had only spent 900 gold on the gemstones. However, Shifeng had no intentions of selling the Tier 3 gemstones. What Zero Wing lacked right now was a large group of experts. With these Tier 3 gemstones, he could elevate Zero Wing's strength to a whole new level. That way, the guild would have the power to support and stabilize the candlelight trading firm's development. Just as Shifeng was excitedly contacting Aqua Rose and preparing to replace the main force's Tier 2 gemstones with Tier 3 gemstones, the situation at White River City's Divine Colosseum had reached a boiling point. More experts from Heaven's Burial suddenly broke through the 4th floor of the trial tower. Currently, the guild had a total of 42 members who had reached the 5th floor, double that of their previous record and surpassing Zero Wing's previous record of 36 people. Although 3 more people from Zero Wing have passed through the 4th floor, Heaven's Burial is superior. Another 22 of their people have passed the 4th floor within the same time span. It really makes you wonder just how they have nurtured so many experts. It seems that Heaven's Burial has a chance of replacing Zero Wing as White River City's overlord. Overwhelming Smile isn't doing too bad, either. Today, another 8 people have reached the 5th floor, pushing their total to 37. Right now, Overwhelming Smile is only behind Zero Wing by 2 people. In another 1 or 2 days, Overwhelming Smile's number of experts will probably surpass Zero Wing as well. Due to the increase of each guild's number of experts in the Divine Colosseum, many players had begun changing their opinions of Heaven's Burial and Overwhelming Smile. Though one could not tell much by the number of experts, it could indicate a guild's potential in the God's Domain of today. Due to Shifeng repeatedly shattering the concept of strength by numbers, the public no longer evaluated a guild based on how many members it possessed. Then, how could one judge a guild's strength? The first method was by examining the guild's raid progression of large-scale team dungeons. This was the best way to judge the comprehensive strength of a guild. The second method was by reviewing the number of experts a guild possessed. At present, passing the 4th floor was the commonly accepted standard for an expert. Very quickly, this matter attracted the attention of the various large guilds in White River City. Originally, Zero Wing had been White River City's sole ruler. Now, however, it would seem that 3 rulers would sit on the city's throne. Heaven's Burial, in particular, was very mysterious. The guild developed as fast as Zero Wing had in the past. Even the famous Ghost Shadow Workshop had joined Heaven's Burial. One could just imagine how powerful the guild's backing was previously. Zero Wing had relied on Shifeng to shoulder its success. Now, however, Heaven's Burial's potential was even greater than Zero Wing's. Not only did it possess well-known, top-tier experts, but it also had the financial strength to rival Overwhelming Smile. Heaven's Burial was definitely a powerful competitor. For a time, many players were tempted to take part in Heaven's Burial's entrance examination. Heaven's Burial was constantly recruiting guild members. Moreover, its entry requirements were a lot lower than Zero Wing's. If they joined Heaven's Burial now, by the time the guild grew into its power and became White River City's overlord, their statuses would rise with the tide. It was just like the Zero Wing of today. Currently, even a normal member of Zero Wing was enviable. Zero Wing's guild residence. The members of the main force had gathered in the conference hall after receiving Shifeng's summons. At this moment, they discussed events among themselves. Did guild leader summon us because of the Divine Colosseum? Probably. After all, This is a matter concerning the guild's reputation. Zero Wing is the #1 guild in White River City, yet right now, we have fewer experts who have passed the 4th floor than the newly established Heaven's Burial. We have to do something to restore our reputation. How could the Trial Tower's 4th floor be so easy to break through? I am still stuck in the 4th floor's middle sector, not to mention the end. Indeed. Based on what I heard from guild leader, if one cannot display 50% of their actual combat power, they will not be able to overcome the 4th floor. Everyone felt disheartened when they spoke about the Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower. They all were members of Zero Wing's main force and were the envy of ordinary players. In reality, however, they knew that, without breaking through the Trial Tower's 4th floor, they could not be considered as true experts despite Zero Wing providing far better resources than Heaven's Burial or Overwhelming Smile. For some reason, only a small number of people had managed to reach the realm of experts. As everyone chatted, Shifeng entered the conference hall, leading Aqua Rose and Fire Dance. The conference hall suddenly fell silent, everyone in the room shifting their gazes towards the black-cloaked Shifeng. Chapter 648, Rapid Improvement. As Shifeng appeared, the atmosphere inside the conference hall became extraordinarily heavy. The benefits that this Zero Wing team enjoyed were far more generous than what Overwhelming Smile and Heaven's Burial offered. Not only had everyone received their own rooms, allowing them to store up the double EXP buff easily, but they also had access to an extravagant number of magic crystals. Each of them received 10 magic crystals each day. This was double what Heaven's Burial's main force received. Yet, in the end, Heaven's Burial had more members reach the 5th floor. If the public learned about the benefits that Zero Wing's main force enjoyed, they would ridicule the team as a bunch of trash. Knowing this, everyone had prepared themselves to receive Shifeng's scolding. Shifeng took his seat on the guild leader's throne. Without saying a word, he took out a cyan wine bottle and placed it on the table. Everyone shifted their gaze to the bottle curiously. The wine bottle's information displayed the name 100 Berry Wine. It was only a bottle of wine. Guild leader, you're not forcing them to get drunk as a punishment, are you? Aqua Rose could not figure out what Shifeng intended to do. At this moment, rather than admonishing everyone for their arrogance, which had led to their complacency, Shifeng instead revealed a bottle of fine wine. Just what was he trying to do? I am not that extravagant. Shifeng shook his head and laughed. I've prepared this bottle of 100 Berry Wine as a reward. As for the matter regarding Zero Wing's performance falling behind Overwhelming Smile and Heaven's Burial, it had not surprised Shifeng whatsoever. These two guilds were not as simple as they appeared. Both guilds had been recruiting talents from everywhere, not just White River City. In addition, both guilds possessed powerful backgrounds with long histories. Now that these two guilds had familiarized themselves with God's domain, their advantage began to reveal itself. It would still be a while before a newly established guild like Zero Wing would catch up to these two. This was also why first-rate and second-rate guilds looked down on upstart guilds like Zero Wing. Every time a new game came out, many upstart guilds would appear. They rose very quickly and fell very quickly. These newly recognized guilds were like the nouveau riche. How could they possibly compare to the wealthy aristocrats who had been tested over time? Only those capable of withstanding the test of time were able to set foot into this realm. Reward. Everyone curiously stared at the bottle of 100 Berry Wine on the table. Every player here was a core member of Zero Wing. They would usually have plenty of excess money to spend, and normally, they would treat themselves at high-class bars and restaurants. After all, the food and wine that these establishments served were far superior to those in the outside world. It had become a trend for many wealthy princes and princesses to dine at these establishments. However, despite frequently enjoying those delicacies, none of them had ever heard of a wine named the 100 Berry Wine. Moreover, what could they do with only one bottle of wine? This 100 Berry Wine can assist you with improving your combat techniques. I doubt any of you will take my word for it, so I intend to allow each of you to test it. Everyone will receive one bottle. When you have reached your limit inside the trial tower, drink the whole bottle. At that time, you'll see what I mean. Shifeng laughed. He then took out another 99 bottles from his bag. After this, if any of you want the 100 Berry Wine again, that will depend on your improvement speed and strength. Once every 3 days, I will reward at least one bottle to the top 10 ranking members in the trial tower. The first place will receive 3 bottles, second and third will receive 2 bottles, and the rest will receive 1. The top 10 to improve the most during the 3 days will also be rewarded. At that time, how many bottles you receive will depend on your own ability. Although Shafong wished to supply everyone with a bottle of 100-berry wine, enabling them to search for that feeling, the wine's production volume was simply too low. He could only offer it to very few of the guild's elites. Guild leader, can this item really improve a person's combat techniques? Aqua Rose also knew quite a bit about God's domain. However, she had never heard of an item capable of improving a player's combat techniques. If the 100-berry wine was truly capable of such a feat. The rest of the team similarly doubted Shafong's claim improving combat techniques was not something that could be done overnight. The process involved a lot of learning and practice. The Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower also offered suggestions on how to improve one's combat techniques. Although the guidance was minimal, everyone considered it very helpful. You'll find out once you test it. Shafong smiled, not bothering to explain. Inside the Divine Colosseum. In order to promote their guilds, Heaven's Burial and Overwhelming Smile publicized their battle videos through the screens in the Colosseum's main hall for free. Many players took the time to study these videos. Zero Wings members are here. Are they trying to wrestle back their glory? Probably. However, the likelihood of them succeeding is slim. Some time ago, a few more experts from Heaven's Burial and Overwhelming Smile broke through the 4th floor. Currently, Heaven's Burial has 49 people who have reached the 5th floor. The guild even has 8 people who have reached the 6th floor. Their position as White River City's #1 guild is solid now. Meanwhile, Overwhelming Smile is closely following behind, with 45 people who have reached the 5th floor and 6 who have reached the 6th. Both guilds are way above Zero Wing, who only has 39 people on the 5th floor and 4 on the 6th. Many players were not optimistic about Zero Wing's chances. Whether it was the members of the guild's main force or the Dark God's Legion, both had already challenged the Trial Tower today. I never thought that there would be a moment when Black Flame would panic. However, his actions only bring him more despair. Seated in a room on the 2nd floor, Feng Shenyang quickly noticed Shafong enter the Divine Colosseum with the other members of Zero Wing's main force. With excitement filling his eyes, he said, "Go, notify Warwolf's team. It's time to show the public who the true ruler of White River City is." Originally, Feng Shenyang had intended to keep Overwhelming Smile's strength hidden for a little while longer. However, after seeing Shafong personally show up at the Divine Colosseum, he could not suppress the hatred in his heart. Although he could not do anything to Shafong directly, it would soothe his heart if he could strike a mental blow to Shafong. As long as Warwolf's team took action, Overwhelming Smile would immediately have a large group of experts pass through the 4th floor. At that time, Zero Wing's efforts to make a comeback would be rendered futile. Its reputation would be in tatters. Meanwhile, the members of Zero Wing's main force, who had just entered the Trial Tower, felt a burden of expectation. Everyone clearly understood their own combat power. To put it simply, it was extremely difficult for them to break through the 4th floor. However, since Shafong had told them to give it a try, they could only grit their teeth and follow his commands very quickly. The members of Zero Wing's main force passed through one floor after another. Upon reaching the 4th floor, everyone grew anxious. The Trial Tower's tests were set according to the player's strength. For every test, the system would generate a perfect doppelganger of the challenger. The doppelganger possessed the same combat power as the challenger. However, the doppelganger's actual combat power varied depending on one's progression in the Trial Tower. Each floor was also divided into 3 stages: early, middle, and late. Through the battles with their own doppelgangers, players could learn their own shortcomings. Meanwhile, players who were capable of defeating the doppelganger during the 4th floor's late stage would basically be able to display 50% of their actual combat power. These players were regarded as experts of God's domain. However, based on the standard of the current players of God's domain and the time they had to develop themselves, very few were capable of reaching the standard of an expert. Hopefully I can pass through the late stage this time, Blackie prayed as watched his doppelganger before him. He then took out the 100-berry wine from his bag and emptied the bottle's contents, swallowing every last drop. Suddenly, his mind felt clear. Moreover, his compatibility rate with his weapon and equipment began to rise rapidly. The items felt like an extension of his own body. This is amazing. The others were similarly shocked after drinking a bottle of 100-berry wine. Their perception of the world had undergone a complete change when everyone casually used a skill. They immediately discovered their skill completion rates had significantly improved. Even Shadow Sword and the others, who had been stuck at around an 80% completion rate, could now easily achieve an 85% skill completion rate, their combat power soaring after familiarizing themselves with this new sensation. Everyone tackled their respective opponents. Chapter 649, The Number 1 Guild's Background. Shortly after Zero Wing's main force entered the trial tower, both Overwhelming Smile and Heaven's Burial simultaneously dispatched a large number of players to challenge the trial tower as well. Due to the competition between these three guilds, the originally quiet Divine Colosseum suddenly grew lively. Many players who had returned to the city to rest had quickly made their way to the Divine Colosseum, hoping to witness this competition's outcome and watch the exciting battle videos. Compared to the battle videos of normal PvP battles, these battle videos were far more valuable as references. It was especially true for the battle videos after the 4th floor. This was because the system would specifically display the fighting styles of the various classes, making the battle videos much more instructive. Normally, guilds would not release such instructive battle videos to the public, keeping them for their own members. Some experts would even earn money with their battle videos. Other players would have to pay these experts a fee to watch. Many players who wished to improve themselves usually went for this option. As for those who did not wish to spend money, they would come to the Divine Colosseum to observe the battle videos for free. However, that which one can obtain for free lacked value. One would not learn the truly powerful techniques from a free battle video. As a result, the gap between paying and non-paying players widen, little by little. Meanwhile, the three great guilds of White River City occupied themselves with their competition. Although the battle videos these guilds publicized was limited to the 4th floor, it was enough to excite many players. I wonder which guild will obtain first place this time. I'm betting on Heaven's Burial. Of the members of Heaven's Burial I saw going in to challenge the trial tower a moment ago, a few were well-known experts of other virtual reality games. Heaven's Burial really is amazing. It has actually recruited so many experts. It won't be long before they try to claim the seat of White River City's overlord. That's right. Now that Ghost Shadow Workshop has joined Heaven's Burial, the guild's strength has soared by leaps and bounds. Ghost Shadow himself still maintains the highest record in the trial tower. Ghost Shadow indeed deserves to be called one of the virtual gaming world's top-tier experts. Even now, no one else has reached the 7th floor. Moreover, he even reached the middle stage of the 7th floor. I heard that Starmoon City's best record stopped at the 6th floor's middle stage. This is simply madness. I'm an elite member of the Assassin's Alliance, but even until now, I am still stuck on the 3rd floor. The 4th floor is still out of my reach. It really makes you wonder just how those experts manage to do it. However, isn't Black Flame Starmoon Kingdom's number 1 expert? Did Black Flame fail to reach the 7th floor? I'm not sure. However, Black Flame's name isn't on the trial list. Maybe he hasn't challenged the trial tower yet. Hasn't challenged it yet? He must be afraid of embarrassing himself. If he fails to surpass Ghost Shadow, he will lose his title as Starmoon Kingdom's number 1 expert. Everyone grew excited as they examined the trial tower's ranking list. Normally, it was extremely difficult for ordinary players to meet experts like Ghost Shadow. They lived in two completely different worlds. Now, not only did they have the chance to see these experts in person, but they also got to watch these famous experts compete against the main force of White River City's number 1 guild, Zero Wing. How could they not be excited? Just as everyone chatted about which guild was stronger and which expert was more powerful, something changed on the trial list. Quick look. Someone just passed the 4th floor and reached the 5th. A perceptive player quickly discovered the change. There were 2 ranking lists posted in the Divine Colosseum. One was the tournament list, which catered towards PvP battles, while the other was the trial list. Trial list held the names of the players who managed to clear each floor and the name of the guild they belonged to. However, only the top 300 players on each floor would be displayed. For those who cleared the same floor, they would be ranked based on their clear time. However, the clear time held no particular meaning, as everyone only paid attention to the players on the highest floors. Nobody would care about how fast a person could clear the first 3 floors meanwhile, as there had yet to be a total of 300 players in White River City who had reached the 5th floor. It was very easy for players to notice a change to the number of players currently on the 5th floor and identify the person responsible for the change. Wolf. Who is that? Why haven't I heard of him before? Really though, his clear time sure is short. His clear time for the 4th floor is only longer than Ghost Shadow's. I never thought that Overwhelming Smile would have such a powerful expert. If he has cleared the 4th floor so quickly, he should be able to reach the 6th floor. Suddenly, the crowd fell into a heated discussion in White River City. The players who could reach the 6th floor were as rare as a phoenix's feather. There were less than 20 as of this moment. Moreover, these experts were members of the 3 great guilds. Meanwhile, there was only one person who had managed to reach the 7th floor, and that was the famous Ghost Shadow 6th floor. Feng Xianyang was filled with disdain when he heard the players chattering downstairs. What does the 6th floor amount to? The number 1 spot on the trial list will belong to Overwhelming Smile. A moment later, Wolf cleared the 5th floor, his name entering the 6th floor's list. The 6th floor's list housed very few people, so a new addition was bound to attract attention. At the same time, 5 more players passed through the 4th floor. Among them, 2 were members of Heaven's Burial, 2 were Overwhelming Smile's members, and the last person was Zero Wing's Blackie, who had once ranked number 1 on White River City's ranking list. It seems Zero Wing really is crap. 3 more experts from Overwhelming Smile have reached the 5th floor, and 1 has even reached the 6th. As for Heaven's Burial, 2 of their players have passed through the 4th floor as well. On the other hand, despite sending so many people in, only 1 person from Zero Wing has managed to reach the 5th floor. It seems that Zero Wing is no match for the 2 other guilds when it comes to nurturing experts. Everyone made their own judgments upon seeing the obvious differences between the 3 guilds. Ha. Black Flame, do you see now? This is the difference between our guilds. No matter how amazing you are, do you think a guild with the support of only 1 person can surpass a real, large guild? Feng Xianyang celebrated as he looked towards the room Shifeng resided. An team slowly passed. Suddenly, something inconceivable happened. The 7th floor's list, which originally only had 1 lonely name on it, suddenly had 2. Who is Wolf? He has actually passed through the 6th floor and entered the 7th floor. This is madness. It would be awesome if he released his battle video. The main hall suddenly exploded with activity. To the majority of current players, the 7th floor was a legend. It was a floor they could never reach. Meanwhile, sitting in one of the rooms on the 2nd floor, Ghost Shadow frowned when he saw this change. So, there's still such an expert in White River City. A hint of excitement flashed in Ghost Shadow's eyes. It was very lonely being an expert of his caliber. It was extremely difficult to find someone to compete with throughout White River City. There were only 2 experts who he was interested in. The first was Black Flame, while the second was Flame Blood. Now, 1 more had caught his interest, Wolf. However, while everyone committed Wolf's name to memory, another name suddenly joined his on the 7th floor's list. Fire Dance. Everyone knew this name, the commander of Zero Wing's main force. Many of Overwhelming Smile's experts had died at her hands. She had even fought valiantly in the Great War with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, making a name for herself. Nobody would have thought that she would once more appear in the limelight. Sure enough, Zero Wing will not be replaced so easily. Ghost Shadow could not help his elation when he saw another person reach the 7th floor. How is this possible? Feng Xianyang stared at the name on the 7th floor's list in disbelief. Fire Dance, Assassin, Affiliated Guild, Zero Wing. No matter how he looked at it, the name belonged to Fire Dance of Zero Wing. However, a short moment later, another new name appeared on the 7th floor's list. Violet Cloud, Cleric, Affiliated Guild, Zero Wing. Chapter 650, Breaking the Record. Chapter 650, Breaking the Record. The appearance of a 4th name on the trial list's 7th floor instantly plunged the Divine Colosseum's main hall into silence. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when they saw Violet Cloud's name. How? Feng Xianyang, who occupied a VIP room, also stared, slack-jawed. Having lost his previous calm, he could barely accept Fire Dance reaching the 7th floor. After all, she was the commander of Zero Wing's main force. However, he could not bring himself to accept Violet Cloud's victory. Aside from the difficulty of reaching the 7th floor, Just the fact that there were 2 people in Zero Wing capable of this success was shocking yet. The second person from Zero Wing to reach the 7th floor was not even a combat class. Instead, she was a cleric, one of the healer classes. It was commonly known that, out of the 12 main classes in God's domain, the healer classes possessed the weakest combat power. It was also a lot more difficult for healer classes to advance in the trial tower as most of their skills focused on healing rather than dealing damage. Hence, healers never ranked particularly high in the trial tower. Yet, Violet Cloud, a cleric, had actually managed to reach the 7th floor. However, what everyone did not know was that, in reality, Violet Cloud possessed a hidden class. She was not purely a cleric. Regarding combat capabilities, Violet Cloud was slightly stronger than ordinary combat classes. Moreover, Violet Cloud had a bit more control over her own body than Fire Dance. Since Fire Dance had reached the 7th floor, Violet Cloud would naturally be able to do so as well. One could say that this was expected when comparing top combat power. It was obvious, with a glance, which guild was superior. Zero Wing grasped a complete victory. Zero Wing really is the #1 guild. They actually have 2 top-tier experts capable of reaching the 7th floor. If Black Flame also competes, Zero Wing will most likely have 3 people on the 7th floor. Even Overwhelming Smile and Heaven's Burial combined are no match for Zero Wing. But it's still too early to determine anything. Zero Wing has always had many top-tier experts. It is reasonable that they are superior to Heaven's Burial and Overwhelming Smile in this aspect. However, a guild cannot survive by relying on a handful of people. It has to rely on its main force, the guild's backbone. Take a look at Zero Wing's backbone. It is clearly inferior to the other 2 guilds. Zero Wing's potential is still no match for the other 2. We are no longer living in the past. Before, Zero Wing was White River City's absolute overlord. Now, however, just look. The person occupying the top 1 position on the trial list is Heaven's Burial's Ghost Shadow. Zero Wing might not necessarily hold the overlord's seat in the future. Many players in the main hall began discussing the matter, and the majority did not have a favorable view of Zero Wing's future. A guild had to depend on a powerful team for support. Even if an individual was stronger, how much of a difference could they make by themselves? Not to mention, Zero Wing had yet to obtain the #1 position on the trial list. Right, this should be Zero Wing's last remaining card. What's there for me worry about? White River City will definitely be mine. Feng Shenyang calmed himself down. He had too much riding on White River City. At this point, he had already invested everything he had into White River City. As long as he succeeded, he would become the first heir to his family. After being repeatedly defeated by Zero Wing, it had become an instinct of sorts to worry. However, after calming himself and giving the matter some thought, he realized that he had nothing to worry about. There were only so many experts in Zero Wing. On the other hand, in order to take control of White River City, Underworld had invested blood and sweat and had sent the experts it recruited from all over the virtual gaming world to White River City. With White River City under its control, how could Zero Wing possibly hope to compare with Underworld when it came to recruiting talent? This was only the beginning. Now that Overwhelming Smile had surpassed Zero Wing in terms of their respective guilds' backbones, in the future, this gap would only grow. It was only a matter of time before Overwhelming Smile took control of White River City. Time gradually ticked by. Although it had been quite a shock to the spectators that 2 people from Zero Wing had reached the 7th floor, everyone's attention quickly shifted back to the 5th floor's list. To ordinary players, reaching the 7th floor was an impossible dream. The 5th floor, on the other hand, was not completely out of their reach. Hence, they paid more attention to the 5th floor's list. Look, 2 more people from Heaven's Burial have passed. 3 more from Overwhelming Smile have passed as well. Just as everyone was focused on the 5th floor's list, the list suddenly began to change multiple times. What's going on? I'm not seeing things, right? Why did more than a dozen names suddenly appear on the list? Wow, it's true. The total number of people on the list was 224. Now it's 242. I wonder which guild or independent players succeeded. Many among the spectators greatly admired the independent experts who had reached the 5th floor. At this point, there were only a few experts in White River City who had reached the 5th floor. If one were an independent expert, Large guilds would shower them with invitations and various offers. They would become famous overnight and would no longer have to live an ordinary life. This situation had driven many independent players into a frenzy. It was one of the reasons why so many independent players were desperately challenging the trial tower. Today's mainstream experts were already on the 5th floor. After some more time passed, when these experts reached the 6th floor, it would be far more difficult for independent players to experience such overnight fame. As everyone began searching for the identity of those 18 experts, they suddenly realized that something amiss. Why does it seem like these people are from Zero Wing? This is a lie, right? All 18 people are actually from Zero Wing? None of the spectators dared to believe their own eyes. They immediately began counting the total number of players Zero Wing had on the 5th floor. In the end, they discovered that there were indeed 18 more 5th floor experts in the guild. Instantly, Zero Wing became the guild with the most experts on the trial tower's 5th floor. However, just as they finished counting, another group of experts managed to pass through the 4th floor. This time, the numbers were even more frightening, with a total of 45 people. Moreover, all 45 were members of Zero Wing. Suddenly, the Divine Colosseum fell silent. Just what was this? Nobody in the main hall could make sense of what was happening. In the morning, Zero Wing's main force had challenged the trial tower. At that time, however, not a single person had passed through the 4th floor. Yet, now, every single one of them passed. Zero Wing now had a total of 103 people on the trial tower's 5th floor, far ahead of Heaven's Burial and Overwhelming Smile. Impossible. This is not possible. Something must have gone wrong with the trial tower. Feng Shenyang abruptly stood, his eyes bulging as he stared at the trial list. If it were just an additional dozen or so people, he would have, at most, been surprised. However, if every single member of Zero Wing's main force was an expert who passed the 4th floor, the term shock was no longer appropriate. This was simply terrifying. To obtain more experts who could pass through the 4th floor, Feng Shenyang had scoured and poached talents from various other cities. He had also received a continuous supply of experts from Underworld. Yet, even so, he still couldn't produce a 100-man team of such experts. What about Zero Wing? Not only was it a guild without any backing whatsoever, but it also lacked a wide array of connections. How did such a guild manage to obtain so many experts? Zero Wing really knows how to hide its strength. Ghost Shadow squinted his eyes at the 5th floor's list. He, too, felt a heavy pressure weigh on him. There was no longer anybody who dared to look down on Zero Wing. Nobody dared disparage the guild anymore, claiming that its position as White River City's overlord was no longer stable. What a joke. If Zero Wing's entire main force consisted of 5th floor experts, which guild in White River City could contend with it? Not to mention White River City, even in all of Star Moon Kingdom, there was not a single guild that was a match for Zero Wing. However, before everyone could recover from their daze, another change occurred on the trial list's 7th floor. This time, however, there was no addition to the list itself. Instead, the rankings had changed. The lofty and overweening Ghost Shadow, who had stood at the very top of the trial list, had fallen. Moreover, he had fallen not just 1, but 2 places, taking the 3rd place on the 7th floor. Meanwhile, the 1st and 2nd ranks on the trial tower's 7th floor now belonged to Fire Dance and Violet Cloud, respectively. Chapter 651, Sensational. Chapter 651, Sensational. The floors of the trial tower were divided into 3 stages. For the trial tower's first 4 floors, the difference between each stage was small. However, from the 5th floor onwards, the required combat power would increase significantly with each subsequent stage. Hence, every time a player passed a stage after reaching the 5th floor, they had to undergo a relatively long period of training to proceed further. In the Divine Colosseum, only experts who had passed through the 4th floor would know how difficult it was to overcome each stage from the 5th floor onwards. Not to mention, Fire Dance and Violet Cloud had only recently passed the 6th floor, arriving on the 7th floor. However, of everyone in the Divine Colosseum, the situation shocked Ghost Shadow the most. The record he maintained so far was the middle stage of the 7th floor. In other words, both girls from Zero Wing had at least reached the 7th floor's middle stage and had performed better than he had. He knew full well just how difficult the battles on the 7th floor were. That was no longer a challenge that an ordinary human being could tackle. Not only did the 7th floor have a relatively high requirement of 1 skill completion rate, but more importantly, it also required 1 perfect application. executing skills as if they were executing a normal attack. For example, if an ordinary person and a martial arts master were given identical swords, although the weapons were the same, each person's capabilities with the blade were miles apart. Similarly, the combat power each individual could display was miles apart from each other. In this case, skill completion rate was the weapon. The higher the skill completion rate was, the more power the weapon could display. However, how much of that power was actually displayed still depended on the individual's application. Ghost Shadow recognized himself as one of the top players in the virtual gaming world. He was also a talented individual. After coming into contact with God's domain, he had continuously researched and explored ways to better integrate his skills into his basic attacks, displaying the maximum effect of his skills and eliminating any hindrance in battle. Yet, now, two little girls had surpassed him so quickly. It was inconceivable. Have they been holding back all this time? Ghost Shadow wondered. In fact, Ghost Shadow wasn't the only one with such thoughts. Everyone wondered. There was no other explanation. Something like a breakthrough in the face of a crisis was legendary. It might be a coincidence if it were just one person, but it was impossible for two people to encounter such a coincidence at the same time. The effect of the 100-berry wine is really impressive. It's a pity that I can only get my hands on so many bottles. Relaxing in a room, Shifeng nodded and smiled as he watched the trial list. Shifeng was not surprised that every member had managed to pass the 4th floor. After all, that was the system-acknowledged standard for an ordinary expert. After drinking the 100-berry wine, a player's compatibility rate would increase significantly. Normally, the wine was capable of increasing a player's skill completion rate by roughly 10%, though the effects grew weaker as one progressed. However, to Zero Wing's core members whose skill completion rates hovered around 70%, their skill completion rates would increase to 80% or more upon drinking the 100-berry wine. Normally, one would pass through the 4th floor so long as they could maintain a stable skill completion rate of 75%. Hence, it was only natural for everyone to reach the 5th floor. Meanwhile, Fire Dance and Violet Cloud were capable of reaching 85% completion rate with their skills. After drinking the 100-berry wine, their skill completion rates could increase to roughly 90%. Although it was only a meager increase of 5%, the power they could display with their skills would improve by 20% or 30%. The basic requirement for reaching the 7th floor was a skill completion rate of 85%, displaying 100% of a skill's effect. In addition, if one were capable of skillfully applying their skills into their basic attacks, they could normally pass through the 7th floor's early stage. Although Fire Dance and Violet Cloud might still lack actual combat experience and were not proficient with skill application, a skill completion rate of 90% would be sufficient to get them through even the middle stage and pushing them into the 7th floor's late stage. Hence, the fact that the two girls had managed to surpass a veteran top-tier expert like Ghost Shadow did not surprise Shifeng at all. If Ghost Shadow could achieve a 90% completion rate with his skills right now, at the very minimum, he could set foot on the 8th floor. It's unfortunate that the 100-berry wine only improves a person's combat power temporarily. A person's comprehension depends on the person. Shifeng sighed as he glanced at the remaining 110 bottles of 100-berry wine in his bag. The 100-berry wine was a strategic tool in nurturing experts. It was no wonder why the fantasy shrine had managed to rise to power so quickly in the past. The 100-berry wine had definitely contributed to this achievement. Shortly after every member of Zero Wing's main force passed through the trial tower's 4th floor, news spread at the speed of light. This reminded everyone just how powerful Zero Wing was. Upon receiving this information, many guilds gave up on their development in White River City, shifting their attention to other cities instead. Against Zero Wing, whose main force consisted entirely of experts who could clear the 4th floor, their guilds stood no chance. Rather than wait for their extermination, it would be better for them to develop themselves elsewhere. Who knew? Their chances of achieving success might even be higher somewhere else. Meanwhile, in Heaven's Burial's guild residence, just how did Zero Wing manage to recruit so many experts? Flame Blood frowned upon receiving news of the Divine Colosseum's latest events. What happened? A short and chubby middle-aged man beside Flame Blood asked in a low tone. Zero Wing just sent its main force to challenge the trial tower. In the end, every member has managed to reach the 5th floor. Among them, 2 have even surpassed Ghost Shadow's record, Flame Blood said, not showing any signs of the arrogance he usually displayed as the commander of Heaven's Burial's main force. On the contrary, he had lowered his posture when he spoke to the chubby middle-aged man. Although the man before Flameblood was not adept with virtual reality games, the man's position in the real world allowed him to remove Flameblood from Heaven's Burial easily should he ever wish to. Even the guild leader of Heaven's Burial, Singular Burial, had to treat this middle-aged man with great respect. Interesting. It seems that we won't be able to avoid a confrontation with Zero Wing if we wish to obtain this treasured land, the chubby man said as he caressed his goatee. After a moment of silence, he continued, since we can't beat them with numbers, let's improve the guild's overall strength. Flameblood, notify Ghost Shadow and tell him that I'll send Daybreak Fog to help out. We need to obtain the first clear of a 100-man dungeon as soon as possible. Daybreak Fog? Flameblood could not help his surprise at the mention of this name. Are we giving up on Starmoon City? Heaven's Burial's ambition was colossal. The guild aimed to control all of Starmoon Kingdom. The best way to do so was to take control of the kingdom's lifeline first. Its players. The two cities with the largest player population in the kingdom were Starmoon City and White River City. Both also had the largest gathering of elite players. As long as Heaven's Burial took control of these two cities, controlling the rest of the kingdom was only a matter of time. Of these two cities, Flameblood spearheaded the White River City takeover, while Starmoon City was spearheaded by Daybreak Fog. If one compared these two people's fame, Daybreak Fog was superior. Flameblood was merely one of the previous year's top 10 newcomers. On the other hand, Daybreak Fog had been one of the top 10 newcomers of the virtual gaming world 2 years ago. Afterward, she had continued to perform magnificently in many virtual reality games. Her fame was only slightly inferior to the Snow Goddess, Gentle Snow, as she had made her debut roughly 2 years later than Gentle Snow had. In terms of strength, Daybreak Fog ranked third within Heaven's Burial. If they really sent Daybreak Fog to White River City as support, with her strength and her team, Heaven's Burial might actually have a chance of clearing a 100-man team dungeon. After all, during this period, everyone mostly understood the difficulty of a 100-man team dungeon. From the experience of clearing 50-man team dungeons, they had thought up of plenty of strategies. Now, all they needed to do was to take action. White River City has become Starmoon Kingdom's business center. The number of elite players migrating to the city increases by the day. Starmoon City is no match in this aspect. Hence, we have to prioritize this side for now. Moreover, when comparing the difficulty of 100-man dungeons, White River Cities is easier. If we allow Zero Wing to continue developing unhindered, it will become impossible to take control of White River City in the future. Suddenly, Shifeng received a communication request from a friend. Gentle Snow? Chapter 652, Asura Mode Dungeon. Miss Snow, long time no see. You look tired, Shifeng said, slightly surprised as he saw Gentle Snow's haggard expression through the video chat. Gentle Snow was a well-known superwoman in the virtual gaming world. She also had plenty of capable subordinates under her. After not seeing each other for only a few days, Gentle Snow looked so exhausted. It was surprising. It had been quite a few years since Gentle Snow had made her debut. She should be quite competent at managing a guild by now. In addition, the majority of Ouroboros's elders supported Gentle Snow right now, so managing the guild should not be difficult. I've been busy with guild affairs these past few days, so I haven't gotten much rest. Gentle Snow laughed softly, sweeping the matter under the rug with a single sentence. Inwardly, she envied Shifeng, who could push the majority of guild affairs onto Aqua Rose. Moreover, he only had to focus on White River City. Ouroboros, on the other hand, was competing over dozens of cities, both large and small. However, these cities were still the least of her problems. Starmoon City was the issue. Ouroboros and the Star Alliance had been consolidating their positions in Starmoon City. In addition to several other powerful second-rate guilds, things had become extremely hectic for Gentle Snow. It was especially true for the 3 upstart guilds that had recently appeared in Starmoon City. Cloud9 Yin Yang Court Heaven's Burial. All 3 possessed extraordinary backgrounds. They even had multiple guild residences in Starmoon Kingdom's major cities. They were developing as fast as a plague. Among the affected cities, Starmoon City received the greatest impact, and White River City was not far behind. Particularly, the manager of Starmoon City's Heaven's Burial, Daybreak Fog, was far more difficult of an opponent than even Galaxy Past of the Star Alliance. So far, Ouroboros had clashed with Heaven's Burial dozens of times, the battles ranging from small skirmishes to large-scale battles. Although Gentle Snow still held the advantage, Ouroboros did not have only one enemy. Both Cloud9 and the Yin-Yang Court eyed Ouroboros like fresh meat. Ouroboros had already been unstable due to Cao Chenghua's theft of several of the guild's core and elite members. Now, before she could settle the turmoil within the guild, she faced so much trouble. In such a precarious situation, how could set aside time to rest? She had not even upgraded her equipment recently, as Gentle Snow knew that Shifeng disliked playing with words. After their casual greetings, she got straight to the point and said, "We have discovered a hidden treasured land near Starmoon City. The area is rich in magic crystals, and I wish to invite Zero Wing to pioneer this treasured land by our side. Are you interested?" Before the Divine Colosseum had been released, magic crystals had not been particularly valuable. Now, however, they were a strategic commodity that every large guild fought over frantically. Although every large guild had a large number of players and was capable of dispatching many teams to raid dungeons each day, team dungeons could only be raided once every 3 days. There were only so many team dungeons available. They could not acquire nearly as many magic crystals as they consumed. Meanwhile, if there was another option other than team dungeons for one to obtain magic crystals, this was not an opportunity one could miss. A hidden treasured land. When Shifeng heard these words, the first place that popped up in his mind was the Stoneclaw Mountains. In the past, when Stoneclaw Mountain had been discovered, it incited a great war between every guild in Starmoon Kingdom. The war had been the first kingdom-level war in Starmoon Kingdom. Hundreds of guilds involved themselves, all wanting to get their hands on a share of the profits. That war had caused every guild in Starmoon Kingdom to suffer massive damages. Moreover, Ouroboros and the Star Alliance had even started an all-out war with each other. In the end, taking advantage of the situation, Heaven's Burial, the Yin-Yang Court, Cloud9, and several other second-rate guilds had banded together to form a massive alliance and took over the Stoneclaw Mountains, splitting the profits. Afterward, any players who wished to enter the mountains were required to sign a contract, agreeing to hand over 30% of the magic crystals they harvested. In addition, players were required to pay a fixed fee before they could enter. The various large guilds then split the profits. The Stoneclaw Mountains was a regional dungeon that had formed a space of its own. However, it was not just any dungeon, but an Asura mode dungeon. Ordinary team dungeons were divided into 3 difficulties: normal, hard, and hell. However, regional dungeons were divided into 5 difficulties: normal, hard, hell, Asura, and God. The Stoneclaw Mountains existed within the 4th difficulty level of regional dungeons. The dungeon was level 30 to level 49. In other words, only players that were within the range of level 30 to level 49 could enter the dungeon. Unlike team dungeons, however, there was no limit to the number of players who could enter. It was like White Fog Canyon. Inside the dungeon, players could obtain items that were normally unattainable elsewhere. In White Fog Canyon, players could obtain Starfire or that increased the success rate of forging. There was also the Warfire set equipment. Unfortunately, Shifeng had already ruined White Fog Canyon. As of this moment, the level 35 Great Lord, Anubis's gatekeeper, still roamed the map. As a result, no players dared to approach. Meanwhile, White Fog Canyon was merely a hard mode regional dungeon, whereas the Stoneclaw Mountains was an Asura mode regional dungeon. Survival was far more difficult in the Stoneclaw Mountains. However, magic crystals were vastly important. They must be obtained, regardless of the sacrifices. Even Zero Wing was no exception to this. Currently, several guilds from Starmoon Kingdom are contesting over the rights of this hidden treasured land. If Zero Wing is willing to help, I can offer 50% of the income. Gentle Snow offered a relatively attractive price to Gentle Snow. Offering 50% of the profits was a big concession on her part. The Stoneclaw Mountains were within the Starmoon City region. It was impossible for Zero Wing to send a large number of players to supervise the map. Hence, the responsibility of supervising the map would fall to Ouroboros. However, Zero Wing possessed extraordinary strength. As of this moment, even Shifeng's strength was a mystery. If Ouroboros and Zero Wing banded together, their chances of coming out on top would be a lot higher. Furthermore, working with other guilds was simply not an option for Ouroboros. Alright, "But I have a condition," Shifeng responded after giving it some thought. Zero Wing was based in White River City. There was a limit to how much combat power it could display in the faraway Star Moon City. Even though the guild was powerful, it could not move on the Stoneclaw Mountains by itself. Moreover, it was not realistic for a single guild to monopolize the Stoneclaw Mountains, tell me. Gentle Snow rolled her eyes at Shifeng. Her offer had already been bountiful, yet Shifeng still had conditions of his own. It's not really a condition. I just need Ouroboros to help me obtain some materials. I'll even purchase them for 20% above market value. Shifeng laughed. He currently had very few of the materials required to construct the stable and teleportation magic array. It would take a long time to gather the necessary materials if he relied on Zero Wing. However, it would be much easier if he used Gentle Snow's connections to purchase the materials, because most of these materials could only be obtained by large guilds. It was practically an impossible task for independent players. Yet, even if he tried purchasing these materials, other guilds would only sell them to their allies. Give me the list, then. Gentle Snow released a sigh of relief upon hearing Shifeng's condition. She had thought Shifeng intended to take advantage of her current predicament, but it turned out that he still had some humanity left in him. I'll send it to you now. Shifeng then sent a list of the materials required to construct the stable and teleportation magic array to Gentle Snow. You really are daring. Most of these materials are rare drops from large-scale team dungeons. Although my guild can obtain some, 20% above market value is too cheap. I'll need 50% at least. Surprise flashed across Gentle Snow's eyes when she read the list Shifeng had provided. Even if she worked with the Star Alliance, the two guilds could not gather all the materials listed. The cost alone was more than 2,000 gold. Okay, just get them as soon as possible. Shifeng did not care about spending a little more money. If he could get his hands on the materials, he could earn back the money in the blink of an eye. Hearing Shifeng's lack of hesitation, Gentle Snow was slightly shocked. A 50% increase in price would mean more than 3,000 gold. Even to a first-rate guild like Ouroboros, that was a massive amount of money. Yet, Shifeng thought nothing of it. After both sides established a contract, Shifeng contacted Aqua Rose and the others, instructing them to gather the Stoneclaw Mountains could only be dealt with sooner, and not later. The earlier they occupied a favorable location, the greater their advantage would be when the war began. Chapter 653, Overall Improvement. Although the Trial Towers competition ended with Zero Wing's victory, the members of Zero Wing's main force were well aware that it had been due to the 100-berry wine. Otherwise, they would not have achieved such frightening results during the challenge. Everyone had discovered many of their own imperfections, their combat power improving slightly as a result. What a pity. If I could experience that kind of feeling once more, I might reach a stable skill completion rate at 87% and pass this stage. After the 100-berry wine's effects dissipated, Fire Dance challenged the 6th floor's late stage again. This time, she passed it without any issues and could now reach the 7th floor with her own power. Unfortunately, she suffered defeat in the 7th floor's early stage. But the 100-berry wine did allow me to gain an initial understanding of how to use void steps. Guild leader will be surprised if he finds out. Void steps was an advanced style of footwork and Shifeng's trademark technique. Just gaining an initial understanding of how to use the skill was extremely difficult. If Shifeng learned that Fire Dance could use void steps, he would definitely be surprised. He had spent many years in order to learn the technique, yet Fire Dance had managed to grasp it in such a short time. Although Shifeng's guidance largely contributed to her success, the fact that she had learned the technique in such a short time certainly had something to do with her innate talent. Her return to the residence. Fire Dance muttered as she read the message Aqua Rose had sent to her. She then chose to teleport out of the trial tower. Inside the conference hall of Zero Wing's guild residence. Without wasting time, Shifeng retrieved all of the synthesized Tier 3 gemstones from his bag. All of you, equip these Tier 3 gemstones. Shifeng had already replaced all his Tier 2 gemstones with Tier 3 strength attributed gemstones. As a result, his strength attribute had increased by more than 100 points. At this moment, even without activating Heavenly Dragon's power, his strength could match a chieftain of the same level. Even a lord of the same level would struggle to push him back if the main force replaced their Tier 2 gemstones with Tier 3 gemstones as well. Although they would not be as strong as he was, they could still contend with a special elite of the same level. Some, such as Fire Dance and the others, who wore a Tier 1 set equipment, might be capable of more ordinary players' attributes were inferior to common monsters of the same level. They would only be slightly stronger with a full set of bronze equipment. At that time, the only advantage common monsters would have was their higher HP. If a player was fully equipped with secret silver equipment, their attributes should be roughly equal to an elite monster of the same level. Only when one wore a full set of dark gold equipment would they have the same amount of attributes as a special elite of the same rank. As for Zero Wing's main force, although their equipment was a mix of level 30 fine gold and dark gold equipment, they had the intermediate mana armor kits to make up for the difference. If they embedded Tier 3 gemstones into every item, their attributes should be roughly the same as if they wore a set of level 30 dark gold equipment. None of the main force's members dared to believe their eyes as they stared at the Tier 3 gemstones on the table. Every jaw hit the floor. Aqua Rose was similarly stunned, speechless. She knew full well just how valuable Tier 3 gemstones were. Moreover, no one had found a source for these gemstones yet. One could only obtain them from alchemy synthesis. However, synthesizing a Tier 3 gemstone would cost at least 20 gold. Meanwhile, there were over 1,000 shining gemstones on the table. In other words, the gemstones scattered across this table were worth over 20,000 gold at the very least. We're in a hurry, so equip them quickly. Shifeng had already received a status report about the Stoneclaw Mountains. Although things seemed calm on the surface, and the various guilds were busy killing monsters and grinding for magic crystals, the number of guild players gathering in the mountains increased by the minute. Every guild was rapidly mobilizing their forces. Even Stone Forest Town, the closest town to the Stoneclaw Mountains, was surrounded by players. All of these players were members of various large guilds. It seemed that these guilds intended to capture Stone Forest Town. The nearest teleportation array to the Stoneclaw Mountains was over 10 hours on foot. On the other hand, Stone Forest Town was only an hour from the Asura mode dungeon. The town was an absolute treasure. Whether it was for repairing equipment or purchasing consumables, Stone Forest Town was the best option. Otherwise, they would have to waste a day to travel back and forth between Starmoon City and the Stoneclaw Mountains. Meanwhile, Stone Forest Town was not under Starmoon Kingdom's control. Instead, the forces of darkness held it. It was one of the towns that players could capture and occupy. As long as the town fell under a guild's control, said guild could hire an army of NPCs to defend the town for 15 days. Even if every guild in Starmoon Kingdom banded together, they would not be able to do anything to the captured Stone Forest Town. After a guild successfully captured Stone Forest Town, said guild would also receive an additional advantage. They could select a resurrection point. When players died, they would revive in their own cities. Of course, players could also choose to revive at the nearest resurrection point. Meanwhile, Stone Forest Town was the nearest resurrection point to the Stoneclaw Mountains. However, the precondition for reviving in Stone Forest Town was that one needed to capture it. Moreover, only members of the guild that held the town, or those given explicit permission by said guild, could revive there. This would be a huge advantage for capturing the Stoneclaw Mountains in the future. Since Shifeng had learned that the Stoneclaw Mountains had been activated, he would not waste any time. He intended to capture Stone Forest Town with Zero Wing's greatest forces. Unfortunately, other guilds shared the same thoughts. For now, though, he needed to occupy a strategic location as quickly as possible. Otherwise, their tasks would be far more difficult. A short moment later, every member of the main force had replaced their Tier 2 gemstones with Tier 3 gemstones, their attributes increasing significantly, following which, Shifeng led the main force and the Dark God's Legion mightily towards the teleportation hall. Wow, what's Zero Wing up to? Whoa, that's so impressive. I'm actually having trouble breathing right now. Is Zero Wing planning to start a war? The players on the streets could not help but wonder when they saw Zero Wing's frightening momentum. Over 400 players, fully equipped with the current best equipment, marched down the street. No matter where this army went, they would be a force to be reckoned with. They could easily trample a large guild. Not to mention, over 100 of these players were experts who had surpassed the 4th floor of the trial tower. If they participated in a field battle, they could easily stand against several thousand elite players. Meanwhile, a single large guild only had several thousand elite players. Suddenly, the various large guilds in White River City began to panic, although an army of over 400 players seemed small, its strength was no laughing matter. If they wanted to, they could easily obliterate any guild team that was grinding out in the fields. Does Black Flame intend to move against us? Feng Shenyang trembled upon receiving this news. He was so shocked that he nearly jumped out of his seat. But why? We haven't provoked Zero Wing recently. We even yielded a few high-resource areas to them. They shouldn't have any reason to deal with us. Did some fool go and provoke Black Flame again? At this moment, the upper echelons of the various large guilds in White River City felt threatened. Every one of them immediately withdrew from the fields, returning either to White River City or the nearest town as fast as possible.